2. One, two. Are you sharp now? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Can we all please take our seats? Thank you.
director? Where would I be directing from?
Oh, can I give you the darkness item too?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ah, no. Yes. Good morning, colleagues. May I request that we circle so that we can begin the process. The minister and the premier will be here shortly. Well, you could continue playing that song while we will signal to you. Colleagues, the minister's entourage is here. Maybe let's just give them an acknowledgement by maybe standing up.
So,
Thank you. You may be seated. So let me introduce myself so that people don't wonder who's this person who's directing us to stand up and sit. This is South Africa. We need. My name is Mlungi Stele. I'm gonna be your program director for the day. So, Minister, let me welcome you, as well as the Premier of Gauteng, Minister Professor Blaine Zimande, the Deputy Minister in her absentia. I haven't seen the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, but we are acknowledging her. And then Nomadlozi Nkosi, the MMC for Developmental Planning, Real Estate, our science expert, Dr. Derek Swartz, the NECI Chairperson, Mr. Tilson Manyoni, the NECI Council members present, the Acting Director General of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, Ms. Gugule Tuzwane, and the Acting Deputy Director General, Institutional Support and Planning, Ms. Zanele Ngwenya, who's responsible for this event. So if there's anything that you may be dissatisfied with, please don't call me. Zanele Ngwenya is the person to answer. and then DDGs, and all of you, ladies and gentlemen, you are our distinguished guests. Minister, we have tried to start before 9 at least. Maybe this will add to your list of exceptional engagements where we tried to stick to time, but we didn't. Colleagues, the program, I hope they shared with you. If not, I'll take you through it quickly. It's got 4 segments. It's the welcoming and opening the first morning, which we'll be receiving from the Premier, and a keynote address by the Minister. And then the second segment will involve 3 plenary panel discussions. The first one will focus on the transformation of knowledge for South Africa's future, which will be facilitated by Dr. Swartz. And then we will have refreshments, which would be followed by a second panel discussion on equity, diversity, and inclusion in the current and future research and innovation workforce, to be facilitated by Professor Musweta. And the third plenary panel discussion focusing on knowledge and science, technology, and innovation-driven industrialization and green development, which will be facilitated by Dr. Ozzy Franks. And then we'll invite you for lunch, which would be followed by 7 parallel sessions. The first one focusing on innovation and entrepreneurship. The second one on innovation for inclusive and sustainable development. The third focusing on science, technology, and innovation investment and incentive schemes. The fourth one, harnessing new and emerging technologies for the sustainable development of South Africa. The fifth, the role of science and economic diplomacy towards socio-economic development in South Africa, SADC, and the rest of the African continent. The sixth session will focus on the indigenous knowledge systems-based STI for transformation and inclusive development. And the last session will focus on youth and science, technology, and innovation. We will then offer refreshments and then allow people who may wish to go home, and then invite others to join us for gala dinner. And then tomorrow, we will continue with the parallel sessions where we'll expect them to finalize their discussions and recommendations. And then at 11, we will convene here to receive reports from various parallel sessions. And then the last session, the minister will make a declaration which will guide us as we move forward in the next or during the 7th administration term. Colleagues, this is the program that we hope to follow with your cooperation and support. So let me just check from Beach, if we have someone from Beechwood Hotel to give us, do we have anyone? Safety and security, all those things, if they are. But if they're not ready, I think if they get time, if we get time later on, we would invite them. Okay. They're not ready. Thanks, Sombis. So let me then welcome the NECI chairperson, Mr. Tilson Manyoni, to maybe chair, let me correct it. Let's welcome the Premier first. Jengobabu Sokai, the host, to welcome us. We nearly made a mistake by inviting someone. No, apologies, my side. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Program Director. I can see, together with the Minister, we have assigned me 2 tasks to be the executive mayor and as well to be the premier. So it's 2 in 1. I'll try, even though the MMC responsible for the city of Ekurhuleni, it's here.
Colleagues, apologies. We have just been reminded, Minister, and so apologies to the Premier, that please let us render the national anthem. I don't know who's gifted, but maybe we can try, Minister. Nkosi sikeleli Afrika. Izwa imithandazo yethu, Nkosi sikelela thina polwayo, murena bulunga sichama sa Yesu. Ufediswe dinchwa di manswenyewo, usibuluke sichamasa Yesu, sichamasa South Africa. Van ons efefe, editipten ans ons jem. Orans pertes, vatikranse an vorge. Seems to call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa. Thank you. Minister, we must apologize that the team was not able to prepare the AU anthem. So in future, we will also do it. Apologies, Premier, may I invite you back to... Oh, you are here? Oh, okay, please come.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Michael Serfontein. I'm the Health and Safety Manager for Birchwood Hotel in Awatambo Conference Center. I've got all my files here. My safety briefing normally takes about 45 minutes to get through, but I'll try to do it as quickly as possible for you. The reason for that is normally I have to try and explain what stage of load shedding we're on, but thank goodness that's been suspended, so it should take me about 5 minutes. All right. First of all, welcome to everybody to Birchwood Hotel and Awatambo Conference Center. We hope you have a fantastic time here with us today and tomorrow. I'm going to run through the safety briefing for our establishment. First of all our venues are non-smoking venues. If you do need to enjoy a cigarette, please make your way out of the doors behind you, through the Awatambo reception area into the courtyard where there are designated smoking areas for you to enjoy a cigarette. Our toilets are located in our foyer of Awatambo. So if you exit out the doors again, you'll turn to your right, and on your left-hand side in the corner is the males and females bathrooms, as well as a disabled toilet over there. We don't have any planned fire drills for today, so if you do hear a fire alarm going off, it will be an automatic fire alarm that will be set off with a siren and a strobe light outside. Please evacuate the center in an orderly fashion. I normally say the fastest runner win, but in this case, do it calmly. Attendants will show you the exit points and the evacuation points where you will all be gathered. So I've got 4 doors at the back of the center for emergency exits. I have got 2 in the front of the center, as well as a roller shutter door on your far left-hand side. And then the emergency evacuation point is if you exit through the courtyard, through the main reception to your left-hand side in the main parking is the evacuation point where you can await further instructions. We have got medics on site today for you. The medic room will be in Adelaide Tambo Memorial Hospital, Adelaide Tambo boardroom. If you go through the doors again, you'll turn to your right and the Adelaide Tambo will be right in front of you. In case of any load shedding or power outages from council side, my whole property runs on generators. I have nine of them on the property. There will be a total blackout of anything between 10 and 20 seconds for the generator to start up automatically and to change over to generator. Once power is restored from council, it will then take another 10 to 20 seconds of total blackout for the changeover to take place automatically. All right, any questions? Fantastic. Hope you have a fantastic day and thank you.
Thank you. Premier, please.
Thank you so much, Program Director, Dr. Mlungisi. Minister, Professor Platin Zimande. Thank you so much, Minister, for the invite. You don't know, I love this kind of thing, so it is as if I'm in a candy shop. So thank you so much. I really, really appreciate this. Mr. Manyoni, the chair, thank you so much, Mr. Manyoni, as well. Vice chancellors that are here, academic, business people, researchers, panelists, and delegates. Let me also acknowledge a member of the Mural Committee from here in Ekurhuleni, Umam Nomadlozi. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate that. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm told that Stone Age didn't end because that generation ran out of stones. It ended because new ideas were formulated. And today we are starting a new path, and I want to thank the minister, not only for convening these brains that are here, but for also inviting us to be part of this discussion and debate. On behalf of the Gauteng government, it is indeed my honor to welcome you to this inaugural National Systems of Innovation Transformation Summit. Minister, at one stage when I was the MEC for education in Gauteng, I had discussions with the deans of education in our province that are representing various universities here. And I said to them, we have this idea of making chalkboard and a duster history, so that we can install smart board in each and every classroom, give our children iPads or laptops, and give each and every school connectivity, and ensure that our education system is taken to the next level. And all the deans of education in our province looked at me and said, MEC Lisufi, we are not producing teachers for Gauteng, we're producing teachers for South Africa. So we can't just confine everyone to be on technology and exclude other provinces, which was a valid point. But it's an affirmation that as a province, Minister, we are more than committed to move this journey. We are part of this journey. We want to be part of it and want to be included in everything that we want to do. So if you need a lab of whatever idea that will be formulated out of this meeting, Gauteng is ready to be the lab. Practice with us. We will invest and walk this journey with you to ensure that you attend to the issues that you need to attend. So in a country such as ours, where for many decades, people were denied the access to science and technology with the singular aim of holding them down, it is absolutely crucial to ensure that the levers of science knowledge are as universally accessible as possible. It is widely acknowledged that through science and technologies, countries which were lagging behind can catch up with developed countries in a short space of time. This is the truth that the Gauteng government has been taken to heart. It is for this reason that we are encouraged by this inaugural summit, which reaffirms the strategic value of national systems of innovation. Within the context of both the National Development Plan and the 2019 White Paper on Science, Technology and Innovation, as a government policy, Gauteng has launched its own 4IR growth and digitalization strategy in 2021. We consider this intervention as a very important policy response to expand the role that this department can play in the reindustrialization, service delivery, and modernization of government services, amongst others. Minister, you are quite aware, during the State of the Province address, we identified 13 challenges that are facing people of Gauteng. Within that context, we have also requested various government institutions to come with some innovations and ideas that can assist us to ensure when it rains, our traffic lights don't stop functioning. And some of these innovations have started to roll in, and we want to thank institutions like CSIR and many other institutions that are working with us in this aspect. So the 5-year strategy of our Department of eGov is also to express or to expand our services within the provincial government. We want to let go of paper, Minister, and use technology to ensure that our people can get access to our services without going through the difficulties of information that is within the government databases. Minister, I hate this thing of people going to a police station to certify documents that we have custodian of those documents. We are now introducing a new system that will ensure everyone that has a document that is within government, they don't have to have photocopies. We just need their ID number and we'll produce those documents free of charge for them. This will make things easier for people in our hospitals when they are sick, that they don't have to fill lengthy documents, or those that are using our schools so that they can apply for their children. This is innovation that we want to emphasize and support through our Department of eGov so that we can provide the necessary seamless services to all our clients in our province. In view of these considerations, the Gauteng provincial government has also charged the Department of eGov with a mandate to modernize government services through broadband infrastructure, connectivity, and digitalization of government services to stimulate economic growth and creation of employment. Minister, we've now introduced what we call an Uber-like services, where those that are picking their medication at our hospitals every month, they don't have to visit our hospitals. We have a service where we deliver their medication closer to where they stay so that we don't have long queues in our hospital. This is kind of innovations that we have put up as a Gauteng government as we transit to a new modernized way of rendering services to our people. And the key drivers and outputs of this province is to ensure continuous digital innovation and industry stimulation by empowering young people in particular. We have now changed our schools and categorized them, Minister, to be schools of specialization. Gone are the days that each and every school is offering the same thing. We have categorized 34 schools as schools of specialization, and one kind of that school, Minister, is a school of specialization in engineering that is in Soshanguve, where we have partnered with the automobile industry, where children in that school, while they're still in grade 10, grade 11, and grade 12, are taught how to put an engine of a motor vehicle, fix it, and how also to drive that motor vehicle. And one company, big company, I don't want to promote them, but I want to thank them. Every new car that they bring in our country, it starts at that school first, and they teach our children first before it can go into the market. This is the kind of investment that we are putting in our province. We might not have an ocean like Cape Town or Durban, Minister, but you also have a school that specializes in the green economy. This is the school, together with the army, that we are teaching our children on the life of green economy in some of the oceans that we have in our province. We also have a school of engineering, and thanks to SAA, where they've donated an engine of a 747, and it's in the premises of our school, and during playtime, they no longer play the ghetto, they unpack the engine, and when they have to go back to class, they bring back the engine so that they can play with the engine. This is the kind of investment we really believe will assist us to take our province forward. So modernization is our play game. Digitization is the way to go. And therefore, we are quite excited that our school environment is starting to take shape and to support this kind of initiatives. Out of the 34 schools of specialization, Minister, none of these schools have performed less than 80% in their matric results. An indication that you give them the right information, our children will fly with creativity. We are quite excited. Some of our schools of specialization, the top students have been picked up by various countries as they modernize as well, and they believe they can then take up the creativity that we have introduced in our schools. So the Gauteng Innovation Strategy begins by explicitly recognizing the importance which must be attached to socially orientated innovations. At the same time, recognizing that communities themselves are the source of innovation as well as individuals. Our role is to give them support and to partner with institutions that agree with us. Minister, through CSIR, we had a problem of unclaimed bodies in our mortuaries. You know, everyone comes to Gauteng for opportunities, and when they pass on, they don't even have the necessary identity so that we can notify their next of kin. Now we've introduced this new system in all our hospitals and all our mortuaries. Even if you have passed on, we just put your finger in this system that has been introduced by CSIR. We will immediately know your family member and notify them that unfortunately you have passed on. This has reduced the number of unclaimed bodies in our morgues and in some of our hospitals. The only problem is those that we don't know where they come from outside the boundaries of our country. Hopefully, we'll persuade their countries to also open up their database. In brief, Minister, we are here to take part in this summit purely because we believe this is the future. The future is modernization, and the future is digitization, and the future will only happen when we work together. So if you need a partner and you need a friend in government to take this mandate forward, know that Gauteng is ready to work with you. With this brief word, welcome home, and thanks for inviting me to be part of this session. Truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Premier. I'm sure that the team that's recording took notes of some key developments that we have cited. May I now invite Mr. Tilson Manyoni to quickly share the purpose of the summit.
Program Director, Dr. Klele, Honorable Minister of Science, Innovation and Technology, Professor Nzimande, Honorable Premier of the Gauteng Province, Mr. Lesufi, Deputy Minister of Science, Innovation and Technology, Ms. Trina in absentia, MEC for Development and Planning Roleni, Nomadlozi Nkosi, Acting Director General for Department of Science, Innovation and Technology, Ms. Gugule Tuzwane, NAGI Council members, Executive Management of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, and esteemed members of business, academia, and the business community. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and an honor to welcome all of you to this inaugural Science, Technology, and Innovation Transformation Summit. On the 29th August 2024, the Honorable Minister, Professor Nzimande, called upon the National Azari Council on Innovation, NACI, to convene a summit to discuss transformation within the South African National Systems of Innovation, NSI. Professor Nzimande said the summit should bring together stakeholders to address the remaining barriers to achieve a fully transformed innovation summit. This transformation summit takes place against this background. Our gathering over the next 2 days will serve as a much needed dialogue because we as a country appreciate that science, technology, and innovation, STI, are catalysts for achieving economic growth and a fully inclusive society. The 2019 white paper on STI recognizes that inclusivity, transformation, partnerships are the core dependencies to achieving a policy coherence. Meanwhile, the 2022 Decade Plan for STI aims to develop our nation's innovations capability in an inclusive and forward-thinking manner. In this respect, as we deliberate, we need to keep the following questions in mind. 1, why has the post-apartheid national system of innovation transformation not yielded the desired outcomes? What does a national system of innovation looks like that contribute to social equity, knowledge equity, cultural and intellectual development, and of course, socio-economic development needs? I ask you to take these questions seriously. Imagine in your lives, in your work, if we had a truly transformed and a strong national system of innovation, how would it affect all of us? To answer these questions, here are a few things that we must consider together in the summit. What are the gaps, challenges, opportunities to achieving this NSI? And what is your role? And what are opportunities for all? How do we build strong relationships among NSI stakeholders? No one can build or maintain NSI alone. We need partnerships. We need trusting relationships to achieve it. If each of us answers these questions to ourselves and put the energy together here in the summit, we'll be able to take decisive steps to achieve a transformed NSI, capable of better serving science, society, the economy, and environment. With this context in mind, ladies and gentlemen, our themes for the next 2 days are as follows: to empower South Africans through transformative education, research, and innovation; to transform the national system of innovation to deepen, accelerate knowledge, innovation, inclusivity, sustainable social economic development. Honorable Minister Professor Nzimande, it is no coincidence that the city of Ugurin is a host for this inaugural Transformation Summit. This city is a resting home for 2 iconic figures who had a passion for development of our country, Oliver Tambo and Chris Hani. Both believed in a transformed and an inclusive South African society and the upliftment of the working class. This city is an important manufacturing center. It has been described as a workshop of the country. Therefore, it's a good place to locate the discussion regarding reindustrialization and localization through innovation. This is a home of the newly proposed University of Science and Innovation, which will usher a new era in our country in terms of promoting STEM's development, skills, and economic benefit. The city presents the perfect case study to continue revitalizing our CBDs, our townships, through science, technology, and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, we must draw inspiration from the above reasons to make this inaugural summit robust and impactful. This summit must, at its core, grapple with the question of the strategic role of science, technology, and innovation to deliver practical solutions to promote industrial, township, and rural innovation. The overall purpose is to improve our communities, to make meaningful contribution to economic development of our country. Honorable Minister Professor Nzimande, as I conclude, I sincerely hope that this summit will be historical and that in years to come, participants will remember that this summit where 3 fundamental proposals were adopted. Firstly, the first proposal, enter an STI transition state. This summit should be the catalyst towards a transition state where we replace the old playbook, the old ways of doing things with the new playbook. Propose new ways of doing things. We should no longer be debating the rationale of transforming the national system of innovation. Rather, we should focus our energy on building robust transformation processes and systems and ensuring that transformation dividends are achieved. We should develop mechanisms to sustain the gains of the last 30 years and create pathways for new entries to the national system of innovation. We should create a pipeline of talent and skills that will take us to the next 30 years and accelerate the NSI transformation objective. Secondly, this summit should fully endorse the construction of the University of Gurleni as a new center for science and innovation development in our country. The Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation should be the catalyst for mobilizing the necessary resources, capabilities, and capacity through its entities, CSIR, TIA, NRF, and other relevant structures to ensure that we build a world-class science and innovation university. I'm just warming up. This university should serve as a source of inspiration for those who seek to pursue STI as their field of study, as a choice of career, and assist the country to position STEM domain at the center for economic growth strategy. As a department minister, we must not only support the building of the university, but also ensure that this university can create future STI professionals, entrepreneurs who can compete globally and fulfill the aspirations of an African research foundation which will promote African innovation development. This is something that government can't do alone. It requires partnership. Therefore, Honorable Minister, this university should be anchored by a state-of-the-art science innovation park, which will be dedicated area designed to foster collaboration between business and research institution. It will be the home for science, technology, engineering startup, and allow us to build an integrated science business economy. The Science and Innovation Park should be a public-private partnership between the department, the city, and the business community, and should serve as a pilot project for future collaboration around the country. Thirdly, and lastly, the summit should mandate key stakeholders to draft a science, technology, and innovation transformation charter. The charter must outline our aspirations, our approach, our commitment to develop and promote a national system of innovation that is inclusive and serve the interest of society as a whole. More importantly, it must empower us to make bold and visionary choices to create an SI that will inspire next generation to be productive members of society and to own the means of STI production and drive industrial innovation in our country. Honorable Minister, Professor Nzimande, we must commit to return to this iconic location in 2026 to present to the stakeholders the adoption of the Transformation Charter, to reaffirm our commitment to implement the outcomes of this summit and its resolutions. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of NACI, we hope that your participation in this summit will produce transformative outcomes and resolutions that will form the basis of an inclusive, vibrant, forward-looking national system of innovation that is needed to create jobs, drive economic growth, and industrial innovation. I thank you, and let's have a wonderful, productive summit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Now that we have been welcomed by the Premier and the Chairperson of NECI, it is now my pleasure to invite the Minister, Professor Blaine Nzimande, to give us a keynote address. Welcome, Minister.
I need this now. You see, I'm battling with this because my special advisor says, as Minister of Science, you must throw away the paper and use the iPad. So I'm battling now. So I've decided to take it away from my typewriter, as I call it. Program Director and CEO of NACI, Dr. Mlungi Sicele. I'll have to apologize first. I've got some flu. Premier of Gauteng, Mr. Panyaza Nasespan Lesufi. Our Deputy Minister, by the way, I should apologize for her. There is a terrible clash today. There is a South Africa EU summit this afternoon, which is a very important gathering, but it unfortunately clashed with this, but I released her to go and represent us there. It's co-chaired by the President of the EU and our own President, Ramaphosa. And as you know, Premier, these engagements these days are very important in part of some very serious geopolitical developments, you know. Let me also greet the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation, Ms. Tsakane Chiviti, Councillor Nomadlozi Nkosi, MMC, Eneoruleni Metro, Mr. Tilson Manyoni, chairperson of the National Advisory Council of Innovation, Professor Ibo Mandaza, the chair of SAPES, from Zimbabwe, Southern African Political Economy Series, who is here as both a participant and as a special guest. Dr. Derek Swartz, our science expert in my office. Ms. Mavuso, the CEO of Business Leadership in South Africa. Heads of public entities, senior government officials, heads of our science institutions, heads of our academic institutions. I can't mention all of you. I see a number of vice chancellors. You are most welcome. Other leaders of business who are here, leaders of organized labor, distinguished guest speakers, academics and researchers, students and our youth formations who are represented here, esteemed guests, good morning. Let me start by expressing my gratitude to all of you for attending this important and historic inaugural summit on the transformation of our country's national system of innovation. I really do appreciate the fact that all of you are here. I might not have mentioned you by name, but I really do and honestly appreciate this. I also see Mr. Andile Ngaba, who is the former DG of the Department of Communications. In a matter of weeks after I was appointed as Minister of Science in the previous administration, he came to me and said, I've just come to you to talk about one thing and one thing only. Apart from congratulating you for being Minister of Science, you must know that if you don't prioritize artificial intelligence, we are all in trouble as a country. I've taken that mandate very seriously, and what I'm doing today, though it's not just on AI, but it's part of pulling together this community to say what are our priorities and how do we position our national system of innovation to grow and develop our country. And you were right, because also the simplest way I define science is that the purpose of science is to seek solutions to all the problems facing humanity. And of course, with artificial intelligence, I was attending the World Government Summit in Dubai. The minister who was the main host of that event said something very interesting, perhaps which underlines your point, Andile, that the changes that are going to happen over the next 25 years technologically are going to be 10 times, if not 20 times more of technological developments in the last 25 years. And in fact said, some of the things that are going to take place are likely to even overtake the whole of humanity's inventions and technological developments. Let me also put a special word of welcome to those who are joining us remotely and from other parts of the world. We are hosting this inaugural summit during a very exciting but also challenging time for us as a country, when South Africa is the G20 president, against the backdrop of major shifts and tension points in the global economic and technological environment. Colleagues, we are meeting at a time when the world is being battered by a series of convergent crises of neoliberal economic globalization, ecological sustainability, and social reproduction of inequalities, which all of these collectively and cumulatively registers all the hallmark of a generalized global planetary crisis, what the Secretary General of the United Nations has called a polycrisis. The roots of the crisis are to be found in the destructive impact of dominant forms of economic growth on Earth's life-supporting systems, which are being pushed to a set of critical tipping points. Runaway global warming, destruction of whole ecosystems, loss of biodiversity, acidification of world's oceans. I'm sure also the Gauteng Ocean is already acidified. That's why we don't see it. And unprecedented levels of global social inequality. These are the realities we've got to face, because that's where we are. Whilst we accept that natural factors drive climate change, the human impact on our planet's future sustainability is also an undeniable reality. At the same time, major advances in science and technology have been transforming many aspects of the global economy and bringing with it huge disruptions in labor markets, production and consumption of goods and services across entire economies. An example being the fourth industrial revolution, which is characterized by the blurring of boundaries between the physical, biological, and digital worlds, and infusing technologies such as artificial intelligence, which I've spoken about briefly, automation, robotics, blockchain, and machine deep learning tools into the process of capital accumulation and surplus extraction. Whilst no section of society will be left unscathed, the worst effects of these disruptive changes are being felt, unfortunately, more acutely by the most marginalized section of society, particularly the working classes and the poor of the global South. It is often argued that technology is a great equalizer that allows us to leapfrog from poverty, and the digital world is a new democracy. None of these claims by themselves are necessarily true in themselves. Why do I say this? My view is that technologies are extensions of social relations in societies and can only be properly understood in the context of such relations. There is therefore nothing inherently democratic or equalizing about any technology. For it to serve such ends, technology, we must consciously and deliberately direct and steer these instruments to drive social justice, equal and inclusive outcomes. Similarly, we must bear in mind that almost all technologies have dual use purposes. They can be harnessed to perpetuate relations of exploitation, neocolonialism and imperialism, as some of us normally say, as was the case in our recent past, or they can be used as instruments of social emancipation, which is what I hope we will focus on in this summit, amongst other things. It is for this reason that the early 21st century has sharpened a central paradox in human history. At a time of great scientific and technological breakthroughs, we are also witnessing the highest level of social inequalities on a global scale, including a live, real-time genocide in Gaza that is AI facilitated. How could this be that we have got this? It's a contradiction in many instances. Massive, positive technological advances, but at the same time, some of these things, in fact, what is happening in Gaza, as far as I'm concerned, can only be described as barbarism. In this connection, Angel Gurria argued that many people, and I quote, feel left behind, excluded, and treated as unimportant. Many people live precarious lives or have already fallen through the cracks of society into poverty and unemployment. They feel at the mercy of big impersonal forces of globalization, technological change, large corporations, and financial institutions. Public trust towards STI is important to the responsible development of advanced and emerging technologies, as illustrated by ongoing discussions around gene drive or artificial intelligence, AI, unquote. By the way, another big struggle that we face today is to create governments and governance that is based on science and scientific observations and not common sense. And not common sense. Today we are hearing something new, that you can run a country like the United States through common sense. Now, given these growing levels of social anxiety, in 2023, the United Nations adopted an important resolution proclaiming the period 2024 to 2033 as the International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development, and directed UNESCO, its primary organ responsible for science, amongst other things, to play a leading role in promoting scientific literacy, open and basic sciences, human rights, and harnessing the power of national systems of innovation to better serve society. We couldn't have held then this summit at the right time, given this resolution of the United Nations. More recently, the heads of state and governments adopted what is called the United Nations Pact for the Future, Global Digital Compact, and Declaration on Future Generations, with several actions. This pact allocated a central role to science, technology, and innovation. Action 28 of this pact, which focuses on science, technology, and innovation, and digital cooperation, states the following. Allow me to quote a little bit liberally from this. I quote, "We will seize the opportunities presented by science, technology, and innovation for the benefit of people and the planet. We will be guided by the principles of equity and solidarity and promote the responsible and ethical use of science, technology, and innovation." It continues to say, "We decide to foster and promote an open, fair, and inclusive environment for scientific and technological development and cooperation worldwide, including through actively building trust in science and global collaboration on innovation. Increase the use of science, scientific knowledge, and scientific evidence in policy making, and ensure that complex global challenges are addressed through interdisciplinary collaboration, not through common sense." That's my addition. I continue to quote from this. "Encourage talent mobility and circulation, including through educational programs, and support developing countries to retain talent and prevent a brain drain while providing suitable educational and working conditions and opportunities for the workforce," unquote. There's the United Nations, the heads of state. Further, the heads of states and government committed to scale up the means of implementation to developing countries to strengthen their science, technology, and innovation capacities. The question for us, how then do we take this agenda forward here in South Africa and in the African continent in particular? Yet today, we are witnessing a resurgence of nationalistic and right-wing forces in various parts of the world, creating new barriers and threats to the vision of a more equal and inclusive world as envisaged by the United Nations. Amongst these are those who are seeking to actively support those from within our country who are still yearning for the apartheid era and seeking to undermine all interventions aimed at transforming South Africa into a truly non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous nation with an inclusive economy. They're going all over, mainly in the United States. There are some very nice jokes on social media now about this, which I won't go into. I don't have time for that. Now, our South African context, our government has long been committed to harnessing South Africa's scientific capabilities in a manner that both addresses our national development imperatives, but also contributes to the building of a more just and equal world. It's therefore important that we ensure that the process of building and shaping our national system of innovation is founded on a sound understanding of our own historical and developmental context. Historically, the racist white minority regime used the public science system to advance its oppressive agenda of entrenching white power and excluding the black majority from opportunities, which included being this majority excluded from acquiring the necessary technical and scientific education that will empower them to engage in high-level science, technology, innovation, and commerce. One of the challenges we are facing as this government, and we are part of this effort, for instance, of ensuring production of more learners from school with maths and science. But there is still huge fear of maths and science in our country, especially in black communities. Even today, the Verwoerdian legacy. Black people can't study mathematics and science because they won't need it, because we only need them as labor. That's a reality that we've been dealing with as an MEC. Now, this resulted in, amongst other things, a distorted distribution of critical skills and knowledge, mainly along racial, class, gender, and spatial lines, and the systematic exclusion of the majority, as I have said. Now, people, when we raise this, they say, yeah, it's 30 years, though, we've had a democratic government. Yes, as I will highlight, we have made a lot of progress, but we can't really hope that the entirety of the legacy of where we come from has entirely and completely been dealt with. So that's the reality that we face. Therefore, recognizing the root causes and primary contradictions of our contemporary conjuncture is critical for the project of achieving transformative national development. Again, the Secretary General of the US, Mr. Guterres, say, I quote, "Our world becomes more unsustainable, unequal, and unpredictable. Conflicts are raging, the climate crisis is accelerating, inequalities are growing, and new technologies have unprecedented potential for good and bad." Indeed, by the way, in our own continent now, our ambassador to the AU and Ethiopia was telling me that since the establishment of the AU, the continent has never been in such a bad situation as it is now. A number of countries are outside the AU. There is another genocide taking place in Sudan. There is this war in the east of the DRC, unfortunately supported by Rwanda. And of course, its causes are multifaceted. And this is actually not taking our continent forward. That is why, therefore, I want to move to say this now. How do we then, in the light of all these challenges, build an inclusive, agile, and responsive national system of innovation? Over the last 30 years as a country, we have sought to build an NSI that is inclusive and able to unlock the capabilities of all South Africans as agents of social transformation and economic development. To do this, we have created a number of policies, which, by the way, we are free to critically reflect upon at this summit. This includes the 1996 White Paper on Science and Technology, the 1998 National Research and Technology Audit, the National Research and Technology Foresight Project done by NACI under the leadership of Dr. Swarthier, and other initiatives. In 2004, we created a standalone Department of Science and Technology. Before, it was Arts, Culture, Science and Technology. And in 2019, we produced a second white paper on science, technology and innovation, and what we now call our 10-year decadal plan, 2022 to 2032. Under the Department of Science and Technology then, which is now Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, we have also expanded the size of our National System of Innovation by creating the National Advisory Council, which is hosting this gathering on innovation, the National Advisory Council on Innovation, the Association of Science of South Africa, ASAF, the Technology Innovation Agency, which is primarily aimed at funding startups. There is the chairperson who is here. The National Intellectual Property Management Office, which is another entity that we've created, and the South African National Space Agency. We're reporting in Parliament yesterday on intellectual property, raising concerns also that one of the things we have to do is to close the leakage of intellectual property, both in our country and in the African continent. I've been told, as part of my induction as Minister of Science, that South Africa is in the top 5 of the most biodiverse countries in the world. But at the same time, we've only studied 5% of our plant species in this country. We haven't studied 95%, and what is it that we can actually find there? It's the same as the continent, and a lot of our technology and IP in the continent is being stolen, literally, if we are actually going to speak the truth. Remember, at some stage, someone was wanting to patent rooibos tea in the United States. And even Bafana, by the way. So, these interventions that we have made, we believe, lay a strong basis for breaking away from the apartheid science and technology system and hopefully build one of the most capable national systems of innovation on the African continent. But we still have some weaknesses in our national system of innovation, and we are most welcome to further identify those, explain the reasons, but not stop there and say what is to be done. That's why partly we have convened this, as the chairperson of NACI and the CEO have already said. Now, one of the tasks we have is to expand science, technology, and innovation, human resources, and expansion of research capacity. I'm very pleased you haven't written human capital in my draft. I don't quite like that. I just can't even come to terms with the fact that human beings can be capital. Well, it's my own mental blockage. Premier. The 2023 STI report shows that the participation of black people and women at the highest level, for example, as professors, remains too low. Despite the increasing representation of both African and female permanent academic staff at our public universities, with their share rising from 27.82% in 2011 to 37.51% in 2020, the demographic composition of professors in our country remains unbalanced. This has not just been counting, by the way, as some people say. It's important that women are active participants, not merely as majority of society, but also women bring particular talent. My male colleagues may not like this. They can multitask, which most men can't do. While there are now more female professors, those numbers are disproportionately white. This is not an anti-white statement, it's a fact. The report also shows that while student enrollment at universities has grown, the number of academics has not proportionately increased. Unless the system expands at a higher rate than natural attrition, there will be slow growth in the intake of the next generation of black and of female academics. The proportion of staff over 60 years of age, both men and women, increased from 7.3% in 2011 to 10.4% in 2020. Not a bad thing. I'm one of those who believe that academics should not retire for as long as their mind is functional. By the way, although we've got to cater for younger intake. This trend implies that public universities will lose about 10% of permanent staff, if this is the age of our academics, with doctoral qualifications due to retirement within the next 5 years. Furthermore, the proportion of staff aged 20 to 29 declined from 7.9% in 2011 to 5.8% in 2020. This is red flags. I don't know why people use red for something bad, you know. Maybe we should say this is blue flag or something like that. Although there is an increase in the proportion of staff aged between 30 and 39, this increase is lower than that of staff aged over 60. Both good to keep academics, but also it's got this maybe unintended consequence. The percentage of staff in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields has remained consistent over time. That's one big threat to our national system of innovation. In 2010, the proportion of STEM staff among all staff was 51.5%, which rose slightly to 51.9% in 2021. This finding is on reflection not surprising. South African academics, once appointed on a permanent basis, cannot easily be replaced. Given that the typical academic career is around 40 years, Professor Rasigan, universities have often been compared to large tankers which change courses slowly and with difficulty. In a world now that requires agility. Now, the other matter that I want to touch on is the declining gross investment in research and development. South Africa's research and development intensity measured by gross expenditure on R&D as a percentage of our GDP stood at 0.61% in 2019, which is below the global average. A significant factor contributing to this is the decline in business research and development expenditure. Which dropped from minus 3.5% in 2012 to minus 10.8% in 2021. However, a notable turnaround occurred in 2021-2022 with a 26.4% increase in business R&D expenditure. That's why we are pleased business representatives are here, because we all have to engage on this. This surge was driven by public investments in key research fields, we must be clear though, including information and communications technologies, medical and health sciences, and material science. Investment in manufacturing, financial intermediation, real estate, and business services also contributed to the overall growth. While this trend indicates a positive shift in R&D investments across various economic sectors, the sustainability of these investments remains to be seen. Part of the engagement here should be about how do we sustain and grow this. Patent activity. International patent applications from South Africa declined by 40% between 2013 and 2022, potentially hindering the country's economic growth, competitiveness, and ability to attract foreign investment. Implementing policies that incentivize research and streamline patent processes can help drive innovation and increase patenting activity in our country. Another challenge is diminishing venture capital investment. Let me not go into any more detail by this, but just to do an intra-African comparison, not for purposes of mad competition. But our country's share of African venture capital deals decreased to 14% in 2022, surpassed by Nigeria's 22%, for instance. This suggests a need for increased investment and support for startups and innovation in other provinces to drive economic growth and competitiveness beyond just the Western Cape and Gauteng. Premier, we are very pleased that you're passionate about STI. Your province is doing well. It needs to do even better. But we do need to spread innovation to other provinces as well. Even most of our rural provinces, by the way. Because we need innovation in tons in the light of climate change and its implications for agriculture, which has got urban implications, by the way. Now, what are some of the structural factors in the wider political economy? South Africa's socio-economic crisis is both a cause and a result of the low investment in research, development, and innovation activities. With less money available for investment, the potential of STI to make a socio-economic contribution to the country is constrained. South Africa has a 62.6% poverty rate, a 61.5% youth unemployment rate, and a Gini coefficient of 0.66. Addressing these challenges requires fresh thinking, new approaches and innovation strategies if we are to succeed in steering the NSI out of rocky waters. It will require new forms of collaboration and sharing of scarce resources to amplify impact. And it will require greater linkages across the public and the private sectors. It will require our national system of innovation to forge linkages across the wider continent, particularly within the SADC region, the African continent, as well as within emerging alliances such as BRICS. Now, as I move towards ending, before you get bored with me, our 2019 white paper on science, technology, and innovation identifies inclusivity, transformation, and partnerships as core themes, and proposes a range of actions to address policy coherence, the development of human resources, knowledge expansion, innovation, and increased investment. Our decadal plan seeks to, I quote it, address the need to develop South Africa's innovation capacity, build and transform STI human resources, strengthen and transform the research enterprise, and expand partnerships and linkages through science diplomacy, unquote. And we need tons of science diplomacy in this current world. Not just deals. but tons of science diplomacy. We view, therefore, the convening of this summit as contributing to all these United Nations commitments and our own commitments and other African. By the way, the African continent, through the AU heads of state, now in February last month, adopted a second iteration of what is known as STISA, Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy for Africa 2034. It's important also that we seek to drive that. Now, arising from this, what are our expectations from this summit? I've mentioned some of them as I was presenting this address. We say, firstly, this summit must address two fundamental questions. Some of them already mentioned by the chair. Why has the post-apartheid national system of innovation transformation not yet yielded what we want? By the way, Professor Mandaza, I'm reading a very interesting book by Eddie Maloka calling for a second republic in South Africa, saying that the first republic has exhausted itself. It's very interesting, by the way, that also Zimbabwe almost became part of a greater South Africa in the early 20th century. That was the plan, according to the Act of the Union of South Africa. The other question was, what practical steps can we take to deepen and accelerate the transformation of our national system of innovation to better serve governments, education, society, economy, and the planet? I'm talking about governance in a broader sense of governance in this country. In deliberating on the theme of the summit, I would like to urge you to critically reflect on the transformation of the NSI along a number of dimensions. I just thought I needed to say this. What are the dimensions of transformation? First, transformation and social inclusion, including people with disabilities. We are not doing as well as we should here. I'm told the statistics of people with disabilities in South Africa, I don't know how current is this, is 4 million South Africans. That's not a small number. Also, secondly, it's Africanization and indigenous knowledge in the national system of innovation. Highlighting also the role of grassroots innovation and grassroots community networks. Our philosophy as the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation is that yes, you will have innovation from the highest levels. Our universities, our science entities, we need that. But also there is innovation at grassroots level that we also need to support. Thirdly, what is the political economy of science and technology in South Africa? Its potential, obstacles, challenges, and so on. The other challenge of transformation is increasing public trust in the role of science. COVID-19, we learned, Premier, that quite a number of our people didn't believe in vaccination. Some of them even describe vaccination as poison. So the issue of trust in science is very important as part of this transformation that we are talking about. Also, social transformation within the national system of innovation itself. Who are the key players? Who are the participants? Cultural transformation within the NSI. It's very interesting in the current geopolitics now that we might be seeing the end of unilateral global dominance in the world, and there is serious multilateralism that is emerging. I'm told, by the way, that the sale of Mercedes-Benz, you didn't mention these companies, in South Africa has declined 10 years ago, 8 years ago, from 60 something percent in terms of their sales to less than 20%, far less than 20%. The Chinese cars actually in South Africa are taking over. That in itself is a signal of the changing balance of forces in the world. Where are we located as South Africa? Where is South Africa's science, technology, and innovation in this geopolitical situation that we are facing and the changing dynamics? Is it still wise to say we nail our mast to Europe and North America instead of saying we need to diversify our relationships to also incorporate relations with emerging powers like in Asia, and also strengthen our own relationships in our own continent, making use of the new, for instance, African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Another key transformation dimension, our national system of innovation and the Africa and Global South agenda, and of course the new geopolitical challenges. Now, finally, we recently adopted a new mantra in our department and say, our mantra is that one of the key challenges facing our department now, we believe this mantra is relevant beyond just our department, is that the task we have is to place science, technology, and innovation at the center of education, government, society, and industry. Why do we emphasize government? We exercise government because we take it for granted that new technologies are acceptable in government. They are not. The example we have made, Premier, is the best example. I normally take it forward. If you apply to be chief director in the Department of Higher Education and Training, you go and queue in a police station to certify your certificates, to go and prove that you have your BA honors degree to a department that is having that information. The information is in the Department of Higher Education and Training. But if you apply there, you need paper, go and queue, certify, and when you apply again, they say, no, your certified copies are older than 3 months. So government itself is a priority. We are glad that the President announced in the State of the Nation address that digitalization of government is a priority. Because that's critical. Of course, the corrupt, they don't want digitalization. They want manual, because it's easy to steal. Files can disappear, we know, without telling what happened where and so on. Our mantra also, this one, moves from the premise that no country can hope to achieve its core development goals without making a meaningful investment in its science, technology, and innovation capabilities. Some of my colleagues, they tease me, pull my leg, and say, yeah, since you became Minister of Science, you comment on everything, including on all our portfolios. What gives you the right to say that? And I answer them simply. Each of your portfolios have science and also need science. Whether it's minerals, whether it's Department of Public Service Administration, whether it's the Premier's office in Gauteng, we need that. This mantra also arises out of the realization that while many of our public science institutions are doing remarkable work, as a system we are not communicating with and engaging the public sufficiently about the remarkable work, some of which that we are doing, including yourselves. There is lots of good work that we are doing, but we feel we are not doing enough to actually publicize that work. And it's going to be more important. By the way, we also have another task, please, to attract those scientists who are being rejected in other parts of the world. Some are becoming literally unemployed. We need some kind of strategy to see if we can reverse the brain drain and attract them to our continent and to our country. There is an opportunity, actually. That's the contradiction of hegemonic global politics. We also expect this summit to adopt a declaration that will not only serve as a pact for action, but also as a reference to assess progress on the implementation of the recommendations of the summit, say over the next 10 years. A commitment from all of us to say, these are the things we think should happen, and hopefully as wide consensus as possible, and then we seek to drive with. With these words, which are not few, I'm sorry if I've taken long, but don't just blame me. Blame my advisors, my office. They said, Minister, it's important that you raise all these things. Once again, thank you very much to all of you for responding to our invitation, including those who have joined virtually. I honestly and truly wish you a productive summit, and looking forward to the outcomes of the deliberations here. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Minister. Siyabonga mphephethu uyihlaba esikhonkosini. Colleagues, I think let me just allow the MMC, who has been requested by the executive mayor, to say a few words, if she's ready. And then our science expert should start warming up, because immediately after the MMC, the science expert and his team will be invited. MMC, over to you.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, everyone. Minister, firstly, as the city of Ekurhuleni, we appreciate this gesture where you decided that you need to hold this summit here in the city of peace, which is the city of Ekurhuleni. And we appreciate that, Minister, and your team. Program Director and the, which is the CEO of National Advisory Council, Babu Qele, Ntate Tim Manyoni, Chairperson of NACI, our Premier in his absentia, and our very innovative Minister, Ntate Uplate Nzimande. As the city of Ekurhuleni, the city of peace, want to thank you, Minister, for this pivotal National System of Innovation Transformation Summit. I'm deeply honored to address you on a subject that is paramount to the progress of our nation. The indispensable role of technology. Technological advances profoundly shape modern society, serving a catalyst for innovation and progress across diverse sectors. From the communication and healthcare to educational and governance. Its pervasive influence streamlines processes, enhances efficiency, and expands access to information. Consequently, Minister, responsible development and ethical deployment of technology are crucial to mitigating potential risk and maximizing its benefit for the collective good. As the Premier would have welcomed you in the city of Ekurhuleni, a city that is vibrant metropolis with a population of about 4.2 million people who understand firsthand the transformative power of technology. We are a city striving to build a brighter future for all its residents. Minister, the proposed Ekurhuleni University of Science and Innovation is a crucial component of this broader strategy. It was first championed during the 2016-2021 period and further emphasized by our own President, Untate Cyril Ramaphosa, in his 2020 State of the Nation address. The university aims to provide cutting edge of education and training in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields. This institution will act as a hub for cultivating the next generation of innovators, researchers, and also leaders. By focusing on STEM education, the university will ensure that Ekurhuleni remains competitive in the global technological landscape, equipped with a workforce skilled in areas vital for future growth. We believe this investment is crucial in fostering a culture of innovation and empowering our citizens to participate actively in the digital economy. Furthermore, Ekurhuleni's strategic position as a home to the largest airport in Africa and the largest industrial area in the country provides a unique platform for leveraging technology to drive economic growth and improve service delivery. Our vision is to transform Ekurhuleni into a truly smart city, one that seemingly integrates technology into every aspect of urban life. This includes implementing smart infrastructure for efficient energy management, utilizing data analysts to optimize public transportation, and employing digital platforms to enhance citizens' engagement and participation in local government. We envision a city where access to information is readily available, where citizens can access services online, and where technology empowers communities to solve local challenges. The potential for technology to streamline processes, to reduce costs, and improve quality of services is immense. By embracing innovation and fostering collaboration between government, industry, and fostering collaboration between government, industry, and academia, we can unlock this potential and create a more inclusive, prosperous, and sustainable future for all. I thank you.
Thank you very much. You have also helped us to transform our panel, so that it's not a, so Minister, I've now got some notes from women in the house. And I hope VCs who are sitting here, they did hear part of the Minister's message, that those of us who are approaching 60 should be considered for deployment at universities as part of that. So people are shocked with my interpretation of Minister's speech. Colleagues, may I then say this thing, that all the speeches from the Premier, the Minister, the Chairperson, the Executive Director have crafted a framework within which to then engage from the first panel that Dr. Swartz will chair. And then let us use that framework to build, and as the Minister said, to also begin to critique some elements of the system. And then, so let us give a round of applause to the Minister and the panel as they exit the podium, and then invite, while inviting the next panel. Thank you very much, Minister. So let me invite the facilitator, Derek Swartz, and the following panelists, Professor Zebulon Vlagazi, Professor Muronga, Professor Motala, if you're here, and Dr. Ngaba. And then if there is a representative from Labour, please join the next panel. Thank you.
Can I ask the panelists just to come up? Who's Zebulon? Good morning, colleagues. My name is Derek Swartz, and I have been assigned to be the facilitator of this session. We have about an hour, and so we'll have to try to use our time as productively and economically as possible, but I would also like to suggest if we can structure this hour in such a way that we give the panelists about 8 minutes for they, sort of put the sort of like key issues on the table, and then I want to open it up for dialogue from the audience, and maybe to pose questions, raise issues, and so on. And the topic that we're focusing on, we're breaking down what is essentially a multidimensional concept or a construct, transformation, that works at multiple levels and multiple dimensions in a system that is constantly in transition. And anything in nature is, of course, always in the process of entropy, as you know. Physics, yes, Azundini is here as well, yeah. So in fact, we're going to have to be even more economic with our time. The focus here is on knowledge production and the transformations that are required to face up to the major challenges that the Minister described in his magisterial strategic and intellectual framework. And we want to look at this looking back to the last 30 years, retrospectively. What can we learn from our great achievements, and where are the weaknesses and failures, the promises that we've made to ourselves about the transformation in the intellectual structures of knowledge production and the instrumentalization of knowledge, how we use knowledge to change the world that we have described in the Minister's speech. But we don't want to get stuck in the past. We want to then look at the future challenges, contemporaneous issues facing our world. And some of them, of course, are trying to resolve long-standing problems, as the Minister was saying, about poverty, underdevelopment, unemployment, inequality, and so on, not only on our country and our continent, but globally as well. In the context of new existential challenges facing humanity and our planet as a biophysical system, so to speak. And how do we deal with these issues using knowledge as the instrument, to achieve that in the context of the national system of innovation as it is now. A critique of that system, its size, its internal composition, its diversity, the intellectual structures, the paradigms of knowledge production. Are they suitable? What should be adapted? What should be left behind? Should we reorganize it in different ways? Is the disciplinary mode of production of knowledge a useful starting point, but is it a sufficient condition for solving the problems, the transboundary problems facing us, essentially in the policy world, in the economy, in climate change, and so on and so on? Are there new ways in which we can organize the disciplines on the basis of which we develop knowledge in a way that can help us to meet these challenges that are essentially transdisciplinary and transboundary as such? And how do we make sure that what this Cartesian divide that we've always had for the last 250 years and so on, between the humanities and social sciences on the one hand, and what we call natural sciences and the economic sciences minister, to be able to work in concert in a new dialectic, and I'm using minister's materials language here as a way to think about this as well. Are there ways are there experiments underway in our national system in innovation where we have succeeded to have these disciplines, economists, urban planners, biophysical, specialists and so on, geneticists working together around common problems? Let's say genomics surveillance, which means about sequencing of genomes, surveillance capabilities, virology, vaccinology, and so on, not only in the biomedical characteristics and application, but also the social and cultural dynamics in the way that Minister described us. How do we bring these teams together and deploy those capabilities in a way that is innovative to confront the new challenges facing our system as such? So I don't want to make a speech. We all have ideas about this. I'm just here to whet your appetites. We have a distinguished panel here, 4 colleagues that I know for several years as well. Professor Zebulon Vilakasi, one of my colleagues for many years in higher education, distinguished Vice Chancellor, a nuclear physicist himself, played a key role in the Itemba Labs construction, and someone that I think that would want to share with us in the 7-8 minutes, Zebulon, that you have, Broer. What your thinking is about any aspect about the structures, the institutional instantiation, and crucially, how we instrumentalize this knowledge that we have in our system in a way that can help us to tackle these really difficult, what they call wicked problems in science as well. So Zebulon, welcome here. Azwindini Azwi Maronga is one of my colleagues. I know him for many years. He's the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Internationalization at Nelson Mandela University, and someone who likes the grassroots. Azwi, when I talk to him, Minister, he likes going down to the grassroots, the township itself, where science meets people, working class communities, informal settlements, young people. He has a huge passion for that, and so I'd like to hear some ideas on this. Professor Shireen Motala, one of my colleagues, I think we serve on the advisory board of MESRA. I always enjoy your inputs. She's a Saki chair in teaching and learning at the University of Johannesburg. Many of you would know the work of Shireen, the pedagogics, underpinning the production of knowledge in our system, not just the university system, but across the science system. We are not talking about universities only, we're talking about a whole panoply of institutions, this conformation of entities that we call the NSI. Is it large enough? Do we need to expand? How do we expand it? How do we create more internal differentiation? What are the limits on differentiation too? How do we create economies of scale within the system? How do we wed the system to the political economy issues that Minister was talking about and the social structures of our communities as well? And so hopefully we can have some ideas coming. And last but not least, my comrade and colleague, Dr. Andile Ngava, who is the chairperson of Convergence partners. I know him for many, many years in different incarnations, and every time I see Andile, he's a different role, but he's an activist from the 1970s and 80s, a revolutionary. We worked together, and then he was DG for telecommunications, so, he has some very interesting things to share. And of course, he's been involved in industry at the coalface of he's got some interesting ideas. I had a brief chat with him earlier this morning. So without much further ado, about, say, 7-8 minutes, colleagues, and I think we'll start with maybe Zebulon first. And then I presume you guys can just come up here, if you don't mind. And then we'll follow with the rest of the panel. Then I'm going to open it for some real dialogue. Thank you very much, colleagues. After you.
I'm normally last because my surname is right at the tail end and my first name is the last in the alphabet. So the order was reversed. Thank you. Minister, MEC, CEO of NACI, Chair, distinguished panelists, heads of science councils, thank you for the opportunity. I've got limited time, so I'll try to, in the next 6.5 minutes, just share my opinions about the topic of the day. So how do I... I'm running some animations as well. So do you have a dongle? I think so. Ask me another 2 minutes, 2 seconds. Just start with the global problem statement that partially the minister has alluded to in terms of the knowledge production in the world that has shaped the entire last 300 years, in particular the post-World War II era, the era that has led us to what is called the digital exponential that you're contending with, or can call it the fourth industrial revolution or whatever, and where the global science and innovation stream is heading, and then drill it down to home as to where to South Africa, and of course, by extension, the rest of the continent. These are statistics, of course, they've shifted slightly, about global knowledge production. This is about transformation of global knowledge. That's the source code of where our main challenges come from. Comes from knowledge that's produced in science council, research laboratories, universities. Obviously, it's clear that this is linked to the global economic centers of gravity, to use a language I'm familiar with, is that North America, United States contributes about like 30 to 40% or so, which of course is manifest in the dominance in AI, quantum technologies, largely from the west coast of America. And of course, the elite universities, the Ivies and the tech universities, MIT, Caltech, Georgia Tech, and so on and so forth. There is obviously a post-war, what initially was called military-industrial complex that Dwight Eisenhower spoke about now, leading to this tech complex that the former president of the United States kind of warned about. So this is where now you find all these AI, ChatGPT, OpenAI, Google, they all come from there. Then you've got East Asia, China, rising, Japan, India, and of course, traditionally Europe. 100 years ago, the picture was different. It was largely Europe, and America was a tiny contributor in the world. So it's amazing how in the last 100 years, knowledge production, and of course, as a consequence, the world dominance in knowledge and tech has evolved. This is Africa. The entire continent of 1.2 billion people, I understand, contributes this amount. I mean, Dr. Nello Monda has more updated statistics because he sits with all this data in front of him. And of course, largely dominated by South Africa, with Egypt about to overtake us, by the way. So South Africa actually is global, its dominance in terms of soft power on the continent is actually waning because Cairo and the Egyptian system will soon overtake us as the #1 universities on the continent in the next 10 years. So you've got to wake up for it. So it's not about basic competition, but I think we have to take a lead if we want to become a player in the space. So where do you come from here? I mean, a slide that I've shown before. Apologies, I have to talk quite fast because of limited time. Just bear with me. We are living basically on a fast-moving ship. It's not our galactic center of gravity which is moving, but it is actually driven by another factor, our tech exponential. The First World War was fought by chemists, Second World War by nuclear physicists, leading to this movie by, that you saw recently. And now we are in a space, or of course, followed by what is called the battle in space, nuclear space age, and so on and so forth. And now the biggest rivalry is in a different space. That space is called the technosphere, right at the heart of what we call the silicon microchip, which is where actually the next frontier of who will rule the world will be. I mean, I'm sorry to use that kind of age-old language. I don't have the sophistry of language by the minister. I'm a natural scientist. So use of language is not very easy for me. I use it in a very technical and crude form. So if you look back at the last 1,000 years of what I would call at least the institutions that we have, from medieval universities to everything we've structured in those periods, humans have always been ahead of technology. We've always led, whether you automate, whether you have steam engines, whether you have telegraphy, but humans have always been in the lead. So what has happened recently is that something has shocked us. That is where technology has overtaken our systems. By human, I mean our systems, our governments, our universities, our political and social structures. Technology has now overtaken them. Machines can calculate much faster. You've seen the advent 2 years ago of OpenAI, ChatGPT, that has upended the way we imagine, the way we teach and learn over the last 1,000 years has been totally put on a warp speed. And we're still warming up. With the advent of quantum technologies, they will actually hypercharge these AI technologies. So therefore, buckle up, Dorothy, because Kansas has gone bye-bye. So, I watched too many movies. See, I was influenced by science fiction. So this happened. This happened in 2007, where 2007 is called Annus Mirabilis of technology. That's when we had Facebook, Google, you had the first human genome. You had the first cloud was developed. So this is the year where all the changes, you had the first by Fanta, all the human genome was actually cracked. So 2007, you had, what do you call this, Twitter, Facebook, now X now, and all those technologies were spawned and converged at that period. The problem is that the whole world didn't know what was happening in 2007 because all these developments took place on the West Coast, and the world was obsessed with the global economic crisis on the East Coast, you see? So we paid attention, Busi, to the East, but you forgot that some of these kids were developing this text. So therefore, what I'm trying to say, talking to a younger audience here, is that given all the political headwinds we are facing, economic headwinds, we tech people are natural optimists. So we need to now harness our skills and actually change this economy and not despair. That's what we as tech are. We are like tech optimists. We believe that Africa will have an opportunity to play a key role to actually close this gap. Very few countries in the world have the potential to narrow that straight line and go vertically to where we are. And if we don't, we are in trouble. And therefore, that really is what global inequality is all about. It is linked to generation of knowledge, it is linked to startups, and that ideation that forms this innovation chain. So as I reach my conclusion, I say, for us to thrive in this digital quake, I'm not going to go through details of this, these are the kind of components we need in terms of data science, robotics. We're all working as universities and science councils in strategically centering this within our framework and matrix of how we can respond in this 11th hour. So we've got entrepreneurship, which we're involved with through our various business schools, genetics, bioinformatics, language studies, by the way. I mean, there's a new AI that was developed by our former students, Lilapa AI, that actually is translating AI languages into vernacular on the African continent. And the two winners actually became Time Magazine top 100 future AI leaders of the future. But key to this is the basic. I believe, if I can see a very outlandish thing, this becomes nothing but a chimera and a pipe dream. We need to focus on not just STEM. I mean, you can do other things. But mathematics must be compulsory until standard 10, standard 8, which is JC, showing my age here. If you don't do that, if you do not make mathematics a compulsory language, not math literacy, mathematics a compulsory language, actually it's a language. It's a language of science. It's a language of knowledge. It must be compulsory until grade 10, or even for nothing, or we're in for hiding next to nothing. At least grade 8 is a compromise. Grade 10 is standard 8. Standard 8 as a compromise. If you don't do that, then you're out of the game. And I think this must be one of the things we must take as intentional. Then we'll all be wasting our time. So as I look at how we can shift this paradigm as well, as was mentioned earlier, our unique cultural, scientific, and natural resources, our creative industry is incredible. And I don't believe that you must have just only STEM, but you must add an A, which is STEAM. So our creative industry linked to that. I mean, why did California become the leading nation? It is the creative industry through Hollywood and music, and of course the tech industry. Those two are intersectional. So therefore, creative industry must be part of this, because by creating, you can think afresh. Steve Jobs doesn't have a math degree. He actually was a designer. He learned design and graphics at Occidental College. So, let's just maybe also debunk that you can only do it by science. Of course, mathematical skills will help us, but you need to include some of the arts creative areas. We have world-class schools, grade 4, but you need to actually, having addressed what I mentioned earlier, deal with more grade, level 1, 2, and 3 into this space, then you'll not compete. We've got world-class universities, the best in Africa, and that actually is our greatest projection of soft power, Minister. Our universities are treasures. Let's treasure them, because they will not last for long at this rate. So we need to ensure that they become drivers of the future, given the fact that for now they are, but there's strong competition from North Africa. Our science tech infrastructure is the envy of many in the Global South, and this comes out of the Science Technology Innovation Landscape Report that we did in 2017-18 Razagan with Minister Pando, and I think we need to also revise that as well and make it implementable, or discard it if it's outdated. And of course, we're a free country. We're a constitutional order that allows us to think freely, because free thinking allows for creativity, and that's important. It's all those source parts I've spoken about, but there are hard decisions on how do we put math as a compulsory subject until a particular time. France became a leading industrial country and almost overtook England because Napoleon made sure, with his Napoleonic code, used Cartesian here, to make maths central in French education. It undergirded their philosophy, their constitution, and that's why France to this day produces more fields medalists. France to this day is now almost the second largest gaming country in the world, right? Despite its small size compared to the America and East Asia. So without maths, it's game over. So now on a high note, I come from the world of big science in the mint that I have. 20th century has been spawned by new innovation because of what's called big science. Some of it, of course, were driven by war, the Manhattan Project. That was the first kind of big science, multidisciplinary, multinational teams, because all scientists were drawn from all over the Allied world to obviously develop the atomic bomb. We had the Apollo-Soyuz missions, the space exploration. That gave rise to the world's first integrated computer that was a part of the the Apollo guidance computer, AGC, that landed man on the moon and brought him safe to the Earth. So that gave rise to big tech that has shaped our world. The human genome, the Large Hadron Collider, something I'm familiar with, that gave rise to big data and the World Wide Web that you take for granted, and has spawned all these technologies I spoke about. And cloud computing comes from connecting all those scientists across the world to solve big complex problems like find what is called a God particle. So the whole thing about it is that let us not stop investing in basic sciences. Basic sciences is a seed, is our source code that will give rise to a huge supercomputer that will supercharge us into an age of exploration and growth. Now, we have a square kilometer area, and I do take credit and take my hat off to policymakers of the 2000s who actually thought ahead of time and had this prescience to say, let us start with this big, hairy, audacious goal of the SKA. And SKA, Minister, has become an incredible, not just feel good, but actually shows that South Africa is at the cusp of leading something new. What I'm saying here as I close with an old expression by Pliny the Elder, I'm sure some of you old enough will know Latin, there's something new out of Africa. I think that out of SKA, something new will come out. And what technology it will be, that story will be written by generations to come, long after we are gone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Zilikazi. I'm going to ask if Aswindini might want to come up here and share some ideas. And thanks.
Minister, Premier and MSc and distinguished delegates, it's a pleasure and honor for me to stand here, and I will take lead from Derek Swartz to really speak about science and the youth, and in particular what Minister said about society not trusting science. And I think that's an important aspect, Minister, that if we want to roll out this innovation, we need to have our society with us. In particular, we need to also have our youth with us. Over the past 30 years, Minister, the system has developed and produced leaders in government, in industry, and at universities. But there are few, as you have alluded to. And the challenges, as Zebulon has mentioned, it's probably also our education system. And I'm glad you mentioned that when you speak to your colleagues in government, you emphasize that science touches across all the other government departments. It should be true also when it cascades down in our society, in our schools, if we can also have that same mantra that your department has, then we will start to inculcate a culture of appreciating science. And if it is being appreciated at the young level, at foundation level, therefore you will have a future society that will not have to really have problems when we speak about vaccinations. So the whole question, Derek, for me, is about thinking about the system in value chain preposition. That is, you don't think only at the entrepreneurship level. You have to think it from the foundation phase, through the schooling system, through the university system, all the way to what we want to achieve. Because most of the time, the challenges that we have with our system is we think PhDs. We think, oh, the professors. And we're hoping that the professors will arrive. But if we have that culture right before even the schooling system, and we emphasize the need for the country to have the NSI system that is responsive to the system, it's going to be very critical. We therefore have to perhaps also move out of our comfort zones into the societies, into the townships, into the rural areas. Minister, I said we should not, I usually literally take my professors who are comfortable in their classrooms and say, come, you have to see where these students are coming from, which journey they took to come to your classrooms. Let's go and talk to the villagers so that the next time you design your curriculum, you design a curriculum that takes care of the fact that you understand where they're coming from, so that the science becomes easy for them. The reason why the science is becoming difficult, why mathematics is difficult, is because those who are teaching it, they have got no touch with the realities of where their students are coming from. And therefore, we need to find ways of making sure that those who have been produced by the system over the past 30 years, we need to go and be in touch with the realities. I think that's one for me in making sure that our society is appreciative of the science that we're trying to create, the knowledges that we're trying to create, but it should be reciprocal in the sense that the curriculum and the innovation that we want to do is informed by the society. And the only way it will be informed by the society is when those who are produced by the system over the 30 years are in touch with the society. The society should inform our curriculum, Minister. And the way that we do things, and that is about the indigenous knowledge systems that we need in our curriculum. That can only happen if there is a collaboration between those who have been produced over the past 30 years and the societies that they're coming from. And we will have hoped over the past 30 years that those who have produced by now will be the ones that should have changed the curriculum. But it seems that we are failing to do that. We will need to ask, why are we failing to change that? The last aspect I want to really emphasize, I'm a theoretical physicist, Minister. Without basic foundation scientists, without basic science research, there won't be innovation. And we should not forget that. That's very important. And it is important in the sense that if we forget that aspect, we will have good innovators, good entrepreneurs, and then there will be the so what question after. Because you need people who keep on generating new knowledge at the basis. If you don't, then you have an innovation that doesn't have a foundation at the bottom. And that we need to make sure that we guard against. The applied sciences, we need them to solve the now questions. But in 50 years' time, we need those who are already thinking about the 50 years. What are the hard problems that we need to have that can unlock the potential for the innovation system to not only stall after 30 years, but to continue? Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you very much, Azwi, on particularly highlighting the social foundations of knowledge production and why a historicization of science is so crucial, that it's embedded in a particular context in time that must reflect the cultures, the conditions of life and work of people as they are in those communities, driven by class, gender, racial and other kinds of inequalities as well. That is in fact where we want to situate the NSA today, and for you to think critically, are we adequately reflecting the different and unequal layers in in society, and in the way which we understand and we teach science in our universities, and we practice scientific the scientific method in our institutions as well. And then the second thing that I think is really important for us, when we talk about science and technology, we are not only talking about the natural sciences. We are talking all the branches of human knowledge that uses the rational methods to appropriate an understanding of the universe, the social universe, the natural universe, and so on. So that we build these models in our mind about how the world works and how the world can be transformed through the instrumentality of knowledge. So it's important that we not only restrict this conversation to what you call the hard sciences often as well, and we break this Cartesian divide, and we look at the relationship between the different branches of knowledge that we have. I have a pleasure now to invite Shireen Motala, if you can share some ideas with us, if you don't mind. I think you have an overhead presentation?
Yes,
yeah.
I'm just wondering, it's not on.
Yeah, it's on,
Okay,
yes, thank
great,
you.
okay.
And you can use the remote there.
Okay, this is it, eh? Let me, sorry. Just put this down here. Thanks very much. Thanks, colleagues, for listening to me. We were given a sort of a brief for this, for what we could do, and I chose the fairly narrow topic of knowledge and curriculum change. So my presentation is going to be slightly different, I think, from everybody else's. I also want to thank Naki and Minister Blade Nzimande for this wonderful invitation and to be in this room. And I want to say that your opening address really set a really critical appraisal of where we're at. So I'm very grateful for that. So I think, the South African higher education landscape has changed dramatically over the last 30 years, with considerable access in success, considerable success in access, diversifying the cohort in terms of race, gender, and to some extent class, and the creation of new and innovative pathways for learning. And we are beginning to probe new areas for curriculum change. At the same time, as we've heard today, these gains and pockets of scientific excellence, we still produce too few high-end skilled people to drive our knowledge economy ambitions. The transformation of the science workforce has been slow. We've struggled against the odds in terms of global science competitiveness, And this has hindered our efforts to retain and attract the best talent to serve our national and strategic priorities. Knowledge production capacity is not evenly distributed across the sectors or institutions in the NSI system, with existing imbalances in terms of our individual and collective approaches to knowledge production. I want to consider three aspects in my presentation today, and I do speak as a social scientist. I want to speak about knowledge systems in South Africa, about knowledge production and curriculum transformation, and the opportunities for innovation and change. I think the growth, development, and contestation around knowledge systems in South Africa is best referred to in what we speak of as the politics of knowledge, represented in the decolonization movement as it emerged in the student protests of 2015 and 2016. In different ways, we began to speak about the decolonial turn. We began to identify areas that were pressing and important in terms of change, particularly from September 2015, the exclusionary costs of higher education carried by the slogan of fees must fall. I think the demands of our students were clear, and I think we need to acknowledge the student voice in everything that we do and hear them very clearly. The curriculum remained centered on Western knowledge, institutional cultures were racially exclusive, the professoriate remained white and male-dominated, and campus symbolism illustrated ongoing colonialism, best exemplified by the call that roads must fall. In addition, there was a call to transform institutions and create inclusive cultures. I want to dwell for a few minutes, indulge me, Chair, on decolonization, because I think it is important. I think it's important because it speaks to, I think, the point the Minister made, that we do have rich traditions around global South knowledge, which you often don't acknowledge. One tradition is post-colonialism, a cultural analysis of colonial legacies, including Edward Said's Orientalism, Homi Bhabha's The Location of Culture, and Guthrie Spivak's seminal essay on Can the Subaltern Speak? I think there are also Latin American traditions which speak to epistemological analysis. And I think in the South and in the African meanings of decolonization, we've emphasized matters of knowledge and identity rather than simply the epistemological legacies of colonial rule. That is whose knowledge, and that was at the center of it, and I think it's an issue we still grapple with. What knowledge is at the center? And this has led to huge contestation around the curriculum. There are numerous intellectual traditions, I think stemming from the early 1900s in Africa, but some of the work we've drawn on is the work of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Samir Amin, Ali Mazrui, Tandika Mandakwire, amongst others. There are other African scholars who expanded and critiqued Eurocentricity and what education customs and curricula continue to persist. I think we know of the knowledge legacy that we have. We know the contributions in Africa and South Africa, but what is to be done? And I think this question continues to confound us. The ideal, of course, is to infuse curricula in science, engineering, chemistry, sociology, and medicine with knowledge from Africa, Asia, and Latin America, and the global South. And as reasonable critics would concede, alongside knowledge from the South. However, our traditions in curriculum change, and I think the Minister and many of us in this room have been involved in those early education policy makings, largely drew from the West. We've had OBE from Australia, the qualifications framework from the UK, and learner-centered instruction from the US. What we need is vibrant, original, and creative knowledge production in Africa, but where will the African-centered or African-led curriculum theory come from? It must come from the experienced scholars, many of whom are in the room, and I think Prof. Zeblon illustrated what is possible. But I think our curriculum development has been uneven for a number of reasons. The one is that we frame it very much in the language of critique, and there's little substance within what we say in ways in which to replace the settled curriculum. I think there's a lot of discussion on IKS, but very little implementation of what we can find in terms of indigenous knowledge systems, especially in the neglected areas and intellectual quest for diversity of knowledge in underexplored areas in the academy. I read the concept note, which was excellent, that that guided this engagement very clearly. And one of the things that struck me is the point it made, and I think the Minister spoke to this as well, is to critically reflect and engage on transformation of the NSI and its contribution to social equity, knowledge equity, symmetry, cultural and intellectual development, and most importantly, South Africa's socioeconomic development needs, while also identifying gaps, challenges, and opportunities. I want to just provide an example then, and I'm sure there are many others. Sorry, I'm just going back. Sorry, I'm going back. I need to go back one more. Yeah. I think we often don't give enough credence to the development of knowledge and contribution to change, both nationally and globally. I mean, the COVID pandemic was one example where South African scientists actually led some of the key innovations in terms of change. The response, of course, was that visas were revoked by the UK. So the North-South, and in academia, we deal a lot and we talk a lot about the centered periphery debates, the North and South debates, and what knowledge binaries, who's influencing what. I think the three things that struck me, and this draws from some work that Jonathan Jansen has done, is that there are rich opportunities for us to break these binaries between North-South divides, between center-periphery, as we often refer to in academia. And I want to talk about these three projects just in terms of what way they're defining characteristics and what can we do in terms of both academia and in science to lead the world in terms of science innovation. These three projects, I think, are intellectually led by South African scholars who are exceptional and competent, well-trained leaders and whose authority in science and scholarship is undisputed. Their content is decidedly African in terms of their subjects of studies. Their work reflects, and this is quite important because we often think of ourselves as the field workers of the North, reflect rich reciprocal collaboration with scholars in the West, with a focus on knowledge equity. The research attracts postgraduate scholars in the North and the South, and there's a two-way directional flow of research knowledge and knowledge workers. And most importantly, their research affects curriculum transformation across university departments, promoting interdisciplinarity. I'm going to move towards the last few points now, Chair, but I just want to make three quick points, and I won't speak from my notes for this. Minister, I'm still using paper. I need to move away from that. There are 3 points. There's often discussions in universities about the curriculum, which is the disciplinary curriculum, and the institutional curriculum, and how difficult it is to change the institutional curriculum, which is the rules and regulations that govern the daily practice of universities. I think the second is, while we've made a lot of progress, there's a huge amount of work to be done. And the last is an area of work that I particularly work on, is that we need to look at the issues of resourcing, fees, funding, and knowledge creation together. In the interest of time, I won't go into that, but Nancy Fraser has written a lot about participatory parity, and I think we need to consider that seriously. So finally, sorry, I have to take off my glasses. Where do we go to? What are the opportunities for innovation and change? I think the first is the issue of curriculum. Our curriculum, as we've heard today, must prioritize 4IR, AI competency, while at the same time fostering our critical thinking and creativity, the issue of innovation hubs, particularly with industry and in HI. The lack of alignment is so apparent in our system. The second, which we've already spoken to, is the issue of decolonized and contextualized knowledge production. Issues of transdisciplinarity is really important in our system in order to meet the pressing societal needs. Also, as the last speaker spoke to, they must reflect the local realities and priorities. I think this is one area I really grappled with because we are in a situation of fiscal constraint. What do we do and where do we put our money? For me, the big issues continue to be that we need improved management of our funding instruments to actually measure societal impact. What change is it producing? The second is the point I think the minister or another speaker made, that we really do need a lot more funding for research through the research and development budget and to the science councils. As a research chair, we grapple with this every day. Point to the NRF. The last is just in a lot of work we've done in trying to look through the funding profiles. Our funding profile for postgraduate students continues to be at 10 or 12%, which is really low in terms of the ambitions we have around achievement at doctoral level. A positive note is that in terms of the gender profile, women are progressing very quickly within the system, including at undergraduate level and at the early years of postgraduate level. Finally, I think a lot of analysis will be done by Michael Sachs in DHET, in other places, that while we've seen an increase funding for NSFAS, which is really important, what we are seeing is a decline in funding for teaching and learning. So the opportunities to maintain a quality teaching and learning environment are limited. And I think the two efforts have to go together. Finally, we need, as other speakers have said, we need to embed ethics, sustainability, and social justice, particularly as we use AI, and we need to use all this to move towards reducing inequality. And you know, the gathering we have today is evidence of the huge effort that NACI and the minister has made in terms of building linkages across government, civil society, in order to accelerate innovation, innovative ecosystems, and prioritize those voices, as the last speaker has said, who are not heard, in particular the youth and students, in order to shape innovation and address systemic inequalities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shireen, for your articulate invocation of a social critique of the nature and the sources of knowledge production and reproduction, which is just so crucial for us. And I'm glad you brought up the decolonization issue, that firmament that started in about 2015-16. And what does that mean for the science and innovation system? How is it in a way radiating through the system? In what forms are those energies still captured in the system? And is there a need for us to think freshly about those important questions as well? There are two things I just want to suggest that whilst before our next speaker, our final speaker comes up, just two things about a critique of the current system is arguably it's very small and even arguably elite, an elitist nature, relatively cut off from the way, if I can use a term that I hate using, ordinary folk, you know, citizens not in the system, the vast majority of which conduct their lives, they reproduce, they produce, they consume, they outside of the system and despite the system almost in many ways as well. And the actual footprint that we are making on that, on the larger scale, if we think back as a system, we need to just think very critically about that. And are there sources of knowledge and energies in this societal sphere that the system itself, the NSI, is not even hearing, but not even embracing and imbibing, internalizing as sources of regeneration, renewal in itself? And I think that is a crucial question. Those tributaries through which knowledge are produced and people live by and solve problems on the ground in rural villages, solidaristic economies, cooperatives, in the labor movement and so on in villages, bypassing the system. And shouldn't we begin to push ourselves to think about revolutionary ways in which we can box ourselves outside of the constraints of a system that is largely urban-centric, institution-based, and too small to be able to make that radiating impact on the wider political economy? And the second point that I wanted to make that you might want to think about is a critique of the relative disarticulated nature of the NSI from the political economy of our country. Rassi, you'll be happy when I make this point because I know you and I always debate, Minister also. The political economy of capitalism, the nature of our economy, how can we make sure that the national system of innovation has a much more profound transformative impact on the dynamics of that system of capital accumulation to build new models of economic growth and of the distribution of the purchase of economic growth in different ways that can transform the social relations of production in our country, whether it's the mines, agriculture, and so it doesn't matter. And conversely, how can we encourage the centers of economic power to open up spaces, for new forms of knowledge production to emanate, to emerge, that we can recognize in the way in which the system, the NSI itself constructs its mandates as well. So this two-way traffic in a kind of a dialectical, mutually transforming manner, hopefully to embrace the policy goals that the Minister was saying about a world that is, because remember, the Minister was challenging us to say that we have two options about technologies of our time. It can either be for social domination, for imperialism, colonialism, and so on, or exclusion, or we can find a way in which we can marshal these technologies under certain conditions to transcend these structures of dominance and exploitation and create a much more equal and fair world as well. I thought I just want you to drop those things there before I ask Andile to come up there. Thank you very much.
Professor Swartz, thank you very much, and my fellow panelists, thank you, and Minister, thank you again for inviting me to speak, and I must thank the chairperson and the CEO of NACIM and all your colleagues. As I was preparing, this, Professor Swartz, I've sort of contained it in 1,200 words, which take about 8 minutes to read, yeah. So Minister, in preparing this, this was my fourth draft. And the reason why it was my fourth draft, I tried to figure out how do I compress all what I'm going to say in such a short period of time. But I'll try. The strategy, Minister, when you develop a strategy, it's about choice. You choose one or two things. And that's what strategy process is. I'm suggesting three things to you, Minister, and your advisors and colleagues. And I'm going to first, give an explanation why I'm suggesting these three things. One reason is that, Minister, you have taken a view as a government and your party by presenting a particular posture in the current geopolitics. Am I correct? And that posture is appreciated by others and is not appreciated by your adversaries, right? That's the reality of leading a nation. Now, these recommendations I'm giving you is taking all of those into consideration. So allow me, Chair, to add one word in the transformation of knowledge for South Africa's future economy. That's the word I've added. And also, to say one has identified these three influencing future economy, namely technology metals, meaning rare earth elements, right? Ocean economy, space economy. Nowhere, Minister, in the recent history have we observed major powers' foreign policy centered around technology, knowledge system, innovation, and advancement of artificial intelligence, as what we see today. The foreign policy of all of these major powers and other nations is framed considering the supply chain of key technologies that underpin modern digital knowledge economy. Last week, Minister, China held a 2-session annual event. The Minister of Foreign Affairs press conference was mainly about innovation, science, and artificial intelligence. This demonstrates that the knowledge economy in the 21st century's foreign policy is at the center. In the United States, President Trump has been engaged in all and has engaged all semiconductor OEMs, that is in the US, in Taiwan, in Europe, to re-establish in the US soil. The US is consolidating its leadership position in the semiconductor and software platforms. Semiconductor ministers are born out of technology metals or rare earth elements. These technologies are essential for global trade, capital markets, national development, more importantly, that are crucial for research and development and advancement of knowledge. The meeting that you mentioned to us today, that is happening in Cape Town between the European Union and South Africa, the topics that the EU put in their website are the following: trade, digital and green economy, R&D, right? Critical raw minerals, defense and security. That is what EU is discussing with your colleagues in Cape Town. Right? So, as we enter, Minister, the 21st century, it's very important for us, and your colleagues, to understand the relationship that exists between transformation of knowledge on one side and the future of our foreign policy on the other side. Right? And this formulating a strategy, therefore, will have to take all of these foreign policy issues into account. There is clearly a battle of technology metals or rare earth elements, and this battle will intensify as we enter the second quarter of the 21st century. The ability to use these technology metals require an understanding of their application in civilian, military infrastructure, and space-based systems. Regarding civilian infrastructure, our university research institutions, industrial organizations, supply chain businesses, capital markets must work in unison if we wish to lead in this area. Furthermore, if we want or we aim to excel in the 5th generation warfare, South Africa must develop a clear policy that treats these elements as critical national assets. The 5th generation warfare, Minister, if a country like ours that is taking that posture need to understand these non-kinetic cyber warfare and modern techniques of inducing dopamine, what we call dopamine loops in young people as a way of cyber warfare. If you do not understand these, and yet on the other side take such political posture, you expose yourself to many, many attacks that would come through your social media and your devices. China is a dominant player in technology metals, controlling over 80% of both mineral resources and global supply chain. This poses risk to global supply chain ecosystem. The Western countries have become aware to this reality. That is why they are everywhere in the world looking for rare earth elements. The characteristics of the Great Lakes conflict just next door revolves around rare earth elements, also known as technology metals. South Africa, or Southern Africa, possesses a significant share of these critical metals. According to the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, about 5,000 tons of rare earth permanent magnets were used in electric cars worldwide in 2019. By 2030, the number is expected to reach 50,000 of these magnets, or 90,000 tons of these magnets. These magnets are used in smartphones, acoustic speakers, hard drives, aerospace applications, missile-guided systems, satellites, radar, sonar, because of their excellent performance. Similarly, rare earth or technology metals are already causing a rift between and within nations. For this reason, South African ministers should actively engage with rare earth elements ecosystem. It is essential for South Africa to retool its knowledge infrastructure and shift its focus towards rare earth elements to achieve a strategic position in geopolitics. Strengthening university departments such as geology, metallurgy, mining engineering, material science, and semiconductor or electronics, along with enhancing research institutions like MINTEC, CSIR, must be prioritized. Additionally, the South African Stock Exchange should consider developing a platform for both international and retail investors in rare earth elements. South Africa has the potential to become a processing hub for magnets required for EVs, for instance, wind turbines, for missiles and others. The Department of Minerals and Energy, your department, DCDT, National Treasury, National Security, should establish a task force on rare earth elements or technology metals. If not managed well, technology metals presents national security risk. Let me now tackle one matter on the geographic location of South Africa in the context of the topic of today. The geographic access to Indian Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Southern Oceans serves as a critical maritime route for military submarines, submarine cables, supply chain, further underscores the need to improve our military and security architecture. Military science currently exists in only one university. It was established by Malan and his crew in 1952. It is no secret that nearly all countries are increasing their spending in defense. Europe, for an example, is adding 800 billion in defense spending, so is NATO. So all of these speak to your political posture and the understanding of what's happening in the world today. So flowing from these rare earth element technologies are semiconductor technologies. The re-emergence of artificial intelligence requires serious infrastructure in the form of data center on one side and energy on the other. With drives of AI, what drives AI rather are GPUs and data. Already there's a bottleneck in H100s or NVIDIA H100s, H200s, Blackwell GPUs, supply chain. And the Department of Commerce in the US has categorized countries in the world, which ones get first and which ones get last, which ones do not get. Where do you belong? If South Africa is reconsidering its knowledge, technology, and innovation ecosystem, developing sovereign data and AI infrastructure should be top on the list. Lastly, Minister, submarine cables carry 99% of global internet traffic. You must have seen one cable of ours was cut last year by the Houthis next to Yemen. These cables facilitate 10 trillion of capital flows every day. This includes derivative bonds, equities, futures, and digital assets minting such as crypto trading, all of which rely on the traffic on submarine cables. These cables are considered critical in the global ecosystem. Therefore, South Africa's maritime location is strategic in this regard. And therefore, as we develop these new skills, maritime digitalization and mapping of our ocean floor, hydrography, bathymetry, and oceanography, these are skills we need to protect both the Southern Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, and the Indian Ocean. So international regulations by the International Seabed Authority governing these activities are already being established. So our ability to understand the strategic nature of maritime and naval system presents a risk. Today, few universities understand drilling in the ocean. Lastly, Minister, to achieve all the above, the South African political leadership must look closely and examine the country's budget in relation to GDP's contribution. However, the country must first take into consideration what we call the system of national accounts, which is the responsibility of Stats SA. The current model does not report the knowledge economy, the size of the knowledge economy and its contribution to GDP. This gap in reporting means we cannot measure the digital investment, growth, and outcomes. To facilitate a meaningful transformation in knowledge and innovation for South Africa's future, we must engage Statistics SA to develop a suitable model to measure your economy, the knowledge economy. Lastly, Minister, as I've said, 3 issues. Rare earth elements are strategic for you. Sovereign issues of data and digital economy, the 5th generation warfare issues. Non-kinetic, as I've said, the issues that deal with honeypots, cyber attack, and psychologically influencing your nation towards what we other people call color revolution. Enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for leaving all those big stones on us. Andile, excellent. Colleagues, we don't have a lot of time, but this is your session. So we want to open, I don't know, I'm looking at Dr. Kele, how much time I have, 15 minutes? Is it really okay? We have roving mics, colleagues, that could, if you have any points to make, please make them sort of like in a summary fashion. Any questions to any particular panelist or all and sundry? Or ideas that you have thinking about Minister's challenge for us to extract from this novel ideas that can help us to think about priming and pivoting the system to behave differently, as our panelists have challenged us on a number of fronts. Okay, just raise your hands quickly. I see Sistandi that side, right at the back, the lady, I can't see who it is, yeah, maybe, and then my colleague here with his hand up, maybe the first 3, and then Rasi here, and then there's a lady over there as a first round. All right, Sistani?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Just mention your name and...
yes, my name is Thandi Mgwebi. I come from the National Research Foundation. My question is I want your thoughts, particularly Zeblon, Professor Vilakazi, on your introduction of the knowledge production, and this is all interlinked in terms of how that knowledge then surfaces and goes down into being translated. Africa is often cited as the least producer of global scientific knowledge, as you've shown, but that's in terms of indexed research outputs. But this framing often overlooks the vast reservoirs of knowledge that exist on the continent, much of which remains unrecorded, inaccessible, or outside the dominant academic systems. And there are multiple dimensions, of course, to this issue, including the legacy of colonial knowledge systems, the challenges of open science, and the undervaluing of indigenous and local knowledge. So I just want your thoughts on what needs to be done practically. We've had issues of open science, but it remains under-resourced. The traction is not as what we would want to see. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Dr. Taylor, if you can start.
I'll be very quick in responding to that. It's a very tough question and kind of multidimensional. But I mean, at the end of the day, yes, this is the tip of the iceberg, as you mentioned. But we tried open access, but the reality of the matter is that visibility is about publishing in journals that actually are out there, right? So unfortunately, there's no easy way out. We go to increase the pool of people that will enter the system. I think that's the only way. Just increase the pool, as I mentioned. Make maths as compulsory subject, as standard 10, grade 8, grade 10, other way around. And then that, to me, is one of the key kind of levers we can put if we are to make a dent. I think, because of time, I'll not elaborate more. We can take it offline. And I'm cognizant that this question requires almost an essay of its own to respond appropriately.
Okay. I just wanted to make a comment that I had in mind when you were talking earlier on, Zeblon, the relationship between fundamental basic sciences and what we can call the techno-sciences, the application of the sciences, and how the two worlds can, in a reciprocal way, in an idealistic model, of course, in my mind, reinforce and strengthen each other. If you think about Dennis Asabe's and Juniper's work on structural biology, using Google DeepMind proteomics software system to sequence, literally simulate how protein folding unfolds in nature. That's one of the big problems, of course, in biology. They've mastered the computational capability. Sorry, I'm running through this, I'm thinking through this quickly. Being able to do this, he himself is a computational scientist working in Google labs, and have been able to develop a software program, an AI model, a generative AI model that can simulate how proteins fold. It's an infinitely complex and a frustrating problem in the history of biology as a science for many, 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 many decades. And they cracked a way to simulate that with a high degree of accuracy. Not 100%, but a high degree of accuracy. And so you can read in Nature and Science about this, of course. And through that now, and a revolution in techno-sciences application field, you are now able to understand nature at a fundamental level, at the basic sciences level better, the biophysics of how proteins fold from amino acid sequences and so on as well. I can go a number of examples where this relationship between what I call the techno-sciences, the application of science in the field by, say, CSIR, have generative consequences for breakthroughs, potential breakthroughs in fundamental science. And so we should have to think about the whole spectrum of how we value what forms of knowledge is being produced in the academy. My colleague there at the back. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. My name is Thulile Kanyile. I lecture at WITS and also co-direct a non-profit organization. Prof. Muronga, I think you caught my attention when you were talking about how professors should go into community and into the ground to better inform curricula. And I want to perhaps pose to you that there are already so many academics within the space that have non-profit organizations. Is it perhaps possible to form some kind of committee working group with such non-profit organization owners who are already academics to be able to better inform the curricula and inform what research is being done that's perhaps neglected that affects broader community? Yeah, I think maybe your opinion on that, without necessarily getting professors to go into the ground, because I understand they're already quite inundated. Thanks.
Thank you. Prof. Azwi?
Yes. It's on. So thank you very much. Yes. It is very important that ourselves be on the ground to understand. We might be incapacitated, but we need to find ways of making sure, as you were saying, the research versus the applications, they need to feed back into each other. Hence, if we delegate the responsibility, still we are doing things in an abstract way without having the feeling of what is it like, where these students that we are teaching to be future innovators, to be future creators of knowledge, because we might be only teaching only from our own perspective. Probably they are the ones that will teach us. But if I'm sitting where I'm sitting, I always have a narrow way of knowing, whereas they can also change our perspective. However, I take it that forming community of practices will also go a long way, and I think that should be encouraged. Thank you.
Prof. Vilakazi? Yeah, no problem.
I want to jump in on the provocation you made about technology leading science, right? Yes, I'm a fundamental scientist, do believe in it. But I mean, let's not also, just because, yes, last year the Nobel Prizes were won by AI specialists in both physics, much to my anger, and also in biology. But Darwin used the Quilton ink, so was Newton. And then he moved on to use the calculators to solve the very same fundamental equations. So therefore, this biofeedback loop doesn't mean that an AI will solve the theory of everything. You will still need, for the want of a better word, our God-given mind to actually do the fundamental thinking and be inspired by music, be inspired. I mean, Einstein said, I think in music, be inspired by what is an essentially human thing, to think in abstract. So therefore, the machines cannot do that for us. So therefore, I think this is just basically a feedback loop, but the actual source code is, again, what the theoretical physicists like need to do. the theoretical computer biologists do. Even the musician themselves. I mean, people talk about, for example, AI composing sonnets and cantatas. No, that's nonsense. It is the essential human-centric creation that will drive us.
No, I think we're on the same page. I think we're talking about the reciprocal feedback loops, not that it is a cause of understanding the fundamental constructs in nature better, but it gives you the tools to be able to analyze very complex data sets through which you then have to apply the rigor of science, the scientific method, to understand how biology, how biomolecules work, or nanomaterials work under different temperate conditions and so on. So I think we're not on a different page. We're not talking about cause and effect. We're talking about feedback loops between, if you like, the world of applied science that Azwi is talking about. You discover new ways of looking at the world and then bringing that into the lab where you ask the same fundamental questions using Newtonian theory or Einstein's theory of gravitational. So I'm actually getting maybe you and I should have an off-ramp discussion about this. Is there a colleague here that had? My colleague there.
Hi, thank you very much. Michael Balkind here from Soda World. I'm just very grateful to be here and wonderful panel here, and so great to see how much culture is being taken into account in terms of these technologies coming in. There was a great point that was made, as I'm a creative technologist, I'm an entrepreneur deep in the technology and AI sphere. One of the great ideas that came from this panel is like, well, we need NVIDIAs, but we also have the materials to make the NVIDIAs, and I just thought that's a wonderful bartering tools to get these graphic cards that we so desperately need, and such great ideas to put out there. And then I want you to make some obvious points that everyone obviously kind of knows, but the most powerful teacher in the world right now is sitting in this room. Can teach you almost any subject. You can ask it right now if you're sitting in a rural village in Transkei to teach you science. In this room is a tool that gives every child in South Africa the opportunity to speak Chinese or Japanese and trade with people worldwide through the creative economy. For just 500 rands, any person here can get an assistant worth 60,000 rands. And these tools exist. We just launched with the City of Ekurhuleni and the Arts and Culture Trust and Department of Arts and Culture a smart theater in Ekurhuleni, the first of its kind in this world. We're in the process of teaching kids on the third lesson already AI. These tools become instant abilities for them to create. In their pockets they have accountants, lawyers, and all these powerful tools that help them to put them ahead. My question is, or statement, is to say that in the past, these great universities that we've had sat with all this knowledge base. South Africa had all this knowledge about our history and our past, about minerals, but AI stores all this knowledge now. First of all, is to inspire that we need to get, when I see what these kids are achieving, and I'm happy to show people messages from the WhatsApp group, they suddenly realize that they can do almost anything that they couldn't do before without education, number one. But then also to say that we have these amazing universities, how do we use the power of these infrastructures that we already have with these technologies to kind of put us ahead? Thank you.
I think that's a question that I'm grappling with as well. How do we harness these capabilities in a social diffusion of knowledge production and reproduction model that allows the system to do its work better than it had been able to up until now? So the data is available elsewhere in the system. Understanding what the data means at a fundamental level to explain the world is, of course, the big question that Zebulon and I agree on, that you have to apply, and it doesn't displace the labor of love of using the scientific method to be able to understand and break down what that means in proteomics, for example. Dennis Hassabis does not understand how different proteins you transcribe different functions in biology, but he's handing over a tool that biologists can use, to begin to probe those deep fundamental questions about nature. I think you get the point. I'm running over it. Rassi?
Thank you very much. My name is Rassi.
You can't hear him, no? Yeah, I think we need a, yeah.
Thank you very much.
My name still is Rasigan Miraj. I work at Swane University of Technology, now augmented by some of the tools that come out of technology. Yeah? You know, as we have heard, this is a really excellent panel, but we have multiple opportunities that present themselves. But our choices are also shaped by the quality and quantity of our national system. You know, and I hope people don't mind, but we maybe need to add a level of sobriety to our discussions as well. Yesterday was the announcement of our national budget. The question that we all need to ask is to what extent this national budget helps us advance all of what we are talking about. Relative to what's been allocated to the portfolios responsible for generating all these knowledges, yeah, we have a specter called inflation. Minus inflation, we are not positively advancing the agenda. So colleagues, we also need to maybe unlock the frameworks within which people understand how national budgeting takes place. We need to really confront what austerity is doing to our system as a whole and push back against for these opportunities to become something that we can actually utilize and make our system work. It cannot be that we continuously open the door to all the opportunities that present themselves and at the same time sabotage ourselves by underspending, underinvesting, and even eroding the capabilities, capacities, and competences that our system has developed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Razi. I want to ask my colleagues to comment. Anile, you made a very interesting point about the national accounts, and that stuck with me that we have to do a follow-up. Are there any other specific things, following on Rasigan's theme, about unblocking and unlocking the nature of the political economy, of the financing of not only the budget, of course, Rasi, also across the system, private sector as well, and so on. I'm sure you agree with me. Are there innovative ideas or ideas that you can offer for discussion here, how we can generate more investment capital, to put it that way, in the system that so desperately requires it? Maybe Anile first?
Yeah, as I was saying, I mean, in national treasury, there's what is called system of national accounts. What it is that it looks at every sector of the economy. Let's say you take banking, financial services, and insurance. As you do models every quarter, every year, of saying our GDP grew by 1 or 1.5% or whatever, you have to first break it down by those sectors, right, to know each sector's contribution to overall GDP. So take mining. I mean, mining, Prof, in the 1950s contributed 50% to South Africa's GDP, 50%, mining alone. But of course, that has been coming down. I think what this community, I mean, through the department, need to do, first and foremost, we have to measure the contribution of the knowledge economy or digital economy, innovation, all of this, its contribution to GDP. I mean, that's basically, and there's a model, there's an OEC model to do this. And who does this inside our financial system? It's Stats SA, because it's Stats SA that publishes these regular reports. That is why it becomes very difficult for either you, DG or minister, to convince National Treasury around, new increase in budget, because for them, they see cost. They don't see how this fits back into growing the economy. And the only way you do that is to measure and show the impact in the economy by measuring it. And as I've said, there are models to do this. If you don't, you will have an uphill every year. And that ratio of below 1%, R&D to GDP will keep declining, because one rand to dollar and, price of things generally. So the issue is, if you have a team that will work with system of national accounts, to look at the OECD model. I mean, you can Google OECD model system of national accounts on digital or knowledge economy. There's a paper that OECD has published which defines how you actually measure what we are talking about. That's the only way that gives you power to negotiate with national treasury in terms of year-on-year increase of spending or generally to attract investors into the industry.
Okay, lovely. Shireen?
Just a quick point on that. I think the big concern we face in institutions at the moment is we've seen a lot of allocation to individual students through the NSFAS allocations, which is really important. But at the same time, the amount of funding coming into institutions to maintain teaching and learning, the level of contract posts, the level in terms of what you're getting back in terms of teaching input units continues to be declining. And I think the individual allocation to students has declined by about 9%, which means we're creating massification and access, but we're not promoting success because the context, the quality teaching and learning environment is not there. So I think if we want to promote innovation, certainly that's something we need to look at. I think the other big issue is the point that colleagues have made around the issue of the role of research and Stats South Africa. I think the issue of more interdisciplinary and cross-disciplinary research is really important because we don't know enough about the profile of our students. What are the issues of food security that they're facing? How are they managing teaching and learning in a constrained family circumstance? So I think there are many opportunities for better research, better analysis in order to guide our investment choices, which we are not foregrounding.
Thank you very much, Prof.
I think, thank you. Briefly, Andile basically gave, his talk was a complete coup de grace. I mean, first class pass, summa cum laude, because you provoked us and gave us nuggets from which you can pick and link them through in terms of our minerals and how it will influence politics of the next, geopolitics and oceanic politics of the next 100 years. My challenge now is to actually divert to Dr. Dlamini here, who is the CSIR CEO, is that South Africa has got the largest reserves of manganese in the world, right? I checked that up. We can actually have manganese battery. In 2006, we had Joule by Cobus Mering, an electric car that we produced. Our capacity to produce cars is there. I mean, you've got like this initial memory that you've learned, muscle memory, through BMW and so on and so forth. And therefore, if you can actually produce our own cars, that's decolonization, I understand, in the social sciences language. But if we produce our own cars, we have the capacity, therefore we can have our own batteries. I think that to me is what Andile provoked. So without abstracting, let's get practical and say, do our major restoration thinking that you'll just overhaul everything and just say, you're going to focus on A, B, C, and D. We can produce jet fighters, an attack helicopter. That technology can be translatable into civilian technology or even maintained at that level. I think that's a kind of almost 1880 Japanese way of thinking, of saying like, we need to move from A to B. It requires a huge moonshot. And thanks to Andile.
Thank you very much. You want to make a quick point, Andile?
Yeah, about a year and a half ago.
Is mic, please, colleagues? Yeah.
About a year and a half ago.
No.
Professor Zeblon and Professor Marwana.
Just a second.
Yeah, are you on?
Right.
Yeah. Can you hear me? No. Oh, sorry.
About a
They all did.
Sorry. Can you hear me now? Oh, wow, magic. No, I was saying about a year ago, about a year or more ago, I had a chat with Professor Zeblon and Professor Marwala, Minister. During apartheid, the apartheid government built about a couple of facilities. One, to build a satellite. That facility still exists. Two, to launch satellite. That facility still exists. And all ancillary, institutions related to it. And GPS that you use to find direction has been hacked now. We all know that. And the critical issue for us, for you, is that how do we, Minister, use the infrastructure that exists already in the country, which is either mothballed or use 10% of it? And of course, it doesn't belong to you, it belongs to now defense. But it's something that to advance space science, or what other people call the new economy in that microgravity layer, you have the infrastructure, you don't have to build anything. What you just need to do to develop skills and talent, scientists, engineers, and people to be based there and do all of these things. I'm saying there are low-hanging fruits in this journey, where infrastructure is there. It has been there for over 20 years, but what we really need is, that software of human beings to make this happen. And that is why really that pursuit of, measuring what we do and presenting a scientific argument to National Treasury by showing that the future of the economy is here and nowhere else. And for them to keep reducing this will make us irrelevant globally, from a competitive point of view. It does require, Minister, a serious strategic conversation with your colleagues. Otherwise, we really are heading for a cul-de-sac here if we are not careful.
No, absolutely. One of the things that I've been arguing with Minister and I've been talking about this is a capability in the system that can do routine diagnostics and market intel on capabilities that we have that have fallen by the wayside, mothballed, obsolescence, and so on. That with some modifications and adaptations that we've done in all spheres of life, you might be able to apply them for next-gen industries and so on with little effort, with maybe smart investment and so on. There's no central capability scanning the environment constantly, and I think we need to consider thinking about, as we, last one for you, Broer.
Yes, I think, latching on what Andile is saying, there are other ways to come from the opposite direction. Remove science from anything else. What do you get? If you can show that, what we have started to do now on our mission to villages is to start to ask the youth to start to see science in their daily lives. And if we can also have that in the government and in the National Treasury itself, that will be something for them to start looking at science that way. That, by the way, it looks like without this, there's no life here. And once you start to see that, then you cannot cut the hand that is feeding you. Thank you.
I just want one point before I give it to my colleague, and then we have to unfortunately close, colleagues, is we have to figure out the political economy of new ways of appropriating and recruiting public resources, like Andile suggested and other colleagues have done, so that we generate more capital in the system from the public and private sector. The second part of the same coin that bothers Minister a lot and us is the rational and efficient allocation of that capital in the system. A lot of unspent funds at different layers of government, national, provincial, and definitely local as well. Then you have these fiscal dumping exercises happening at the end of the financial year. And I think we need to really think about revolutionizing the way in which efficient allocation of resources occurs within the system at multiple levels so that it reaches the most needy communities as well. There's one colleague that I would like to, yes ma'am. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Thandeka Mhlanga, and luckily mine is not a question, but I would like to share one of the practical solutions that we are currently implementing in trying to contextualize the ways in which we learn, as well as trying to sort of inform the curriculum design based on our South African context. And I would like to firstly appreciate Prof. Azundini and Professor Zeblon for essentially taking us back to the importance of tapping into the basic education level and how we are currently implementing this inclusive approach to learning is that, or maybe the first thing that I need to do is essentially remind us of what innovation is. Innovation is a process of introducing new ideas, methods, solutions for value creation, and I would even add for socioeconomic impact. And the reason why I'm reminding us of this is because as a master's graduate. So I did my master's at the CSIR, where I was doing optical communication. And I was frustrated as a master's student because the beautiful basal beams that I was generating for optical communication never left the lab, nor did they go beyond the scientific community. And with my business partner, Tulile Kanyile, we thought this translational gap could be due to the fact that the science or the education system, or how the education system is structured, is that from basic education, the science stream never meets the commercial stream. So as a science student, you focus on science. Even throughout university, as a BSc graduate, I never got a chance while I was at UJ to actually do a course in business until I graduated my master's degree. Then I signed up for a postgraduate in business administration with the Wits Business School. And boy, was my mind not opened up to the exciting aspects of business. And then we sat and we thought, how could we influence or create or inculcate a culture amongst science graduates to not only think about science principles, but think about how they can create value out of the research output. And we thought that could be a potential solution in addressing the translational gap that we currently have as a country. We invest a lot in research and development, but we never see the value of the research that is being generated in our research institutions or even in our academic institutions. So we thought perhaps the best place to start is at the basic education level. So we go to township and rural communities and we partner with local schools there, and we get the learners excited about STEM. And we then, in a workshop setup, we teach them STEM research principles. At the end of that workshop, we say, now go back to your communities, identify problems that you want to solve, and use the STEM principles to solve those problems. The learners go out and ideate and identify problems and come up with hypotheses, and we support them through mobile research facility where we go back with like computers and data such that they can tap into the internet and research more about the solutions that they are tabling.
Thank you.
And once they've then created their projects, we do an expo where they display some of the solutions that they've generated, we choose the best projects. And the important thing that we do, we not only identify the best science projects, but we say, out of all of these projects, which are the 10 concepts that we can take from here and group these learners. So we usually choose 10, and we say we group these learners in groups of 3 for them to create business concepts of the solutions that they've created. So this allows us to tap into different tools in enabling the learners not only to apply their scientific research, but also to think about how they can create a business canvas or a business model for some of the tech solutions that they've come up with. So this is one practical example that I thought is important to mention in this platform in terms of how we can translate or transfer the knowledge system such that it's fit for the South African future, which would be obviously driven by innovation. Thank you.
Thank you for that brilliant one. Thank you. Colleagues, we've reached the end of our session. Unfortunately, the first session takes a lot of time usually, and I'm really fearing for the next panel's minister for time-wise. When Professor Azundini Marongo was earlier saying that what happens if science falls out, and then Professor Ibu Mandaza says Trump rises. I hope we will not see that world coming to being. Thank you very much. May I ask the audience just to applaud the panel. Brilliant, colleagues. Thank you so much. Yeah. And thank you too also for your contribution. I think Dr. Kele will now come. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Cheers. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Swartz and the panelists. Colleagues, let's have refreshments. Let's stretch our legs for 15 minutes and be back. And then the next 2 plenary sessions, I'm really going to be an activist program director. I'm going to intervene. I'm going to be an activist program director. We're not going to waste or prolong. So let's stretch our legs for 15 minutes. 15:15 sharp, we're back.
It's not a coincidence that a country at the tip of the continent is at the top of scientific discoveries and innovation. As we celebrate our democracy, we would like to take a step back, reflect and count down the amazing work we have done over the past 2 decades. From the establishment of SANSA, the South African Space Agency, to the development of multiple space initiatives, it is testament to South Africa's commitment to satellite engineering and Earth observation. The past decade has seen us make strides that aren't imaginable for a nation at the southern tip of Africa. In the heart of South Africa's Northern Cape lies a beacon of scientific achievement, propelling the nation into the forefront of radio astronomy, the world-class SKA Meerkat. This project has heralded a new era for radio astronomy, solidifying our nation's status as a leading player in the field. Not only has this program displayed our ability as an innovation giant, but it has also unlocked the potential of the local community. TIA became fully operational and was established to address societal needs, with a focus on projects targeting issues such as HIV, TB, rural development, and education. TIA embarked on a journey to transform research breakthroughs into commercial successes that supports the nation's economy. DSTI continues to provide leadership in developing highly skilled human capital, cutting-edge knowledge and research infrastructure. The department, in partnership with the NRF, has funded postgraduate students at honors, masters and doctoral levels. Building human capital capacity unlocks our nation's potential and improves our global competitiveness. Having established the Innovation Hub to support the bioeconomy and ITC sector, it has unlocked a lot of progress for Mzansi. Through strategic initiatives aimed at bolstering research development, DSTI, in collaboration with the NRF, has nurtured talent and is driving innovation. This is paving the way for a future where South Africa is a beacon of excellence in research and development. One of the highlights of the past 2 decades was the establishment and hosting of Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. This serves as a platform for DSTI and stakeholders in the national system of innovation to engage in discussions. The aim is on achieving a more focused, aligned and competitive research, development and innovation system for the country. In addition, several key initiatives were launched to address the current socio-economic challenges. DSTI has continued its strategic investments in the development and implementation of NICIs. The establishment of IT infrastructure and capability, coupled by legislation and the development of platforms and programs, all goes a long way in the positioning of South Africa as an up-to-date nation in the 4th Industrial Revolution. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, DSTI has redirected significant funds from its budget to assist in the fight against the pandemic. DSTI appointed a COVID-19 research committee to coordinate the efforts in developing local supplies of PCR reagents and the testing for the SARS-CoV-2 virus through the National Health Laboratory Service. DSTI has been actively involved in the development and implementation of the Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies RDI strategy. This strategy aims to leverage hydrogen and fuel cell technologies to address energy challenges and reduce carbon emissions in South Africa. During this period, DSTI continued its efforts to position South Africa as a strategic international partner in research, development, and innovation. With over 60 international agreements in place, DSTI focused on strengthening relations with key partners and fostering international cooperation. Hosting the first BRICS Science, Technology and Innovation Ministerial Meeting, DSTI laid the foundation for new cooperation within the BRICS grouping. If the past 2 decades is anything to go by, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation is enabling a better future for South Africa. A coincidence that a country at the tip of the continent is at the top of scientific discoveries and innovation. As we celebrate our democracy, we would like to take a step back, reflect and count down the amazing work we have done over the past 2 decades. From the establishment of SANSA, the South African Space Agency, to the development of multiple space initiatives, it is testament to South Africa's commitment to satellite engineering and Earth observation. The past decade has seen us make strides that aren't imaginable for a nation at the southern tip of Africa. In the heart of South Africa's Northern Cape lies a beacon of scientific achievement, propelling the nation into the forefront of radio astronomy, the world-class SKA Meerkat. This project has heralded a new era for radio astronomy, solidifying our nation's status as a leading player in the field. Not only has this program displayed our ability as an innovation giant, but it has also unlocked the potential of the local community. TIA became fully operational and was established to address societal needs, with a focus on projects targeting issues such as HIV, TB, rural development, and education. TIA embarked on a journey to transform research breakthroughs into commercial successes that supports the nation's economy. DSTI continues to provide leadership in developing highly skilled human capital, cutting-edge knowledge and research infrastructure. The department, in partnership with the NRF, has funded postgraduate students at honors, masters, and doctoral levels. Building human capital capacity unlocks our nation's potential and improves our global competitiveness. Having established the Innovation Hub to support the bioeconomy and ITC sector, it has unlocked a lot of progress for Mzansi. Through strategic initiatives aimed at bolstering research development, DSTI, in collaboration with the NRF, has nurtured talent and is driving innovation. This is paving the way for a future where South Africa is a beacon of excellence in research and development. One of the highlights of the past 2 decades was the establishment and hosting of Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. This serves as a platform for DSTI and stakeholders in the national system of innovation to engage in discussions. The aim is on achieving a more focused, aligned and competitive research, development and innovation system for the country. In addition, several key initiatives were launched to address the current socio-economic challenges. DSTI has continued its strategic investments in the development and implementation of NICIs. The establishment of IT infrastructure and capability, coupled by legislation and the development of platforms and programs, all goes a long way in the positioning of South Africa as an up-to-date nation in the 4th Industrial Revolution. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, DSTI has redirected significant funds from its budget to assist in the fight against the pandemic. DSTI appointed a COVID-19 research committee to coordinate the efforts in developing local supplies of PCR reagents and the testing for the SARS-CoV-2 virus through the National Health Laboratory Service. DSTI has been actively involved in the development and implementation of the Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies RDI strategy. This strategy aims to leverage hydrogen and fuel cell technologies to address energy challenges and reduce carbon emissions in South Africa. During this period, DSTI continued its efforts to position South Africa as a strategic international partner in research, development, and innovation. With over 60 international agreements in place, DSTI focused on strengthening relations with key partners and fostering international cooperation. Hosting the first BRICS Science, Technology and Innovation Ministerial Meeting, DSTI laid the foundation for new cooperation within the BRICS grouping.
Please, can we invite panelists? We need to start. Professor Mdose. Where is my VC? Where is my VC? Where is my VC? Where is my VC? Where is the professor from NRF? We are starting. We are starting. We are starting. We are starting. Where is Dube? And professor, we are starting. Yeah, no, the basis has been laid. We're bringing people back.
Colleagues, the session is about to start. Colleagues.
So we started with the private sector. Hey, yeah, ne? Yeah, ne? The private sector. No. So we're starting with science. And then we move to Is the presentation online already? Do you know? Okay, can you check for me the presentation? Yeah, Professor Nelwamondo. Maybe we should start, colleagues. I know that there's a lot of conversations that we want to have. If at the back you can just assist us with closing the doors and people will just trickle in. Colleagues, maybe we should start. Right, welcome to the second session, plenary session. We have a number of speakers to take us through this session. Colleagues at the back, we just need to start, please. Right, the name of the session is Equity, Diversity, Inclusion in the Current and Future Research and Innovation Workforce. We have 4 speakers in this order. Mr. Sandile Dube, the CEO of Equinex, South Africa. We will then move on to Dr. Nelwamondo, CEO of NRF, and also a NACI council member. We will then proceed with Professor Khadebe, head of Wits Business School, and conclude with our Vice Chancellor from the University of Zululand, Professor Mtose. This session, continuing from the previous session, wants to ask the question or advance the question that the minister has asked us to all at least consider, even in our description of what the problem is. I think he was asking us what is to be done. And while the speakers are going to be talking a lot about the problem of the ecosystem, I want to encourage all speakers to please talk about what is to be done. This summit, it will not be good for me not to contextualize this summit. A few years ago, the minister took a delegation to California, Silicon Valley, and many of our deliberations at very late at night or very early in the morning, as we were thinking about the many individuals that we were meeting at Silicon Valley, was, I think, the thinking about this summit. And I'm glad that NACI, with the CEO, Dr. Cele, is able to take those ideas that we were talking about in sites California and bring them here as implementation. Some of the ideas that indeed have influenced this summit also emanate from what we called HESI at that point, a think tank of key experts of higher education, science, and innovation, the think tank that the minister, in his previous role anchoring the two departments, initiated. And I remember many of our conversations around how we need to make sure that at some point in the near future, and we didn't know that it was going to be 2025, where we need to bring everyone here. And it's not everyone, it's the ecosystem of the national science, technology, and innovation. The question is around transformation. And I think in transformation in two ways. How do we transform the very ecosystem that is in this room? So we need to ask very difficult questions about ourselves as we think about the big questions around transformation. But equally so, and we're not schizophrenic in any way, equally so what we are also needing to do as this ecosystem is talk about the role of the ecosystem, the role of the national science and technology innovation for transformation. Because it can't just be transformation for its own sake. We also need a transformation. And as Derek was talking earlier on and in the previous session, we also need to ask the questions, what kind of transformation? Because again, we need to agree, and the charter needs to help us agree on what is that nature of transformation that is very uniquely South African, and global South in character. The beauty about what I'm doing today, which is an anomaly in many ways, is that I need to just keep quiet and listen to the panel. So my role is very easy today. So without wasting any time, and as we honor the ecosystem, we also want to start with the private sector, because this ecosystem is, the private sector is a part of that, industry is a big part of that ecosystem. So without wasting more time, let me welcome Mr. Dube to address us.
Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, good afternoon. For us, it's really a great pleasure to be given an opportunity to address this audience, but also to be participants in this much critical topic. You know, when we talk about equity, diversity, and inclusion, I'm often left with the feeling that for something so critical, we don't actually give it the priority that it actually requires. In my humble opinion, EDI, as some may call it, it's just not only a social imperative, but it's also an economic imperative. And by embracing diversity, by fostering inclusion, and also really accelerating equity, can really help not only our country in terms of its economic growth, it can really help us to unlock the full potential of South Africa, as well as the role that we play across the entire continent. However, to do so, we have to be impactful. we have to advocate with impact. What does advocating with impact mean in this particular context? Far too many of our people live outside of this digital economy that we live in today. Yet, we talk about innovation. Far too many of the people that exist within the digital economy cannot afford the basic data that the majority of us in this room take for granted. We take for granted that we're always on. And through these devices, we take for granted that we can communicate, we can transact, we can even teach ourselves across a number of elements. But think about the number of people that do not enjoy the same level of privilege that all of us do. So I believe, Minister, that the priority here, we have to be united behind a common cause. We have to be united behind a common vision. And what does that vision look like? What does success look like in the context of EDI for our country? And I think we have the privilege, to your earlier point, that we work within a sector that enables each and every sector in our economy. There is no business today that can survive without this particular sector. Dr. Ngaba earlier made reference to the systems of national accounts, as well as some of the contribution of other sectors to our GDP. And I'll draw one example. Dr. Ngaba mentioned that a number of decades ago, the mining sector was contributing close to 50% to our GDP. Unfortunately, over time, that has since declined quite significantly. And if the numbers are correct today, I think the mining sector alone contributes less than 10%. Considering that this is a sector that accounts for more than 30 to 40% of our exports, this sector has a role to play in terms of changing that picture within mining. Not only within mining, but across many other sectors within our economy. And I also think it's really an indictment that the levels of poverty and the levels of youth unemployment have now exceeded 60%. I think it's an indictment to all of us, particularly all of us in this room. And therefore, we have to engage in this topic with an intention of resolving a particular challenge, addressing a particular outcome that we want for our country that will address the levels of poverty and address the levels of unemployment, particularly amongst young people and women. I then think about, where do we start? Where is the starting point? Yes, innovation is there, and we see a number of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. However, in order for us to take advantage of the potential of artificial intelligence and many other emerging technologies, we have to understand and ask ourselves the question, what is our role in that process? Artificial intelligence alone will not resolve our unemployment issue. It will not resolve the poverty issue that we face. So therefore, the level of skills that it now requires in this day and age is fundamentally different. The education system that we follow today, it begs a number of questions in terms of, is it keeping pace with the emergence of technology? And if the answer to that question is no, then we have a fundamental challenge that we need to address, and we know where we should be starting. Think of it yourself in terms of your own productivity. If I'm now able to deliver a certain outcome within seconds, which previously used to take hours, if not weeks or months before, it therefore means that the way in which we interact with AI is fundamentally different, and the level of skill that is required to do so is fundamentally different. So therefore, from an education point of view, what do we do differently today? And then I look at the digital divide that we often talk about, and the number of people in our country that do not have access to the basic digital infrastructure, and some of the enabling factors to it. Is it fundamentally impossible that we can leverage the minister together with your peers, perhaps from DCDT, from a trade and industry, and a number of other ministers, to really focus on some of the policies that can be amended to really accelerate or make it a lot easier in the way that it will help us address some of the challenges that we face today? We're seeing an improved number of investments that are coming into South Africa, particularly from a digital infrastructure point of view, i.e. data centers. And we know the contribution and the role of data centers in a digital economy. However, I just tend to think from time to time, we are not prioritizing and we are not really leveraging the full extent of what data centers, as an example, can do for us in a digital economy. I think the government has done an incredible job in really helping us address the energy challenges that we've had. Yes, we may not be out of the woods, but that's one of the sectors that is quite key to drive even more investments in digital infrastructure. And in so doing, that creates more job opportunities, that narrows the digital divide. However, it takes intent. It takes leadership with intent. It takes courage to address the status quo. And I feel very privileged that we have your support, firstly, to commission us to the summit, to have this debate, and not to shy away from some of the challenges that are glaring, that are staring us in the face. However, it just needs us to be a lot more courageous in facing those challenges and really being determined in addressing the status quo. For me, it's rather unfortunate that we have quite a number of our citizens that live in rural areas that are not participants in this digital economy that we live in today. It's quite concerning that we often talk about the future. Meanwhile, the future is now. The future is today. How does South Africa step up to solve, firstly, South Africa's challenges? How do we step up to accelerate our role within the continent? How do we step up to be considered a dominant player at a global stage from a digital transformation point of view? We have the minerals, we have the raw resources within our country to do so. So therefore the question is, what's really stopping us? I think, Honorable Minister, policy and regulation is a start. Is a start that enables more participation in this digital economy. Secondly, we got to question the role of business in terms of how are we partnering with intent with the government in addressing a common vision and a common goal as well as a common outcome. In private sector, we often work with numbers. Nothing makes sense more than numbers. So when we talk about success and we ask ourselves, what does success look like? What does success look like through your department in the context of EDI? What does equity look like in the context of EDI? Diversity, inclusion. So I think for me, it's firstly distilling that and really being clear in terms of what is the goal that we work towards, what is the role of private sector in enabling that, and what is the role that you can play in ensuring that we have regulations and policies that can really allow more investments to come into our country, and in so doing, being a lot more intentional about bringing everyone along, not just us that are in the metropolitan areas. Thank you very much for the time.
Thanks, Mr. Dube, and at some point, if there's a further delay, we're going to have to excuse Mr. Dube. Thanks for your input. Let me not waste time, but I think it is important to note that innovation AI is a means to an end, and we need to agree on what that end is and be ambitious, as you say, and as intentional as you are saying in the context of South Africa. Let me welcome on stage Dr. or Professor Nelo Mondo, CEO of NRF.
I'm just waiting for my slides to come through. Okay, thanks. Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I just thought perhaps I'll frame this conversation around some of the statistics that we have that can help us in seeing slightly into the past, but to help us in propelling ourselves into the future. One of the key issues that I think everyone will agree with me on is that most of us here would know what needs to be done. So what needs to be done, I don't think is something that's very complex. It's about the details around the actual implementation. The plans, I think we all know, involve private sector, bring everyone on board, get more funding, and. We can all put a very big list of things that need to be done. It's a question on how do we really make sure that we can achieve that and we can implement. Just to give you a quick highlight in terms of the NRF, and I'm going to give you some statistics. Our kind of mandate is very broad, and I'm saying kind of mandate in a sense that we have a clear mandate, but here I'm not giving the mandate, I'm just giving you a clear, just a breakdown of what we focus on. The first component being about advancing knowledge. And advancing knowledge talking to supporting of research, providing the national research infrastructure, which Professor Vilakazi spoke of in the case of SKA as an example, the provisioning of the research equipment that is required to transform the system. And I think, again, there's a question that lies here in terms of when we talk about advancing knowledge, which knowledge, whose knowledge, and for whom are we developing this knowledge? That's what we look into. The second component talks to largely transforming lives. And in this regard, we're talking about postgraduate support, we're talking about emerging researcher support. Professor Moronga in the earlier session spoke of the youth, and I'm going to talk about that in a short while. Again, the question that lies here becomes, what do we do with the youth that we've actually produced in the system? We're sitting in a continent, as Africa, that has over 700,000 people, 700 million people who are under the age of 20. The median age of the continent is sitting at about 19.9, which means close to half of the population on the continent is under the age of 20. And that should be something that we cannot forget. It's something that's very critical for us to remember and say, what do we then do with this big cohort of the youth that we have on the continent? Of course, we talk about what do we do in terms of creating awareness and ensuring that the public is well informed of the science and what good the science can do for them. How do we actually position science as a public good? And lastly, strengthening and ensuring that the NSI is well positioned to achieve that which is expected of it. I won't get into the full details, but if you look at the holistic approach towards human capacity development, and Minister, I changed my name, the title now. I didn't say capacity. I didn't say capital, because I know you said capital earlier. So I want to say holistic approach towards human capacity development. The key component, esteemed colleagues, is about how do we transform the cohort of the younger researchers from the beginning end to the point that they then grow to become established researchers. And it is a part where the cohort of the young researchers needs to be looked into in context. And of course, towards the end, on your right, is where we talk of the strategic investments that can actually enable this young cohort to thrive and to then make key critical decisions around what science needs to be done in South Africa. How do we ensure that South Africa can compete with the global powers? And this again goes into a question on what kind of strategic interventions need to be placed. When you look into this diagram, what you see is that in part, where we start, we need to sort of have an enhanced capacity where one doesn't necessarily have to select which areas of focus one has to, South Africa has to work on. Can we include all areas of science? Until one can then clearly define what will work for us. And towards the end, when one makes the strategic interventions, you become narrower, but you then become more intense. And I think that's something that we've been trying to do with our instruments. I won't get into the full details now because of time. But when you look into the number of instruments that we have a number of instruments that are there to assist the next generation researchers to all the way to establishing researchers and looking into the strategic programs that can enhance the science system. I don't want to spend time here, but there's quite a number of programs that are available that can assist the growth from the young to the established. What I want to just give you a sense of is if you look at some of the instruments that we have, and you look at, in particular, the targeted programs for emerging researchers that we have quite a few. You have the Tutuka program as an example. You look, we have the Black Academic Advancement Program. We have the DSTI NRF New Generation of Academic Program, the NGAP, which was introduced in the year 2015. You have the Y-rated or promising young researchers that we are supporting. When you look at the picture, from the year 2018 to now, if you look at the stats from the transformation point of view, the transformation has been doing very well. We've been sort of growing from the transformation point of view. The bigger challenge has been the numbers. If you look at the actual numbers, the numbers have been going down, and that's a sign of, again, the decrease in the investment, the component that we spoke about of the gross expenditure on R&D dropping to lower than 0.6%, which is quite a challenge. When you look at our counterparts, the countries that are doing very well, they are spending in excess of 2.5% per annum of their R&D. Of their GDP on the R&D spend. So we are quite behind in this regard. If you look into the key components here, is that the human capital development pipeline requires serious expansion, and I won't go through these points one by one, but the target of the NRF-funded postgraduate students has been saying, and Minister, to the point that you made earlier, that's why through the DSTI NRF postgraduate funding policy, the idea was, can we fund 80% of the black students so that you can have a big capacity in the beginning? That, of course, it will dwindle. Some of it will go to industry and so forth, but let's focus on getting black at 80%, and women at 55%. That will sort of represent pretty much what you have as the demographics of the country. And on this part, we've been making a serious headway. If you look at the half of the NRF-funded students, they're black women, which is an increase from 40% in the year 2016, which shows, again, another move in the right direction in terms of transforming the system. The decline in the numbers, which is the last point there, is largely because of, firstly, as I've mentioned, the combined effect of an increase in the grants, but secondly, the decrease in the funding that we have. Increase in the grants in that we made a call at a particular point to then say, can we fund students more holistically? Because a number of students were working part-time just to sort of supplement their studies, and that has, of course, impacted negatively on the numbers. Again, if you look into the SA black and or female students supported over the last few years, you can see the stats sort of moving in the right direction from the transformation point of view. But much more needs to be done, and the bigger issue is the issue on the numbers. I think the numbers just tells you that we really have to move in terms of investing in R&D and ensuring that you have a strong capacity that can then grow into various areas. We can then start having people who are well-placed to also work with private sector to move in industry, something that we don't really have much in our country. When you look into other countries that are doing very well, you have PhDs that are offered in industry that are sitting in the labs that are sitting in complete structures of the private sector. But in our space, we sort of see these degrees as academic, but it's also because the space has not been transformed sufficiently enough for it to then accommodate the integration of private sector and academia into one space. Again, if you look at these numbers, the SA Black and the female students supported by the level of study from all the levels, from honors level to master's level and doctoral level, you can see that from a transformation point of view, if you think of it from the demographics point of view, yes, we are doing very well, we've been doing well, and that's a good sign. But the numbers become a bigger issue again, that we don't necessarily have a number that is sufficient enough to make the impact. Just before I move towards closing, I want to also just highlight one point here, that if you look at the fields of funding that we have supported, or the fields of studies that we have supported, the areas in many ways represent all the areas, because of course we support in all areas of science. You can see, I think the biggest area being the humanities with 19%, followed by social sciences and health sciences. Again, these areas sort of indicating that perhaps we have a population that is available to be supported in those domains. Maybe we still need to do more in all the areas, just to make sure that these demographics, when you look into the areas of study, they must actually represent the direction to which we want to go as a country. The bigger issue, which is a question that was asked, is to what end? Why are we doing this? Why are we concerned about transformation? Why are we concerned about the sector changing? We have mentioned, and it's been said in many forms, we want to be productive as a country. Issues that have been raised about creating our own cars and so on cannot happen until we become productive. We're transforming because we really want everyone to participate in the science. We want a system that can be highly influenced by everyone, not by a few. Impact becomes a very critical component. How do we ensure that the science that we are doing has impact? Innovation comes in. We spoke about joblessness, the challenges that we have in the social ills. And again, innovation has to address those issues. And of course, everything has to be done in a manner that becomes sustainable. Sustainability in all forms of sustainability. But to what end? Because we believe that research has to lead to a better society. And that's what we're trying to do. And we are moving in the right direction. But Minister, again, I just want to highlight the fact that I don't think the numbers are sufficient. The direction, everything that's sort of happening is building in the right direction. We just need to scale up. So thank you, colleagues. I just thought, let me just share these stats for today. And we will then engage on what it really means going forward, if we were to actually deal with issues of transformation, to deal with issues of impact, to deal with issues of excellence, and of course issues of sustainability. Because without transformation, without excellence, without impact being the driver, we are not going to be sustainable. And again, the path that we are on will then be something that in a few years will be concerned. And the last point, Minister, just before I sit down, is to say, we might be doing well today, but the key component is for us to think more about the future, to say, yes, we might be able to keep everyone engaged now. We might be able to manage in today's terms. What does this really mean for the future? We want to have this science help us achieve our objectives in the next 20, 30, and 100 years. Thank you, Minister.
Thanks, Fulu. And I know everyone in this room, we are not eager for lunch, so we'll move right along. One of the things I think in one of your slides, Fulu, in the disciplines, I noticed that Professor Nonga is in the room and would want to definitely know, as you disaggregate, where's maths? Maths can't just be as part of engineering. How many mathematicians are you currently funding as NRF? But I sort of think that even from HSRC and even the first speaker was talking about impact, we really need to agree on how do we want to define impact for ourselves as a system. At HSRC, we always talk about impact as public engagement, policy relevance, and of course excellence in the outputs and R&D. Let me move to some people will say, why do we need business school to be talking about science and innovation? They are part of the ecosystem. So, Professor Khadeb, please address us.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me acknowledge Babun Zemande, our Minister, and Nompati Manyosi. Let's give them a round of applause. This is a good show that we have here. It is very, very important. He came to my office, I think about a year or so ago, and he shared this vision with me, and we talked, and I also come from Eguruleni, so it was very important to make my contribution. So when I saw him at the tea time, I thought, we are delivered. This is what we need, delivery. So that's the point, really. We can talk and talk and talk, and we deliver. I've been a business person for over 3 decades, and now I call myself pracademic. That's what I am. So my job, Babunzi Monday, is to be, in fact, I was charged by my VC. He said I should be in the middle of bringing business, industry, and academia and making sure that they work together. And that's my mandate at business school. That's what we do there. So just quickly on where we are today in this topic, EDI, some people call it DEI. And let's just understand one thing in the context of the world now. In the current US administration, DEI is now a swear word. Okay? And so there's a lot of headwinds against this, but it's not only in the US. You can start seeing in Europe and the emergence of people who are totally against this concept. So let's not underestimate that. But I'm not going to spend a lot of time about why DEI, but we all know that it's not just only a moral imperative of redressing apartheid. That is important. The legacy of apartheid has been negatively impacting our people. There was a time in my life when I was young, I was involved in adult education. In fact, my first degree is science and maths, so I'm passionate about that. But then I did an education diploma at Wits, focusing on adult education, and I just spent a lot of time on literacy, and I just saw the impact of apartheid that is negative, how many people just can't read and write, let alone what we're talking about now. So it is very important that we address that. Secondly, the strategic imperative to solve diverse problems, complex problems. You need a diverse team. And as I told you, over the last 3 decades, I've been running big business, small business, medium-sized business. I've been an entrepreneur, and I've also been an intrapreneur, which is I-N-T-R-A, and I like to promote that a lot. The entrepreneur within an organization. How do you become an entrepreneur and grow the organization that you're in, even in an academic environment? How do you make sure that our academics are entrepreneurs in terms of academic entrepreneurship? So in order to solve any problem, you need a diverse team. I have been faced with lots of complex running global organizations. The teams that performed the best were diverse: gender, race, religion, sexual orientation, but even more importantly, different perspectives in terms of thinking patterns in terms of perspectives and worldviews. And those types of teams have done amazingly well in my business life. Economic imperatives, obviously, we have to be competitive. As a country, we have to create jobs. So there's all these reasons. So let me not waste time on why. Let's just go straight at what we need to do, specifically in the area of, I would like to focus on a research workforce, because that's what we're talking about here. How do we make sure that that research workforce, which is intellectual horsepower that we need to have in order to move very, very fast. We need to do a number of things. One, expand that workforce, that research workforce. We need to expand it. So therefore, diversity is critical. Secondly, we need to renew it. It needs to be renewed, that workforce. The ministers indicated that quite a number of maturing, I don't use the word age, maturing researchers and professors are going to leave the system very soon. And so we need to renew it. But also we need to replenish it. And that's very important, that we replenish this with the new ideas, with the new younger generation that comes in. So that's very important. So there's a serious gap when it comes to particularly black. My research tells me that 30% of SA researchers are only less than 30% of SA researchers are black. Women and rural talent is missing. I'm telling you, when I was young, also many years ago, I used to run a scholarship program and bursary program. And it used to focus here in Joburg. And I used to make it my business to really go out into Limpopo. During those times, it used to be called Venda, where people were studying under the trees. I'm telling you, the talent I was able to pick up in those schools is influencing our nations today. So it's very important that we focus on the rural, people living with disability, very important that we focus on that. I'm glad that in our school, we've got quite a number of people in that space. So STEM, also what we need to do there also is there's a lack of parity in terms of the whole STEM education, particularly demographic parity, and therefore it's very important that we make sure we increase that. There are barriers. What are the barriers? Funding, we know that. And secondly, lack of role models. Let me tell you a story very quickly about role models, which I experienced personally. When I was doing my matric, as Professor Vilakazi was saying, you know, we must all do matric. You know, we must do maths. And I think I was, yeah, you're my age, so you always call it JC. I mean, I call it JC, just before you go there. So that's grade 10. And I asked my aunt, who I held in high esteem, you know, and say, you know, Manji, finally, we need to choose whether do we go general or do we go maths, physics, and science. And this is my aunt, and I'm not criticizing her, I'm not saying anything, but she told me, she says, listen, Maurice, if you want to pass matric, science and maths. You're going to fail. General. Ushay biblical studies, ushay history, ushay geography, uzopasak matric. This is my aunt. So there was no role model even in our families. Somehow, you know, because I was studying in a good school, not in a very school there in KwaZulu-Natal, which were predominantly boarding schools, which were driven by, at that time, the mission schools. But there was this teacher that inspired me, and says, you can do it, man. And I chose math, science, and physics. Thank God I did that, because my career wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be standing here. But let's just make sure that the role models we have, because some of the reason why people don't do maths and science is because we don't have role models. Now, what do we need to do to fix these things quickly? We have got to scale STEM outreach programs. We've got to scale them like we never believed. In Wits, for instance, we've got right now busy with the Center for Entrepreneurship, and we're focusing on tech entrepreneurship. And I want to be very intentional about that, because we want to create a real entrepreneurs that are going to be focused on tech, and we know that. Andile told us earlier on. We also have the Wits Tsimologong Digital Innovation, also trying to focus now on partnering with township schools in order to make sure that we get this. But also we need to advocate and make sure it happens in school that coding, digital education should be in grade 1, 2, all those grades, so that our kids already get used to this idea of coding, digital education. Because, hey, you know, some of us started the computer, the first time you opened it was when you started in your first job. You know, you can't now have that. It's very important that the curriculum must be so, the research projects which our kids are doing. In good schools, you see that. You see our kids here sitting here who take our kids to private school, you see it. You know, my son comes to me and gives me a project and says, come and help me about this coding project. I say, gee, what are you asking me about that? You know, I've never even done it. But what about the skills in kids in townships, in rural areas? They will never enter this world and they will be left behind. Okay, another thing that we need to do, I'm sure it's being done now, we need to mandate NRF grants for black women researchers and track outcomes publicly, partner with banks. I think you're doing that already, but let's do more of that. Partner with banks, private sector for low interest loans, for postgraduate studies. I'm running a business school. Hey, my email is full of kids that do not have money to really finish their studies. And some of them will say, I'm just left with my research report, you know, and I need money. Private sector, we have to come in. That's where we need to push hard. We need to make sure that the private sector, particularly spending on R&D, we need to incentivize them, but we also make sure that we work very closely with them. And you know, in the olden days, my technical colleges, my younger brother and I always talk about it. At home we were too, and I was academic, so I was following the academic route. And he was not. And he was always pushed to, hey, follow your brother in academic, but he just resented it. He even uses energies negatively, because and until there was an uncle who said, no, let's get this boy and put him in score metals. Score metals had, at that time, Ambach, which you qualified in Modderfontein. It was a big certificate. Right now, as I speak, 20 years later, I said to him, now you're so skilled as an artisan, you can start a business. And he started a business. He's employing 300 people. 300 people. So we got to go back there. I don't know. Let's not go back to it. It was good Sazbula. But anyway, we did. Let me come to the mid-career researchers. Also, we need to retain that growth. Retain them. Because they are so much, we're leaking, the pipeline we're leaking there. They're burning out, the funding cliff is on their case, they lack leadership and guidance, and we need to get them. And I like your idea, which is let's recruit those that are being chased away from all over the world because of the rise of chasing people who are not immigrants in that. Black female researchers needs to be looked at, and I'm happy to report that our chancellor has got a female program where she's really developing academic researchers, and the academics, females want, because of the workloads of also got a balanced family and all the challenges that all females do face. And then we need to give institutional support. We need to create these fellowships, which I talked about in our Chancellor, Dr. Judy Dlamini is doing that, a fellowship of female researchers and academics. But also we need to get portable grants for sabbaticals, secondments in industry, and coming back also from industry, coming to academia, vice versa. Right now I'm speaking with, fortunately, you know, most of the CEOs of the companies in this country, I grew up with them, and then they know I'm in a business school now. I say, come. You know, come, second somebody. I need somebody to come in here. In our Energy Leadership Center right now, we've got people coming from different parts of the businesses, and they are coming in because there's a value in bringing a academic, because you can share real life experience. You can share the scars, you can share the war stories, and the kids like to hear that. Sorry for using the word kids, you know, and some of us, when you have crossed the 6th floor, everybody else below, that becomes young. We have to create these kinds of what I would call launch a cross-sector mentorship hubs that is for academia, industry, and government, you know, where we really share ideas. I like that lady that said, you know, she was, there's parallel routes, technical and commercial don't meet. And it's at business school, we're trying to do that. I'm glad you talked about that, you came to business school and you do your PDBA there, because unless we commercialize what we've learned, again, where's Lynn? Where's Professor Lynn? She's here. She's our innovation DVC. She's challenging us to use our IP and patents to commercialize it. That's our role as WBS, to create that environment, to really unlock value and create unicorns out of the science ingenuity that is located in our university. We're doing that. Finally, I'm closing now. We need to take bold steps, and I can go into details about making sure that we are doing, let me say just 3 things. First, systematic collaboration. We must collaborate in a systematic way. If the national NSI can form a transformation council consisting of academic, government, industry, and civil society, let's have a systematic approach in dealing with this problem. Secondly, bold investment, both private sector and the public sector. I think we should take 10% or more and put it into R&D budgets. I mean, you've seen how much money is being spent in Europe and in the US. We need to put money there. And then finally, the third thing, accountability. Let's hold people accountable through publishing an annual NSI equity dashboard, tracking gender, race, and class representation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor Khatebe. I don't want to, again, waste more time. I want to call on stage Professor Mtose. At some point, Professor Khatebe, you and I need to talk about the curriculum of business schools, especially our business schools in this country, whether we are indeed teaching the next generation the value of public good, not GDPs and profit maximization.
Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, but I must greet my own Chief Office of USAF, Dr. Matutu, who's here, and my colleagues. You know, I sat there and I listened to the presentations from the first group, led by Professor Swartz. And then I also listened to my panel members, and I then said, probably I need to make one line, Minister, and sit down and say, I concur. And then that's the end. Because what really I wanted to present this afternoon was to try and influence Professor Swartz as they put together this and say what kind of policies do we need to put together. And that's where I am going to zone my talk this afternoon. A lot has been said by Professor Khatebe, but having said that, I've got a woman voice and I've got my own background. I will say it differently, but I'll say the same things you have said. On a more serious note, I'm looking at policy recommendations for expanding, renewing, and replenishing the research workforce, attracting students into critical disciplines, and supporting strong research and innovation base in the NCI. One way that our facilitator have suggested is that you say what you say and then you say what needs to be done. And I'm just going to do just that as a grade 1 teacher, good one. One, I think we need to meet the demand for research innovation skills through flexible and diverse workforce. And this can only be accomplished by building a pipeline of STEM or related special subjects at a school level. I was excited when I heard what the Premier was saying this morning, that we work on a transition from secondary school, if there's still a secondary school, right up to university level, and make sure that these students do study STEM, and in so doing, we do a transition right up to academia and research in particular. The other thing that we need to do is to make sure that the research workforce is more diverse, giving equal opportunity to all available talent. This I'm saying in particular in universities and higher education, that we need to increase the grant interventions to assist blacks. I know that our NRF has already said that, but I feel like in terms of us looking at the policy, we need to put our eyes on this because there are so many restrictions. And I'm saying this for the people who belong to my age. There's an age restriction for funding to attain a doctoral degree. And I mean, a doctoral degree, even when we are 70 years old, if you want to have it, you should be allowed, Doc, not just emerging people or young people, but also growth in research outputs can be achieved when all universities and all talented academics in the academia are supported to aspire for excellence. We also need to encourage and facilitate mobility between sectors and disciplines. That has already been said this whole morning and afternoon. High-level academic qualifications such as STEM fields are a gateway to research careers, but also to employ in other sectors such as creative industries. Professor Khadebe has just said that, heritage, culture and green economy, and alternative medicine. Whenever I think about the University of Zululand, I always wonder why my colleagues are so obsessed about having a medical school. And I'm not thinking a medical school for where I am, I'm thinking about alternative medicine because of the nature and the context in which that university is based. Breakdown of disciplinary boundaries to support multiple education and career pathways are needed, more opportunity to move seamlessly between sectors and disciplines. In universities especially, it is important that we continue to renew and replenish the knowledge, because the more we do this, we move away from having curriculum that is straight-jacketed. Richer dialogue between academia and industry is also needed. We've heard that from my brother that was presenting from the industry. The second point in terms of influencing the policy in this country, I would say, secure NSI sustainability by strengthening public-public and public-private partnership and investment in research and innovation. This can be achieved by, one, introduce government policy that can promote and strengthen domestic networks that support authentic collaboration, not transactional or competitive relationships. And I think that's where we're missing the boat as higher education. Instead of working between or amongst the public and public-private stakeholders in NCSI, we tend to facilitate competition amongst ourselves. What I therefore want to suggest is that we facilitate policies that will create appropriate conditions and develop policies that will support working clusters, particularly industry clusters, and framework policies. The third element that I would like to say with regards to the policy is investment in rich research, innovation, infrastructure at HDIs. I did say that, I was here for myself. At the historically disadvantaged institutions. The infrastructure is vital to attract research students and highly skilled innovators into the NSI. The last, before your lunch, from me is build processes for the inclusion of informal institutions from conceptions of innovation system, which is what Professor Khadebe was talking about, looking at those people that are in innovation, but not in formal innovation trajectory. So we also have to include those people so that we strengthen the capacity of indigenous innovation and improving the socially embedded mechanisms and environment for such research. In short, what I'm trying to say is that we need to understand that NSI is about institutions and interaction amongst institutions. Whether we are formal or informal, we can learn from one another. And I thank you.
Thanks, Professor Dose, and indeed said very well like a woman, and we needed that voice. We are at the end of the session, and unfortunately, we're not going to take questions. I have Dr. Manzini, who has asked me to make sure that as we exit this session, we know exactly what was said and how we want to capture it, either for the charter or, as the speaker said earlier on in the first session, when we meet again next year. This time we know that we have done something. I think from this panel, we started with the theme around let's go back to basics. Let's not try to do innovation for its own sake. We need to address the digital apartheid that we are in now. That GDP increases don't necessarily increases don't necessarily mean that we are talking to individuals and families in the rural areas. We must build a pipeline, particularly focusing on postgraduate funding. The notion of entrepreneurship is also important in creating those industries and those jobs. A focus on innovation for employment, focusing on youth and women. Again, let's not forget the rural areas. Innovation, again, for not necessarily profit maximization, but in ensuring that we take our country forward. Innovation for South Africa, for the continent, and not innovation for other industries that sometimes, or other countries that sometimes use us as guinea pigs. Networks, competition, Professor Mdose, is important, but it can be corrosive competition that we have been seeing in recent times in South Africa, that the ethos of that ecosystem should be indeed based on competition, but not corrosive. And then lastly, infrastructure. With that, I did promise that we don't need lunch, but lunch is served for about, let's make it 40 minutes, knowing that we're going to take it to 45 minutes, but 40 minutes, please, let's manage time. Part of the ecosystem and the charter should be about timely delivery, including timely delivery of lunch and our sessions. Let's lead by example. The CEO has been instructing us for the past six months for the summit, and he continues to do that. Lunch is served at Clover Green Hall. Thanks, CEO. Lunch is served. Thank you very much for a very vibrant session.
That aren't imaginable for a nation at the southern tip of Africa. In the heart of South Africa's Northern Cape lies a beacon of scientific achievement, propelling the nation into the forefront of radio astronomy, the world-class SKA Meerkat. This project has heralded a new era for radio astronomy, solidifying our nation's status as a leading player in the field. Not only has this program displayed our ability as an innovation giant, but it has also unlocked the potential of the local community. TIA became fully operational and was established to address societal needs, with a focus on projects targeting issues such as HIV, TB, rural development, and education. TIA embarked on a journey to transform research breakthroughs into commercial successes that supports the nation's economy. DSTI continues to provide leadership in developing highly skilled human capital, cutting-edge knowledge and research infrastructure. The department, in partnership with the NRF, has funded postgraduate students at honors, master's and doctoral levels. Building human capital capacity unlocks our nation's potential and improves our global competitiveness. Having established the Innovation Hub to support the bioeconomy and ITC sector, it has unlocked a lot of progress for Mzansi. Through strategic initiatives aimed at bolstering research development, DSTI, in collaboration with the NRF, has nurtured talent and is driving innovation. This is paving the way for a future where South Africa is a beacon of excellence in research and development. One of the highlights of the past 2 decades was the establishment and hosting of Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. This serves as a platform for DSTI and stakeholders in the national system of innovation to engage in discussions. The aim is on achieving a more focused, aligned and competitive research, development and innovation system for the country. In addition, several key initiatives were launched to address the current socio-economic challenges. DSTI has continued its strategic investments in the development and implementation of NICIs. The establishment of IT infrastructure and capability, coupled by legislation and the development of platforms and programs, all goes a long way in the positioning of South Africa as an up-to-date nation in the 4th Industrial Revolution. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, DSTI has redirected significant funds from its budget to assist in the fight against the pandemic. DSTI appointed a COVID-19 research committee to coordinate the efforts in developing local supplies of PCR reagents and the testing for the SARS-CoV-2 virus through the National Health Laboratory Service. DSTI has been actively involved in the development and implementation of the Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies RDI strategy. This strategy aims to leverage hydrogen and fuel cell technologies to address energy challenges and reduce carbon emissions in South Africa. During this period, DSTI continued its efforts to position South Africa as a strategic international partner in research, development, and innovation. With over 60 international agreements in place, DSTI focused on strengthening relations with key partners and fostering international cooperation. Hosting the first BRICS Science, Technology and Innovation Ministerial Meeting, DSTI laid the foundation for new cooperation within the BRICS grouping. If the past 2 decades is anything to go by, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation is enabling a better future for South Africa. It's not a coincidence that a country at the tip of the continent is at the top of scientific discoveries and innovation. As we celebrate our democracy, we would like to take a step back, reflect and count down the amazing work we have done over the past 2 decades. From the establishment of SANSA, the South African Space Agency, to the development of multiple space initiatives, it is testament to South Africa's commitment to satellite engineering and Earth observation. The past decade has seen us make strides that aren't imaginable for a nation at the southern tip of Africa. In the heart of South Africa's Northern Cape lies a beacon of scientific achievement, propelling the nation into the forefront of radio astronomy, the world-class SKA Meerkat. This project has heralded a new era for radio astronomy, solidifying our nation's status as a leading player in the field. Not only has this program displayed our ability as an innovation giant, but it has also unlocked the potential of the local community. TIA became fully operational and was established to address societal needs, with a focus on projects targeting issues such as HIV, TB, rural development, and education. TIA embarked on a journey to transform research breakthroughs into commercial successes that supports the nation's economy. DSTI continues to provide leadership in developing highly skilled human capital, cutting-edge knowledge and research infrastructure. The department, in partnership with the NRF, has funded postgraduate students at honors, master's and doctoral levels. Building human capital capacity unlocks our nation's potential and improves our global competitiveness. Having established the Innovation Hub to support the bioeconomy and ITC sector, it has unlocked a lot of progress for Mzansi. Through strategic initiatives aimed at bolstering research development, DSTI, in collaboration with the NRF, has nurtured talent and is driving innovation. This is paving the way for a future where South Africa is a beacon of excellence in research and development. One of the highlights of the past 2 decades was the establishment and hosting of Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. This serves as a platform for DSTI and stakeholders in the national system of innovation to engage in discussions. The aim is on achieving a more focused, aligned and competitive research, development and innovation system for the country. In addition, several key initiatives were launched to address the current socio-economic challenges. DSTI has continued its strategic investments in the development and implementation of NICIs. The establishment of IT infrastructure and capability, coupled by legislation and the development of platforms and programs, all goes a long way in the positioning of South Africa as an up-to-date nation in the 4th Industrial Revolution. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, DSTI has redirected significant funds from its budget to assist in the fight against the pandemic. DSTI appointed a COVID-19 research committee to coordinate the efforts in developing local supplies of PCR reagents and the testing for the SARS-CoV-2 virus through the National Health Laboratory Service. DSTI has been actively involved in the development and implementation of the Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies RDI strategy. This strategy aims to leverage hydrogen and fuel cell technologies to address energy challenges and reduce carbon emissions in South Africa. During this period, DSTI continued its efforts to position South Africa as a strategic international partner in research, development, and innovation. With over 60 international agreements in place, DSTI focused on strengthening relations with key partners and fostering international cooperation. Hosting the first BRICS Science, Technology and Innovation Ministerial Meeting, DSTI laid the foundation for new cooperation within the BRICS grouping. If the past 2 decades is anything to go by, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation is enabling a better future for South Africa. It's not a coincidence that a country at the tip of the continent is at the top of scientific discoveries and innovation. As we celebrate our democracy, we would like to take a step back, reflect and count down the amazing work we have done over the past 2 decades. From the establishment of SANSA, the South African Space Agency, to the development of multiple space initiatives, it is testament to South Africa's commitment to satellite engineering and Earth observation. The past decade has seen us make strides that aren't imaginable for a nation at the southern tip of Africa. In the heart of South Africa's Northern Cape lies a beacon of scientific achievement, propelling the nation into the forefront of radio astronomy, the world-class SKA Meerkat. This project has heralded a new era for radio astronomy, solidifying our nation's status as a leading player in the field. Not only has this program displayed our ability as an innovation giant, but it has also unlocked the potential of the local community. TIA became fully operational and was established to address societal needs, with a focus on projects targeting issues such as HIV, TB, rural development, and education. TIA embarked on a journey to transform research breakthroughs into commercial successes that supports the nation's economy. DSTI continues to provide leadership in developing highly skilled human capital, cutting-edge knowledge and research infrastructure. The department, in partnership with the NRF, has funded postgraduate students at honors, master's and doctoral levels. Building human capital capacity unlocks our nation's potential and improves our global competitiveness. Having established the Innovation Hub to support the bioeconomy and ITC sector, it has unlocked a lot of progress for Mzansi. Through strategic initiatives aimed at bolstering research development, DSTI, in collaboration with the NRF, has nurtured talent and is driving innovation. This is paving the way for a future where South Africa is a beacon of excellence in research and development. One of the highlights of the past 2 decades was the establishment and hosting of Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. This serves as a platform for DSTI and stakeholders in the national system of innovation to engage in discussions. The aim is on achieving a more focused, aligned and competitive research, development and innovation system for the country. In addition, several key initiatives were launched to address the current socio-economic challenges. DSTI has continued its strategic investments in the development and implementation of NICIs. The establishment of IT infrastructure and capability, coupled by legislation and the development of platforms and programs, all goes a long way in the positioning of South Africa as an up-to-date nation in the 4th Industrial Revolution. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, DSTI has redirected significant funds from its budget to assist in the fight against the pandemic. DSTI appointed a COVID-19 research committee to coordinate the efforts in developing local supplies of PCR reagents and the testing for the SARS-CoV-2 virus through the National Health Laboratory Service. DSTI has been actively involved in the development and implementation of the Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies RDI strategy. This strategy aims to leverage hydrogen and fuel cell technologies to address energy challenges and reduce carbon emissions in South Africa. During this period, DSTI continued its efforts to position South Africa as a strategic international partner in research, development, and innovation. With over 60 international agreements in place, DSTI focused on strengthening relations with key partners and fostering international cooperation. Hosting the first BRICS Science, Technology and Innovation Ministerial Meeting, DSTI laid the foundation for new cooperation within the BRICS grouping. If the past 2 decades is anything to go by, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation is enabling a better future for South Africa. It's not a coincidence that a country at the tip of the continent is at the top of scientific discoveries and innovation. As we celebrate our democracy, we would like to take a step back, reflect and count down the amazing work we have done over the past 2 decades. From the establishment of SANSA, the South African Space Agency, to the development of multiple space initiatives, it is testament to South Africa's commitment to satellite engineering and Earth observation. The past decade has seen us make strides that aren't imaginable for a nation at the southern tip of Africa. In the heart of South Africa's Northern Cape lies a beacon of scientific achievement, propelling the nation into the forefront of radio astronomy, the world-class SKA Meerkat. This project has heralded a new era for radio astronomy, solidifying our nation's status as a leading player in the field. Not only has this program displayed our ability as an innovation giant, but it has also unlocked the potential of the local community. TIA became fully operational and was established to address societal needs, with a focus on projects targeting issues such as HIV, TB, rural development, and education. TIA embarked on a journey to transform research breakthroughs into commercial successes that supports the nation's economy. DSTI continues to provide leadership in developing highly skilled human capital, cutting-edge knowledge and research infrastructure. The department, in partnership with the NRF, has funded postgraduate students at honors, master's and doctoral levels. Building human capital capacity unlocks our nation's potential and improves our global competitiveness. Having established the Innovation Hub to support the bioeconomy and ITC sector, it has unlocked a lot of progress for Mzansi. Through strategic initiatives aimed at bolstering research development, DSTI, in collaboration with the NRF, has nurtured talent and is driving innovation. This is paving the way for a future where South Africa is a beacon of excellence in research and development. One of the highlights of the past 2 decades was the establishment and hosting of Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. This serves as a platform for DSTI and stakeholders in the national system of innovation to engage in discussions. The aim is on achieving a more focused, aligned and competitive research, development and innovation system for the country. In addition, several key initiatives were launched to address the current socio-economic challenges. DSTI has continued its strategic investments in the development and implementation of NICIs. The establishment of IT infrastructure and capability, coupled by legislation and the development of platforms and programs, all goes a long way in the positioning of South Africa as an up-to-date nation in the 4th Industrial Revolution. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, DSTI has redirected significant funds from its budget to assist in the fight against the pandemic. DSTI appointed a COVID-19 research committee to coordinate the efforts in developing local supplies of PCR reagents and the testing for the SARS-CoV-2 virus through the National Health Laboratory Service. DSTI has been actively involved in the development and implementation of the Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies RDI strategy. This strategy aims to leverage hydrogen and fuel cell technologies to address energy challenges and reduce carbon emissions in South Africa. During this period, DSTI continued its efforts to position South Africa as a strategic international partner in research, development, and innovation. With over 60 international agreements in place, DSTI focused on strengthening relations with key partners and fostering international cooperation. Hosting the first BRICS Science, Technology and Innovation Ministerial Meeting, DSTI laid the foundation for new cooperation within the BRICS grouping. If the past 2 decades is anything to go by, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation is enabling a better future for South Africa. It's not a coincidence that a country at the tip of the continent is at the top of scientific discoveries and innovation. As we celebrate our democracy, we would like to take a step back, reflect and count down the amazing work we have done over the past 2 decades. From the establishment of SANSA, the South African Space Agency, to the development of multiple space initiatives, it is testament to South Africa's commitment to satellite engineering and Earth observation. The past decade has seen us make strides that aren't imaginable for a nation at the southern tip of Africa. In the heart of South Africa's Northern Cape lies a beacon of scientific achievement, propelling the nation into the forefront of radio astronomy, the world-class SKA Meerkat. This project has heralded a new era for radio astronomy, solidifying our nation's status as a leading player in the field. Not only has this program displayed our ability as an innovation giant, but it has also unlocked the potential of the local community. TIA became fully operational and was established to address societal needs, with a focus on projects targeting issues such as HIV, TB, rural development, and education. TIA embarked on a journey to transform research breakthroughs into commercial successes that supports the nation's economy. DSTI continues to provide leadership in developing highly skilled human capital, cutting-edge knowledge and research infrastructure. The department, in partnership with the NRF, has funded postgraduate students at honors, master's and doctoral levels. Building human capital capacity unlocks our nation's potential and improves our global competitiveness. Having established the Innovation Hub to support the bioeconomy and ITC sector, it has unlocked a lot of progress for Mzansi. Through strategic initiatives aimed at bolstering research development, DSTI, in collaboration with the NRF, has nurtured talent and is driving innovation. This is paving the way for a future where South Africa is a beacon of excellence in research and development. One of the highlights of the past 2 decades was the establishment and hosting of Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. This serves as a platform for DSTI and stakeholders in the national system of innovation to engage in discussions. The aim is on achieving a more focused, aligned and competitive research, development and innovation system for the country. In addition, several key initiatives were launched to address the current socio-economic challenges. DSTI has continued its strategic investments in the development and implementation of NICIs. The establishment of IT infrastructure and capability, coupled by legislation and the development of platforms and programs, all goes a long way in the positioning of South Africa as an up-to-date nation in the fourth industrial revolution. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, DSTI has redirected significant funds from its budget to assist in the fight against the pandemic. DSTI appointed a COVID-19 research committee to coordinate the efforts in developing local supplies of PCR reagents and the testing for the SARS-CoV-2 virus through the National Health Laboratory Service. DSTI has been actively involved in the development and implementation of the Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies RDI strategy. This strategy aims to leverage hydrogen and fuel cell technologies to address energy challenges and reduce carbon emissions in South Africa. During this period, DSTI continued its efforts to position South Africa as a strategic international partner in research, development, and innovation. With over 60 international agreements in place, DSTI focused on strengthening relations with key partners and fostering international cooperation. Hosting the first BRICS Science, Technology and Innovation Ministerial Meeting, DSTI laid the foundation for new cooperation within the BRICS grouping. If the past 2 decades is anything to go by, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation is enabling a better future for South Africa. It's not a coincidence that a country at the tip of the continent is at the top of scientific discoveries and innovation. As we celebrate our democracy, we would like to take a step back, reflect and count down the amazing work we have done over the past 2 decades. From the establishment of SANSA, the South African Space Agency, to the development of multiple space initiatives, it is testament to South Africa's commitment to satellite engineering and Earth observation. The past decade has seen us make strides that aren't imaginable for a nation at the southern tip of Africa. In the heart of South Africa's Northern Cape lies a beacon of scientific achievement, propelling the nation into the forefront of radio astronomy, the world-class SKA Meerkat. This project has heralded a new era for radio astronomy, solidifying our nation's status as a leading player in the field. Not only has this program displayed our ability as an innovation giant, but it has also unlocked the potential of the local community. TIA became fully operational and was established to address societal needs, with a focus on projects targeting issues such as HIV, TB, to transform research breakthroughs into commercial successes that supports the nation's economy. DSTI continues to provide leadership in developing highly skilled human capital, cutting-edge knowledge and research infrastructure. The department, in partnership with the NRF, has funded postgraduate students at honors, master's and doctoral levels. Building human capital capacity unlocks our nation's potential and improves our global competitiveness. Having established the Innovation Hub to support the bioeconomy and ITC sector, it has unlocked a lot of progress for Mzansi. Through strategic initiatives aimed at bolstering research development, DSTI, in collaboration with the NRF, has nurtured talent and is driving innovation. This is paving the way for a future where South Africa is a beacon of excellence in research and development. One of the highlights of the past 2 decades was the establishment and hosting of Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. This serves as a platform for DSTI and stakeholders in the national system of innovation to engage in discussions. The aim is on achieving a more focused, aligned and competitive research, development and innovation system for the country. In addition, several key initiatives were launched to address the current socio-economic challenges. DSTI has continued its strategic investments in the development and implementation of NICIs. The establishment of IT infrastructure and capability, coupled by legislation and the development of platforms and programs, all goes a long way in the positioning of South Africa as an up-to-date nation in the fourth industrial revolution. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, DSTI has redirected significant funds from its budget to assist in the fight against the pandemic. DSTI appointed a COVID-19 research committee to coordinate the efforts in developing local supplies of PCR reagents and the testing for the SARS-CoV-2 virus through the National Health Laboratory Service. DSTI has been actively involved in the development and implementation of the Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies RDI strategy. This strategy aims to leverage hydrogen and fuel cell technologies to address energy challenges and reduce carbon emissions in South Africa. During this period, DSTI continued its efforts to position South Africa as a strategic international partner in research, development, and innovation. With over 60 international agreements in place, DSTI focused on strengthening relations with key partners and fostering international cooperation. Hosting the first BRICS Science, Technology and Innovation Ministerial Meeting, DSTI laid the foundation for new cooperation within the BRICS grouping. If the past 2 decades is anything to go by, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation is enabling a better future for South Africa. Not a coincidence that a country at the tip of the continent is at the top of scientific discoveries and innovation. As we celebrate our democracy, we would like to take a step back, reflect and count down the amazing work we have done over the past 2 decades. From the establishment of SANSA, the South African Space Agency, to the development of multiple space initiatives, it is testament to South Africa's commitment to satellite engineering and Earth observation. The past decade has seen us make strides that aren't imaginable for a nation at the southern tip of Africa. In the heart of South Africa's Northern Cape lies a beacon of scientific achievement, propelling the nation into the forefront of radio astronomy, the world-class SKA Meerkat. This project has heralded a new era for radio astronomy, solidifying our nation's status as a leading player in the field. Not only has this program displayed our ability as an innovation giant, but it has also unlocked the potential of the local community. TIA became fully operational and was established to address societal needs, with a focus on projects targeting issues such as HIV, TB, rural development, and education. TIA embarked on a journey to transform research breakthroughs into commercial successes that supports the nation's economy. DSTI continues to provide leadership in developing highly skilled human capital, cutting-edge knowledge and research infrastructure. The department, in partnership with the NRF, has funded postgraduate students at honors, master's and doctoral levels. Building human capital capacity unlocks our nation's potential and improves our global competitiveness. Having established the Innovation Hub to support the bioeconomy and ITC sector, it has unlocked a lot of progress for Mzansi. Through strategic initiatives aimed at bolstering research development, DSTI, in collaboration with the NRF, has nurtured talent and is driving innovation. This is paving the way for a future where South Africa is a beacon of excellence in research and development. One of the highlights of the past 2 decades was the establishment and hosting of Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. This serves as a platform for DSTI and stakeholders in the national system of innovation to engage in discussions. The aim is on achieving a more focused, aligned and competitive research, development and innovation system for the country. In addition, several key initiatives were launched to address the current socio-economic challenges. DSTI has continued its strategic investments in the development and implementation of NICIs. The establishment of IT infrastructure and capability, coupled by legislation and the development of platforms and programs, all goes a long way in the positioning of South Africa as an up-to-date nation in the 4th Industrial Revolution. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, DSTI has redirected significant funds from its budget to assist in the fight against the pandemic. DSTI appointed a COVID-19 research committee to coordinate the efforts in developing local supplies of PCR reagents and the testing for the SARS-CoV-2 virus through the National Health Laboratory Service. DSTI has been actively involved in the development and implementation of the Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies RDI strategy. This strategy aims to leverage hydrogen and fuel cell technologies to address energy challenges and reduce carbon emissions in South Africa. During this period, DSTI continued its efforts to position South Africa as a strategic international partner in research, development, and innovation. With over 60 international agreements in place, DSTI focused on strengthening relations with key partners and fostering international cooperation. Hosting the first BRICS Science, Technology and Innovation Ministerial Meeting, DSTI laid the foundation for new cooperation within the BRICS grouping. If the past 2 decades is anything to go by, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation is enabling a better future for South Africa. It's not a coincidence that a country at the tip of the continent is at the top of scientific discoveries and innovation. As we celebrate our democracy, we would like to take a step back, reflect and count down the amazing work we have done over the past 2 decades. From the establishment of SANSA, the South African Space Agency, to the development of multiple space initiatives, it is testament to South Africa's commitment to satellite engineering and Earth observation. The past decade has seen us make strides that aren't imaginable for a nation at the southern tip of Africa. In the heart of South Africa's Northern Cape lies a beacon of scientific achievement, propelling the nation into the forefront of radio astronomy, the world-class SKA Meerkat. This project has heralded a new era for radio astronomy, solidifying our nation's status as a leading player in the field. Not only has this program displayed our ability as an innovation giant, but it has also unlocked the potential of the local community. TIA became fully operational and was established to address societal needs, with a focus on projects targeting issues such as HIV, TB, rural development, and education. TIA embarked on a journey to transform research breakthroughs into commercial successes that supports the nation's economy. DSTI continues to provide leadership in developing highly skilled human capital, cutting-edge knowledge and research infrastructure. The department, in partnership with the NRF, has funded postgraduate students at honors, master's and doctoral levels. Building human capital capacity unlocks our nation's potential and improves our global competitiveness. Having established the Innovation Hub to support the bioeconomy and ITC sector, it has unlocked a lot of progress for Mzansi. Through strategic initiatives aimed at bolstering research development, DSTI, in collaboration with the NRF, has nurtured talent and is driving innovation. This is paving the way for a future where South Africa is a beacon of excellence in research and development. One of the highlights of the past 2 decades was the establishment and hosting of Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. This serves as a platform for DSTI and stakeholders in the national system of innovation to engage in discussions. The aim is on achieving a more focused, aligned and competitive research, development and innovation system for the country. In addition, several key initiatives were launched to address the current socio-economic challenges. DSTI has continued its strategic investments in the development and implementation of NICIs. The establishment of IT infrastructure and capability, coupled by legislation and the development of platforms and programs, all goes a long way in the positioning of South Africa as an up-to-date nation in the 4th Industrial Revolution. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, DSTI has redirected significant funds from its budget to assist in the fight against the pandemic. DSTI appointed a COVID-19 research committee to coordinate the efforts in developing local supplies of PCR reagents and the testing for the SARS-CoV-2 virus through the National Health Laboratory Service. DSTI has been actively involved in the development and implementation of the Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies RDI strategy. This strategy aims to leverage hydrogen and fuel cell technologies to address energy challenges and reduce carbon emissions in South Africa. During this period, DSTI continued its efforts to position South Africa as a strategic international partner in research, development, and innovation. With over 60 international agreements in place, DSTI focused on strengthening relations with key partners and fostering international cooperation. Hosting the first BRICS Science, Technology and Innovation Ministerial Meeting, DSTI laid the foundation for new cooperation within the BRICS grouping. If the past 2 decades is anything to go by, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation is enabling a better future for South Africa. Not a coincidence that a country at the tip of the continent is at the top of scientific discoveries and innovation. As we celebrate our democracy, we would like to take a step back, reflect and count down the amazing work we have done over the past 2 decades. From the establishment of SANSA, the South African Space Agency, to the development of multiple space initiatives, it is testament to South Africa's commitment to satellite engineering and Earth observation. The past decade has seen us make strides that aren't imaginable for a nation at the southern tip of Africa. In the heart of South Africa's Northern Cape lies a beacon of scientific achievement, propelling the nation into the forefront of radio astronomy, the world-class SKA Meerkat. This project has heralded a new era for radio astronomy, solidifying our nation's status as a leading player in the field. Not only has this program displayed our ability as an innovation giant, but it has also unlocked the potential of the local community. TIA became fully operational and was established to address societal needs, with a focus on projects targeting issues such as HIV, TB, rural development, and education. TIA embarked on a journey to transform research breakthroughs into commercial successes that supports the nation's economy. DSTI continues to provide leadership in developing highly skilled human capital, cutting-edge knowledge and research infrastructure. The department, in partnership with the NRF, has funded postgraduate students at honors, masters and doctoral levels. Building human capital capacity unlocks our nation's potential and improves our global competitiveness. Having established the Innovation Hub to support the bioeconomy and ITC sector, it has unlocked a lot of progress for Mzansi. Through strategic initiatives aimed at bolstering research development, DSTI, in collaboration with the NRF, has nurtured talent and is driving innovation. This is paving the way for a future where South Africa is a beacon of excellence in research and development. One of the highlights of the past 2 decades was the establishment and hosting of Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. This serves as a platform for DSTI and stakeholders in the national system of innovation to engage in discussions. The aim is on achieving a more focused, aligned and competitive research, development and innovation system for the country. In addition, several key initiatives were launched to address the current socio-economic challenges. DSTI has continued its strategic investments in the development and implementation of NICIs. The establishment of IT infrastructure and capability, coupled by legislation and the development of platforms and programs, all goes a long way in the positioning of South Africa as an up-to-date nation in the 4th Industrial Revolution. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, DSTI has redirected significant funds from its budget to assist in the fight against the pandemic. DSTI appointed a COVID-19 research committee to coordinate the efforts in developing local supplies of PCR reagents and the testing for the SARS-CoV-2 virus through the National Health Laboratory Service. DSTI has been actively involved in the development and implementation of the Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies RDI strategy. This strategy aims to leverage hydrogen and fuel cell technologies to address energy challenges and reduce carbon emissions in South Africa. During this period, DSTI continued its efforts to position South Africa as a strategic international partner in research, development, and innovation. With over 60 international agreements in place, DSTI focused on strengthening relations with key partners and fostering international cooperation. Hosting the first BRICS Science, Technology and Innovation Ministerial Meeting, DSTI laid the foundation for new cooperation within the BRICS grouping. If the past 2 decades is anything to go by, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation is enabling a better future for South Africa. It's not a coincidence that a country at the tip of the continent is at the top of scientific discoveries and innovation. As we celebrate our democracy, we would like to take a step back, reflect and count down the amazing work we have done over the past 2 decades. From the establishment of SANSA, the South African Space Agency, to the development of multiple space initiatives, it is testament to South Africa's commitment to satellite engineering and Earth observation. The past decade has seen us make strides that aren't imaginable for a nation at the southern tip of Africa. In the heart of South Africa's Northern Cape lies a beacon of scientific achievement, propelling the nation into the forefront of radio astronomy, the world-class SKA Meerkat. This project has heralded a new era for radio astronomy, solidifying our nation's status as a leading player in the field. Not only has this program displayed our ability as an innovation giant, but it has also unlocked the potential of the local community. TIA became fully operational and was established to address societal needs, with a focus on projects targeting issues such as HIV, TB, rural development, and education. TIA embarked on a journey to transform research breakthroughs into commercial successes that supports the nation's economy. DSTI continues to provide leadership in developing highly skilled human capital, cutting-edge knowledge and research infrastructure. The department, in partnership with the NRF, has funded postgraduate students at honors, master's and doctoral levels. Building human capital capacity unlocks our nation's potential and improves our global competitiveness. Having established the Innovation Hub to support the bioeconomy and ITC sector, it has unlocked a lot of progress for Mzansi. Through strategic initiatives aimed at bolstering research development, DSTI, in collaboration with the NRF, has nurtured talent and is driving innovation. This is paving the way for a future where South Africa is a beacon of excellence in research and development. One of the highlights of the past 2 decades was the establishment and hosting of Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. This serves as a platform for DSTI and stakeholders in the national system of innovation to engage in discussions. The aim is on achieving a more focused, aligned and competitive research, development and innovation system for the country. In addition, several key initiatives were launched to address the current socio-economic challenges. DSTI has continued its strategic investments in the development and implementation of NICIs. The establishment of IT infrastructure and capability, coupled by legislation and the development of platforms and programs, all goes a long way in the positioning of South Africa as an up-to-date nation in the 4th Industrial Revolution. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, DSTI has redirected significant funds from its budget to assist in the fight against the pandemic. DSTI appointed a COVID-19 research committee to coordinate the efforts in developing local supplies of PCR reagents and the testing for the SARS-CoV-2 virus through the National Health Laboratory Service. DSTI has been actively involved in the development and implementation of the Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies RDI strategy. This strategy aims to leverage hydrogen and fuel cell technologies to address energy challenges and reduce carbon emissions in South Africa. During this period, DSTI continued its efforts to position South Africa as a strategic international partner in research, development, and innovation. With over 60 international agreements in place, DSTI focused on strengthening relations with key partners and fostering international cooperation. Hosting the first BRICS Science, Technology and Innovation Ministerial Meeting, DSTI laid the foundation for new cooperation within the BRICS grouping. If the past 2 decades is anything to go by, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation is enabling a better future for South Africa. Not a coincidence that a country at the tip of the continent is at the top of scientific discoveries and innovation. As we celebrate our democracy, we would like to take a step back, reflect and count down the amazing work we have done over the past 2 decades. From the establishment of SANSA, the South African Space Agency, to the development of multiple space initiatives, it is testament to South Africa's commitment to satellite engineering and Earth observation. The past decade has seen us make strides that aren't imaginable for a nation at the southern tip of Africa. In the heart of South Africa's Northern Cape lies a beacon of scientific achievement, propelling the nation into the forefront of radio astronomy, the world-class SKA Meerkat. This project has heralded a new era for radio astronomy, solidifying our nation's status as a leading player in the field. Not only has this program displayed our ability as an innovation giant, but it has also unlocked the potential of the local community. TIA became fully operational and was established to address societal needs, with a focus on projects targeting issues such as HIV, TB, rural development, and education. TIA embarked on a journey to transform research breakthroughs into commercial successes that supports the nation's economy. DSTI continues to provide leadership in developing highly skilled human capital, cutting-edge knowledge and research infrastructure. The department, in partnership with the NRF, has funded postgraduate students at honors, master's and doctoral levels. Building human capital capacity unlocks our nation's potential and improves our global competitiveness. Having established the Innovation Hub to support the bioeconomy and ITC sector, it has unlocked a lot of progress for Mzansi. Through strategic initiatives aimed at bolstering research development, DSTI, in collaboration with the NRF, has nurtured talent and is driving innovation. This is paving the way for a future where South Africa is a beacon of excellence in research and development. One of the highlights of the past 2 decades was the establishment and hosting of Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. This serves as a platform for DSTI and stakeholders in the national system of innovation to engage in discussions. The aim is on achieving a more focused, aligned and competitive research, development and innovation system for the country. In addition, several key initiatives were launched to address the current socio-economic challenges. DSTI has continued its strategic investments in the development and implementation of NICIs. The establishment of IT infrastructure and capability, coupled by legislation and the development of platforms and programs, all goes a long way in the positioning of South Africa as an up-to-date nation in the 4th Industrial Revolution. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, DSTI has redirected significant funds from its budget to assist in the fight against the pandemic. DSTI appointed a COVID-19 research committee to coordinate the efforts in developing local supplies of PCR reagents and the testing for the SARS-CoV-2 virus through the National Health Laboratory Service. DSTI has been actively involved in the development and implementation of the Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies RDI strategy. This strategy aims to leverage hydrogen and fuel cell technologies to address energy challenges and reduce carbon emissions in South Africa. During this period, DSTI continued its efforts to position South Africa as a strategic international partner in research, development, and innovation. With over 60 international agreements in place, DSTI focused on strengthening relations with key partners and fostering international cooperation. Hosting the first BRICS Science, Technology and Innovation Ministerial Meeting, DSTI laid the foundation for new cooperation within the BRICS grouping. If the past 2 decades is anything to go by, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation is enabling a better future for South Africa. It's not a coincidence that a country at the tip of the continent is at the top of scientific discoveries and innovation. As we celebrate our democracy, we would like to take a step back, reflect and count down the amazing work we have done over the past 2 decades. From the establishment of SANSA, the South African Space Agency, to the development of multiple space initiatives, it is testament to South Africa's commitment to satellite engineering and Earth observation. The past decade has seen us make strides that aren't imaginable for a nation at the southern tip of Africa. In the heart of South Africa's Northern Cape lies a beacon of scientific achievement, propelling the nation into the forefront of radio astronomy, the world-class SKA Meerkat. This project has heralded a new era for radio astronomy, solidifying our nation's status as a leading player in the field. Not only has this program displayed our ability as an innovation giant, but it has also unlocked the potential of the local community. TIA became fully operational and was established to address societal needs, with a focus on projects targeting issues such as HIV, TB, rural development, and education. TIA embarked on a journey to transform research breakthroughs into commercial successes that supports the nation's economy. DSTI continues to provide leadership in developing highly skilled human capital, cutting-edge knowledge and research infrastructure. The department, in partnership with the NRF, has funded postgraduate students at honors, masters and doctoral levels. Building human capital capacity unlocks our nation's potential and improves our global competitiveness. Having established the Innovation Hub to support the bioeconomy and ITC sector, it has unlocked a lot of progress for Mzansi. Through strategic initiatives aimed at bolstering research development, DSTI, in collaboration with the NRF, has nurtured talent and is driving innovation. This is paving the way for a future where South Africa is a beacon of excellence in research and development. One of the highlights of the past 2 decades was the establishment and hosting of Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. This serves as a platform for DSTI and stakeholders in the national system of innovation to engage in discussions. The aim is on achieving a more focused, aligned and competitive research, development and innovation system for the country. In addition, several key initiatives were launched to address the current socio-economic challenges. DSTI has continued its strategic investments in the development and implementation of NICIs. The establishment of IT infrastructure and capability, coupled by legislation and the development of platforms and programs, all goes a long way in the positioning of South Africa as an up-to-date nation in the 4th Industrial Revolution. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, DSTI has redirected significant funds from its budget to assist in the fight against the pandemic. DSTI appointed a COVID-19 research committee to coordinate the efforts in developing local supplies of PCR reagents and the testing for the SARS-CoV-2 virus through the National Health Laboratory Service. DSTI has been actively involved in the development and implementation of the Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Technologies RDI strategy. This strategy aims to leverage hydrogen and fuel cell technologies to address energy challenges and reduce carbon emissions in South Africa. During this period, DSTI continued its efforts to position South Africa as a strategic international partner in research, development, and innovation. With over 60 international agreements in place, DSTI focused on strengthening relations with key partners and fostering international cooperation. Hosting the first BRICS Science, Technology and Innovation Ministerial Meeting, DSTI laid the foundation for new cooperation within the BRICS grouping. If the past 2 decades is anything to go by, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation is enabling a better future for South Africa. It's not a coincidence that a country at the tip of the continent is at the top of scientific discoveries and innovation. As we celebrate our democracy, we would like to take a step back, reflect and count down the amazing work we have done over the past 2 decades. From the establishment of SANSA, the South African Space Agency, to the development of multiple space initiatives, it is testament to South Africa's commitment to satellite engineering and Earth observation. The past decade has seen us make strides that aren't imaginable for a nation at the southern tip of Africa. In the heart of South Africa's Northern Cape lies a beacon of scientific achievement, propelling the nation into the forefront of radio astronomy, the world-class SKA Meerkat. This project has heralded a new era for radio astronomy, solidifying our nation's status as a leading player in the field. Not only has this program displayed our ability as an innovation giant, but it has also unlocked the potential of the local community. TIA became fully operational and was established to address societal needs, with a focus on projects targeting issues such as HIV, TB, rural development, and education. TIA embarked on a journey to transform research breakthroughs into commercial successes that supports the nation's economy. DSTI continues to provide leadership in developing highly skilled human capital, cutting-edge knowledge and research infrastructure. The department, in partnership with the NRF, has funded postgraduate students at honors, masters and doctoral levels. Building human capital capacity unlocks our nation's potential and improves our global competitiveness. Having established the Innovation Hub to support the bioeconomy and ITC sector, it has unlocked a lot of progress for Mzansi. Through strategic initiatives aimed at bolstering research development, DSTI, in collaboration with the NRF, has nurtured talent and is driving innovation. This is paving the way for a future where South Africa is a beacon of excellence in research and development. One of the highlights of the past 2 decades was the establishment and hosting of Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. This serves as a platform for DSTI and stakeholders in the national system of innovation to engage in discussions. The aim is on achieving a more focused, aligned and competitive research, development and innovation system
Colleagues, please
for
let
the
us
country.
move in. Let us move in.
In
Let's
addition,
settle. We need
several
to start
key initiatives
the last plenary panel. And then let me invite the rest of the panelists so that we can start. We also need to make time for the parallel sessions after this one. So we have an hour. So if DSTI and NECI team could remind people outside to move in. So we have a panel discussion to be facilitated by Osi. Dr. Dlamini, you're here. Osi, over to you. When you're ready, you can start.
The minister's not going to be here, is he?
No, they're still
in lunch. Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Ozzy Franks, and I'm a council member or a member of the NACI Council Board. And it's my pleasure to briefly introduce the topic that our panel will be addressing. And it's after the initial sessions that focused on transformation of knowledge for South Africa's future. Then we heard the second panel was equity, diversity, inclusion, or EDI as it's known, in the current and future research and innovation workforce in South Africa. And our panel is going to expeditiously deal with industrialization and the development of the green economy. I'll come back to that title in just a minute, but for now, let me quickly just introduce the two-member panel. I'm sure you must be relieved it's a two-member panel, especially it's after lunch. Our first speaker is going to be Professor Vladimir Linkov, who's attached to the University of the Western Cape. And Vladimir has got an impressive CV. He's a material scientist. He's the founding director of the South African Advanced Materials. The South African Institute for Advanced Materials is established over 20 years, is that correct? 25, so he's almost a naturalized South African. So his CV contains a number of awards that he's won for his research. He supervised extensively commercial research as well as academic research for PhDs and masters. He's convened several national and international conferences. He's represented South Africa in a number of capacities, and more recently, he serves as the Vice President of the International Association for Hydrogen Energy. And he's got just such an impressive publication record of 240 Scopus listed papers and 29 registered patents. So through and through a scientist. And he's actually a material scientist. Our second speaker, Dr. Thulani Dlamini, is no less accomplished. Tulani is also a material scientist with more than 25 years of experience in research, development, innovation in the petrochemical sector and the regenerative thermal oxidizer environments. His interests includes innovation management, technology commercialization, and innovation strategies for development. Tulani is also the CEO of the Council for Scientific Industrial Research. Tulani has paid his national dues. He serves on a number of boards, including the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the National Advisory Council on Innovation. He serves on the Sasol Pension Fund. That is definitely national service. He serves on the board of the African Laser Center, the Automotive Industry Development Center, the Council of University of KwaZulu-Natal, and is also a board member of the United Nations Development Program, the South African program. And finally, is a member of the South African Academy of Science and the Institute of Directors. So I'm sure you'll agree with me, a very seasoned and decorated and recognized scientist. I just wanted to say one or two words quickly before we hand over to the panelists. And Program Chair, how many minutes do we have for this session? 1 hour. Okay, so we're not rushing then. So the title of this session, Knowledge and STI-driven industrialization and the development of the green economy. I said I'll come back to the term the green economy, and the reason for that is that the green economy is a concept. And when you're dealing with a concept, it means different things to different people. So there's not one way in which you measure a concept. So I thought I just wanted to clarify that, Program Chair, in the absence of the Minister, that the term green economy integrates considerations of the environment and sustainability into economic growth. So there's two concepts. It's the environment, sustainability, incorporated into economic growth. Stated differently, the green economy aims to generate economic development and inclusive job creation while ensuring that we don't deplete the planet's natural resources, which are so vital for our survival. The Paris Agreement of the 12th of December 2015, I'm sure a number of you may recall that, two things come out of that agreement. The first one is that the signatories have committed to trying to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees centigrade, preferably below 1.5 degrees centigrade, above the pre-industrial levels of emissions. The second thing that the Paris Agreement commits signatories to is to attaining net zero emissions, or zero carbon emissions, by the middle of the century, 2050. And that's around the corner. You know, in terms of the time periods that it takes to establish industry sectors, to establish, for example, the green energy sector in 25 years is going to be a long shot. But I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. So it's widely contended that science, technology, innovation will drive the development of local technologies across a wide range of sectors and applications, including health and medical sectors, ICT, pharmaceutical, agricultural, mining, banking, the oceans economy. We heard about mining in the oceans this morning, telecommunications, aviation, unmanned vehicles, and also, importantly, the decarbonization of our industries and the energy sector. The last point I want to make before I invite Prof. Linkoff to come and speak is an important one. And the nascent or the emerging hydrogen economy presents a once-in-a-generation opportunity for South Africa to drive green industrialization through localization, creation of jobs, and socio-economic impact. So this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for our country to drive green industrialization through localization, creation of jobs, and socio-economic impact, and to become a global leader in the green economy. This is the caveat. So while economic sectors like the automotive and the mining sector took 4+ decades to develop, the hydrogen sector will have to be developed in a much compressed time period or much shorter time period, possibly in just over a decade. 2 decades on the outside. And the reason for that is that the global urgency to decarbonize is imperative, and we're going to see the developed world start to adopt alternative renewable sources of energy. So we've got a very small window within which to rapidly build technological capabilities as we are in a global competition, and this is a truly global competition. So I leave you then simply by saying that by capitalizing on our natural resources, being the sun and the wind, by our human potential, please let Minister know I didn't say human capital, industrial and innovative capabilities, and policy expertise, South Africa could drive economic transformation while ensuring a sustainable and inclusive, with no one left behind, economy. But this will require strategic investment in areas including research and development and innovation, infrastructure, and again, human development. So colleagues, it's my distinct pleasure now to welcome up Professor Dmitry Linkoff to give us his first address. And please, the floor is yours, sir. Take your time.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a really great honor to present here in front of you. And I will try to present to you a technology that I firmly believe has tremendous potential in specifically transformation of the society. And when listening to very inspiring keynote address by Honorable Minister, it really is, I was stricken by the relevance of certain specific key points of that he pointed to us with regard to the development of science and technology in a transformative way, and specifically the social economic emancipation, grassroots, STI, and he also mentioned agriculture. And that is something that is not just relevant for transformation in South Africa or generally in the global south, in the developing world, but I think it also brings the answer to a very significant problem that is now faced, hydrogen economy and hydrogen energy is facing worldwide. And that problem is the, I would say, limiting growth opportunities. There was a significant support from the government, NGOs, the public sector, in the supply of the supply side of hydrogen, generation of hydrogen. And I'm sure you know the all the aspects why South Africa is, because it's so privileged to have very significant resource, platinum group metal, that is critical for hydrogen production and utilization. But it also has the opportunity to transform its whole economic activities using the hydrogen as the example. And I actually firmly believe that we as a country have the opportunity to lead the world. And I will try to actually elaborate why. The title here is quite specific, and I really try to be specific. It's sustainable solution for large construction site applicable for taxi ranks, bus terminals, truck depots. But this is a lot wider than that, but that is the foundation of this opportunity. So, first of all, I really would like to speak about just a few words about HySA flagship program, Hydrogen South Africa, and the critical role that it played. It is really wonderful program that was started in 2007, 2008 by DST, now DSTI. Locally developed hydrogen technologies are very significant and quite serious. Local fuel cell component manufacturing capabilities are coming online at the moment. Fuel cell product prototypes made in South Africa are significant, and green hydrogen production demonstration is taking place. Local supporting technologies are also being developed, and that is also a separate program of DSTI with regard to energy storage, specifically lithium-ion batteries. All leads to the possibility of establishing some kind of a value chain, technological and also societal value chain that will allow for what I will present as a Green New World concept, which I think really very specifically attractive to South Africa. But first of all, about HySA, I was really privileged to be part of HySA right from the beginning, and it was about 4 years after the DST was established. So in 2004, in 2008, DST started a revolutionary program to develop the very specific local capabilities in critical components for nascent hydrogen economy. At that time, they were really visionaries, and DST and DSTI managed this program, I think, exceptionally well, and it is now in its, I would say, 17th year, and there was a significant number of prototypes, skills, and very critical components that were developed. And by the way, in the foyer you will see examples of these technologies presented by 3 competence center. They are HySA catalysis, HySA systems, and HySA infrastructure, spread across the universities and science councils. And I represent University of the Western Cape. And I will just to try to use examples that were developed and that are being kind of introduced into the market now that will, I think, significantly transform South African economy and society. So to start with just an overview, the key technologies were developed in a number of areas that are relevant to different clusters, economic clusters, that are very important for the society and the economy, and starting from the transportation on a small scale, going into the different types of energy generation devices, transport solutions on the larger scale, and very importantly, machinery, and starting with the lifter loaders, forklifts as they're known, but also going wider into the mining equipment, into the hydrogen storage. All of that is actually present, and there is a significant output that is going into the market. There is a wonderful examples of the fuel cell catalyst that HySA Catalysis is presenting. There's examples of the green ammonia that HICE Infrastructure is presenting in the foyer, all of that is actually taking significant role in the whole concept of the Green New World that is transformative, that opens opportunities. I would like to give you just a few examples of the technologies that are coming out of demonstration into the real world. And from our side, it is all based on the fuel cell and electrolyzer stacks. And that is the devices where hydrogen either converted into electricity or renewable electricity, renewable energy converted into hydrogen. And that covers the whole lot of different areas: energy generation, storage, transportation, but all of it is specific to that stack production, and that's where the what is called membranes that are coated with the catalysts that are made using South African critical resource platinum group metals are introduced, and that's where electricity is generated. And it was regarded as a very difficult task, and we made the very first fuel cell stack in about 2004. It was very small, it wasn't working well, but now, very importantly, we have a almost full-scale production line that was commissioned at the University of the Western Cape just a month ago, and that line actually answers the country's need in the production of both fuel cell stacks and electrolyzer stacks. That's a significant, unique production line in South Africa. I do not think something like that exists, not just on the African continent, but in the Southern Hemisphere as a whole. This is something that is very important, that is coming into fuel cell forklift, for example. And that is not just for handling goods, but also this is the platform for mining application, that is the platform for agricultural construction applications. And fuel cell forklift first was introduced into real industrial environment in 2016, specifically into Impala platinum production. Then they co-funded it, and it's still working. It's still in operation. Zero emission fuel cell vehicle made in South Africa. Further, we're looking at the capacity to work with hydrogen, to compress hydrogen, using, again, natural materials, minerals that are present in South Africa, and also, very importantly, that are manufactured locally in the form of materials, but also in the form of components and devices. And over the last 10 years, we went from humble, small compressors, now going into the compressors that can go up to 800 bars, so they can refuel the machinery, refuel fuel cell buses, trucks, and vehicles directly. Another important aspect of green hydrogen and the hydrogen economy is production of hydrogen using renewable energy. And that is already brings us closer to the requirement of developing grassroots rural areas, because that is where land is available, land is cheap or free, and that's where you can actually generate significant amount of hydrogen. From 2005, we started developing green hydrogen electrolyzer, and it culminated in about just after COVID, 2021, 22, when we actually, for 18 months, we tested South African-made integrated electrolyzer system in the facility in Vredendal, 300 kilometers north on Cape Town, with the participation of local community, local businesses, and we learned quite a lot from this technology, from these studies. And we also learned that it is really, in order to be able to produce hydrogen at a low cost, to minimize the kind of off time of the electrolyzer, we need to have energy storage, because renewable energy in the form of photovoltaics is not available during the night. So, and that was very handy because in parallel, DSTI has been running their lithium-ion production program and energy storage program, of which we were also part, and we produced the very first in South Africa fully functional lithium-ion battery. What is very interesting, we started right from the raw material. We started from basically raw material that being developed by fellow institutions like University of the North. They producing very good quality manganese-based electrode. We now can put the electrode into the battery and completely manufacture lithium-ion battery. That was the first in the African continent, and it was also the first in the Southern Hemisphere. I don't think that even now there is a full cycle lithium-ion battery production in the Southern Hemisphere that we have the premises near UWC. Complete cycle. So that is supporting, that's becoming, thank you, supporting technology for the development of the green hydrogen economy. And now I'm really, so that was more or less the introduction, but now I really want to go into the actual essence, what I want to share with you of our kind of understanding and vision how hydrogen economy can transform society. We're saying, let's go to grassroots, let's go to people which require jobs, that is specifically in the rural areas. They have natural resources in the form of the sun, they have mining operation, they have agricultural, but basically there is not much funding available. So when funding is coming, when the decision is made, FID is made, to build infrastructure in that area. And that is happening more and more. Of course, all over Global South, the infrastructure is being built. That is when the resources, finance is coming into the area, construction site is established, and quite a lot of people are employed. But what happens after the construction is finished, the operation of that facility doesn't require so many skills, so people are not employed or they have to move, but at the same time, the people and the area where this construction took place development needs to be maintained. So agriculture comes to the fore here. And agriculture in the form of agrivoltaics, I'm sure many of you know about that, where instead of putting photovoltaic panel just in the field, you put them above, like in the form like a hothouse, but above growing crops, where they actually shade the crops, and at the same time energy generated, sometimes in excess, and also that particular crops can supply food, good quality food, to the construction site, can supply good quality food. For example, if a technology hub is built in the kind of rural area, it can supply it to further kind of functioning of that technology hub. And that is unique and complete solution for the whole Global South if green hydrogen is introduced right at the beginning of the construction process. Because in this case, you actually already have free renewable electrical energy. And it is really almost free because when you look at the price of the photovoltaic panels, a lot of agricultural facilities are protected by netting at the moment. But if you introduce photovoltaic panels, it is not high cost premium in comparison with netting. And that technology allows for employment in agriculture, it allows for employment in energy generation, storage, and it brings the whole ecosystem to this particular area. And when the construction is finished, green hydrogen, agrivoltaics stays behind. And after the, let's say, technology hub has already became familiar and accustomed to their use of the green hydrogen and energy, it is not going to change. It will continue operating in this green decarbonized manner. It will continue to provide jobs, not just very high-level jobs, but also jobs in the agricultural, like one agri-PV installation of 50 kilowatt create 5 jobs. So that is very specific. So then you can go further, you can start introducing the green hydrogen generation for the whole operation, either construction site or the infrastructure that has been built. And then you can go even further to introduce green ammonia synthesis as using green hydrogen and using energy that is supplied by the agrivoltaic installation, which brings us to very specific points where we believe it becoming ideal energy approach for South Africa to go to grassroots, to go to social emancipation based on the agri-PV food production, which allows for water, food, water, and energy security, e-mobility, electrical mobility, long-lasting impact even if the initial project is completed, carbon credits in construction, that is also quite important, reduced investment risks because you basically offset investment capital, so the FID can come, final investment decision can come easier in this case, job creation with inclusion of agricultural jobs, and interestingly, local response to CBAM challenge. I'm sure you know CBAM is carbon border adjustment mechanism. That's what is coming from the European Union side, where producers of agriculture and all different goods that are exporting into the European Union have to adhere to certain green energy kind of parameters and basically decarbonize. It also aligns seamlessly with phased introduction for the whole hydrogen value chain that you will see in the next slide. Multiple local technology with very specific emphasis on the indigenous knowledge, and that goes right through the agriculture. There's a lot of indigenous knowledge in agriculture that can be introduced into this fairly high-tech environment. All United Nations Sustainable Goals are met, and just energy transition with diverse workshop creation is taking place. So now, this is quite a busy slide, but actually here, every single United Nations Development Goal linked with the specific transformation goal in that ecosystem of the green hydrogen generation, using, first of all, using agrivoltaics, simultaneously with fresh produce, clean water production for agricultural purposes, but also for electrolyzer to generate hydrogen. At the same time, a possibility of using green transport at a reduced cost because the energy is supplied in any case, hydrogen is generated on site. Furthermore, ammonia, green ammonia generation on site, and that's specifically for the areas where delivery of fertilizers increases the cost quite significantly, and all of that also leads to the stable and functional society in this particular area. And that can go one by one. And that is the difference, because if you go to agriculture, especially like a low-cost, low-resource agriculture, it's very difficult to start green energy. You can go to very successful kind of big farms, which maybe will have money for demonstrator and whatever, but that is, again, embedding inequalities. You do not want to make rich richer. You want to go to the poor areas and develop it, and that is specifically technology that allows this social emancipation to take place based on the green hydrogen, hydrogen economy as a whole. So that's basically the idea that I wanted to bring to your attention.
Thanks, Prof. Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Prof. Linkhoff. That was certainly a deep dive, and I'm sure you must have a number of questions. We are going to do some questions later on once the next speaker is concluded. And so I'd like you just to give a round of applause to Dr. Thulani Dlamini as he comes up, please. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Franks, and thank you for the promotion to Professor. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My message is going to be very brief and focus on localization as a driver for industrialization. Dr. Cele, initially I thought I would reflect as a preamble to my message on the policies and strategies of government to support localization, and then later on talk about the role that science, technology, and innovation can play to enable this. However, in the interest of time, I'll skip the first part of my message and rather focus on how science, technology, and innovation can support localization and throwing on some of the work that we have done at the CSIR. The message that I would like to leave you with this afternoon or after this address is that our problem in terms of achieving the outcomes that we wish to see through the strategies and policies that are intended to drive industrialization and localization in our country to address the problem of the 0.6% economic growth and over 31% unemployment is not that we have a shortage of policies and strategies. So in fact, if out of this session we end up with another policy or another strategy, that I think we'll have missed the mark. In my view, our challenge is our ability to implement and resource the policies and strategies that we've developed. I mean, if you look, for instance, beneficiation. You know, as a country, we started talking about beneficiation in around 1920. In fact, it was Hendrik van der Bijl who pioneered that thinking in the country. But we still talk about beneficiation today. And to be honest, we really haven't moved the mark. I think that is an example of, you know, the issue that we need to address in terms of implementation and resourcing. In fact, I will argue that the 0.8% growth in the gross expenditure on R&D that we all talk about to move us from the 0.7% that we are at today to 1.5% ought to be directed towards addressing this issue of ensuring that we invest in the commercialization of intellectual property that we develop, and that we invest adequately in initiatives that are directed at localization and industrialization. In fact, the conversation that we had this morning around the engagements that ought to happen with National Treasury to increase our investment in research, development, and innovation ought to start with an appreciation that expenditure in science, technology, and innovation is not a cost, but an investment. And I sometimes think that our principals and our decision makers don't realize this. It's the same thing in education. Education is not a cost, it's an investment. So you don't touch those allocations, because if you do that, then you are compromising the future. Thank you. I want to perhaps also just reflect ever so briefly on some of the comments that were made in the first panel discussion, because they speak to this issue. Professor Vilakazi challenged me and asked the question around why is it that we are not capitalizing on the fact that as a country, we have significant reserves of manganese to develop an economy around that supplies into the battery industry. It's not that we are not doing research or innovation in this space. We all are. CSR is active. But we have 4 or 3 or 5 people who are going to conquer the world. It's not going to happen. You go to University X, you'll find the same thing. There's a lab of 3 or 4 people tinkering around. It's just not going to happen. In fact, Dr. Mchwaka shared with me a story a very long time ago, the previous DG, that when we were just getting off the blocks in terms of the implementation of our own strategy around nanotech, he visited the Chinese Academy of Science. And in a very strong sense of pride, mentioned that we've now created a nanotechnology innovation center at the CSIR with 70 people. And everyone in the room, the Chinese that were there, laughed. And they were surprised why they laughed. When they presented their own work, they mentioned that they have 500 people working on nanotech. So that's the scale that we need to get to if we want to be globally competitive, if we want to see the impact of the work that we are doing. Now, of course, saying that means we can't do everything. And this is the message that was also mentioned by Mr. Ngaba this morning. We have to make strategic choices and say these are the 3 or 4 or 5 key areas that we are going to focus on as a country and make sure that we resource those adequately to see the kinds of impact that we want to see. There was also mention earlier around some of the facilities that we've developed in the past that we've now mothballed. Facilities to support the launch of space vehicles, for instance. We are faced with a similar challenge at the CSIR, that we have facilities that we look after on behalf of the state, which require significant investments to just keep them going. On their own, they don't make a very strong business case without a very deliberate investment by the state to ensure that we don't lose these facilities. We run wind tunnels, for instance. We are the only country, in fact, in the Southern Hemisphere, which has the kinds of wind tunnels that we have as a CSIR. On their own, they will not make a very good commercial case, even though we try to do work. So I think when we establish these facilities, we need to ensure that we think long term. We don't invest for the short term. We have, for instance, a battery testing facility, again, going back to the issue of batteries. The only facility in the country that will enable us to test batteries that we develop or that we bring into South Africa to ensure that they meet our standards. And by the way, we don't even have proper standards around batteries. We're working on that as a CSIR. But we need to invest in the long term to ensure that such facilities remain within our national system. And I can go on. But I think the issue and the point I'm trying to make is that without investment, we will struggle to achieve our goals. Now, our localization strategies and policies as a country aim to achieve 3 things. One is to reduce our reliance on imports. The second one is to develop local industries. And then thirdly, it's to stimulate the creation of sustainable local supply chains. Now, what is then the role of science, technology, and innovation in achieving these 3 outcomes? Here, I want to put forward 7 points that I can perhaps speak to in the next while. Now, these points are, firstly, that science, technology, and innovation can support this through developing customized technology solutions. That's point number 1. Point number 2, it's designing products that are tailored for local markets. Point number 3 is supporting local industries with technology. Number 4, building local innovation ecosystems. Point number 5 is about adapting global supply chains to local economies. It speaks to the presentation that was made by Professor Linkoff. Point number 6 is about promoting inclusive solutions for local challenges by developing solutions for and with underrepresented and underserved communities. We spoke earlier about grassroots innovations. It's really about that. And then the last point, which is very important, is about education, capacity building, and capacity building in STEM. And I'll argue, perhaps to the colleagues from the Department of Science and Innovation, Technology and Innovation, that these 7 interventions can easily become a scorecard that we can use to measure and even demonstrate the impact of our national system of innovation, which will of course support us in terms of our engagements with National Treasury and other investors. So in the remaining time that I have, I would like to perhaps very briefly and at a very high level share with you some of the work that we have done as a CSIR in these 4 areas of intervention that I spoke about. I think firstly, as an organization, we have recognized the significant role of innovation in supporting localization. And in fact, we've included localization as one of our priority focus areas. Over the past 5 years, as a CSIR, we have localized over 70 technologies and products in more than 10 sectors of the South African economy, and we can give examples of that. Thank you. Now, going back to the 7 points that I raised earlier, developing customized technology solutions is perhaps one of the most direct ways to drive localization by adapting and customizing existing technologies for local needs. And I'll give an example of this. And for instance, during the COVID-19 pandemic, working with our partners, we adapted a ventilator design that was made publicly available because of the health emergency that we are all faced with, to produce easy-to-use and low-cost continuous positive air pressure devices that were used by almost all public hospitals and some private hospitals. In fact, with our partners, we produced over 18,000 of these units that were distributed throughout the country. An example of how this can be achieved. Now, if you look at our work in terms of designing products that are tailored for local markets, here, for instance, the CSR developed an isiZulu computational language library, which has been adapted to the South African context and is available via a web application to provide syntax parsing and text generation for isiZulu. It is the only isiZulu-based syntax parser that is available online. Now, when it comes to the 3rd intervention of supporting local industries with technology, now at the CSR, for instance, we've used our laser metal deposition capabilities to enable in situ 3D printing of damaged parts in turbine rotors, enabling significant savings in time and cost for ESCOM. So we're supporting ESCOM with regards to the in situ repair of the turbine blades that get damaged during operations. Another example of this, supporting local industries with technology, is work that we did with one of the major manufacturers of pipes in South Africa to localize a special polymer formulation that they use to coat these pipes to try and reduce the impact of the materials that they transport, in these pipes. These are pipes that are used to transport chemicals, gas, water, and so forth. These are huge, huge, huge pipes that, of course, play a very important role. Prior to our involvement with this company, they were importing this product from Australia. And of course, COVID had an impact in terms of global supply chains, but also there were issues of cost predictability and security of supply. We work with them and we've developed the product. In fact, we've now transferred it to a small and medium enterprise, which now provides this service locally. Again, an example of our contribution in addressing the issue of import replacement. Now, if we move on to building local innovation ecosystems, which can be achieved by creating innovation hubs and technology parks within local regions, and this can foster collaboration between local businesses, startups, academia, science councils, and government. I was talking during lunch to Professor Lynn Morris that there's something very unique that we have in Gauteng that we haven't tapped into. Between Johannesburg and Pretoria, we have an ecosystem of at least 4 universities, at least 3 science councils, and an innovation hub. But we haven't tapped into this knowledge base that exists, even just to address the problem that Gauteng is talking about. I mean, the Premier earlier spoke about the 13 problems that the province is trying to address. But therein lies the capacity to work in an integrated, collaborative manner, to bring to bear this capability to address the problems that our province, at least, and our country is facing. Individually, we work with the province. I mean, we do a lot of projects with the province, but I think there is perhaps an opportunity that we haven't tapped into. Now, using science, technology, and innovation, such regions can drive homegrown innovations that cater for local needs. For example, other countries like India and China have been able to do this very well. And you can see the results of the work that they've done in terms of establishing technology hubs that not only produce globally competitive technologies, but also focus on solving the pressing local needs of healthcare, agriculture, and transportation. Another one is around supporting local startups by providing access to facilities, tools, funding, and expertise to local entrepreneurs. The CSR is very much involved in a number of programs around this particular area of supporting local startups. We run a number of initiatives such as the National Foundry Technology Network, the Aerospace Industry Support Initiative, the Biomanufacturing Industry Development Capability, the Mandela Mining Precinct, and many others, which try to do this, try to address this issue of access to capability. The 5th intervention is about adapting global supply chains to local economies by incorporating local materials, labor, and knowledge into production processes to reduce the dependency on global supply chains. Some of the government initiatives around this include the NIP and the DEEP programs, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with. If we move on to education and capacity building in STEM, now this is a very, very critical component that we should never overlook. And this will have to include the development of specialized STEM programs that align with the specific needs of local industries. I think in South Africa we've got a very strange situation that we have a very high level of unemployment amongst graduates. And we really need to engage with this problem. Why is it that we sit with such a high level of unemployed graduates in our country? I think part of the problem perhaps is this one of alignment. For example, our higher education institutions can include training programs on renewable energy technologies or local agricultural innovations to build a workforce with skills that are relevant to solving local challenges. And then lastly, it's about promoting inclusive solutions for and with local communities, underrepresented and underserved communities. Now, for instance, in this area, our AmbiFlow technology, which we developed together with our partners, provides a low-cost solution that has been deployed to various clinics in South Africa and other parts of the African continent to assess the state of health of a fetus. In our clinical trials, for instance, in South Africa and other parts of the continent, we've seen significant reduction in the number of stillbirths as a result of decisions taken using the information that was obtained from this device. Now, having said all of this, there are, of course, challenges and shortcomings that we need to address. And these include, for instance, difficulties in implementing localization targets, particularly in sectors such as manufacturing, where competition with cheaper imported goods remains a significant barrier. Again, it creates then an opportunity for us to be innovative to address that gap. Issues of energy shortages and logistics are matters that need to be addressed, global competition. And then, of course, lastly, the limited financial resources that we have available to support technology transfer and commercialization also are issues that we will need to deal with. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as I said earlier, I think we have a number of very good and relevant policies and programs that we have developed as a country. All that we need to focus on is on their implementation and resourcing. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Dr. Dlamini, for that. These guys have interesting jobs, don't you agree? Yeah, okay, I'm just getting a sign that I've got 10 minutes. So what I want to quickly propose, I'm going to ask a couple of questions to you, Prof. Linkov, and then once I've asked you those questions, I'm going to ask for Dlamini, I'm going to pose a couple of questions to you, and then we can come up in turn and we can deal with it in that fashion. And if there's any time, then we're going to open up to the floor. But just in terms of Prof. Linkov's presentation, what struck me was the number of times you heard first in the country, first in the Southern Hemisphere. And I think that's an amazing accolade, and it stands as a testament to the caliber of the work that's been done by the center that he heads up. Now, importantly, what comes out of that work, the proof of concept or the demonstrator units, there were a number. For example, there was the fuel cell. That was the first we had done, the electrolyzer stack, the hydrogen compressor, the lithium-ion battery. What struck me was the hydrogen production field demonstration unit, and then also that whole concept of using the field demonstration unit when it's initially established on a construction site and how it can be used post that. So just in that regard, just tell us, if you can just talk to us about the rate at which we convert those, I'm not sure if they're patented, or the extent to which any of those technologies have actually gone through to commercialization or first patent and then maybe commercialization. And then also another linked question on the field unit that you place with construction. Is the cost of the unit amortized over the period of the construction and then left for the community to run? And how is that then managed? Because I think that potentially becomes quite a divisive thing here. But just think about that for a moment, if you won't mind. And then to Lani, if I can ask you, I was really impressed with the work that you're doing with the sector-specific localization, automotive industry, as well as the state-owned colleagues, the work that you're doing. Is there not a way that we can harness the brain power of our engineering students in the fourth year of a fourth-year degree program, as well as in the BTech? They do a huge design, build, and commission project. And those projects, for the most part, are theoretical exercises of building a robot arm, which then gathers dust, you know, after costing quite a bit, gathers dust either in the student's home, or simply just gets left as trash at the university. So isn't there a way we can actually collaborate with industry, where industry can bring, or small businesses can bring, real-life challenges of problems that needs to be solved, and the students can then start to apply and even be given a bit of funding, excuse me, to be able to develop quite a sophisticated and innovative solution to that. And I know there's great work that's happening with universities and state-owned entities like ESCOM, just to mention one. But Prof. Linkhoff, if you'd like to come up now and then maybe you can do it from there.
Okay. No, thank you very much for these questions. First of all, on the commercialization, normally you start with materials. And of course, I know HySA Catalysis fully commercialized their catalyst, and it's extremely important for the country to have local. So it's UCT, Mintech, they produce commercial catalyst, and we're using it. And we also, on the material side, we producing now metal hydride material for hydrogen compressors. That negotiations are taking place regarding the supply of actually tons of it. And we're now procuring the very capable furnace requiring about 1,000 amps. It is quite a complicated process here at the university just to put the cables in the right place. And what university really supports us, so that hopefully will be in operation towards the end of the year. So that is on the material side. On the system side, of course, it takes a lot longer because of certifications and really fierce competition in that area. But our forklifts showed really seamless operation over, I would say, almost a decade now. And I know that we're very close to start producing of almost like 10, I think, at the moment. There's a discussion about that. So that will be, and it's also a platform for other green hydrogen vehicles that can be made in South Africa. So this is ongoing, and also at the moment, the focus of HySA, what they call HySA 2.0, now is entirely in the commercial space, and we're trying to support with as much as we can. Right, so the second question was
about the fuel unit and how is that
amortization. Yes. No, that is that I can talk about it for a long time, and that's what we are constantly discussing with industries, and they're very eager to participate. First of all, in that concept that I presented to you, there is a number of companies that are participating in the form of donations. They really they like it to the extent that they want their logo to be part of that kind of development initially. And then they want to establish, because we cannot say that we will produce everything locally, but the critical components, like compressors, electrolyzer stack, fuel cell stacks, absolutely possible to produce locally. But when it comes to amortization also, you realize that at the moment there is some kind of a pause internationally with regard to subsidies and people taking stock of. There was a lot of support on the supply side in hydrogen, a lot less support on the demand side, and the governments, NGOs, public sector, companies are looking now to support demand side. That means hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, energy generation, and these kind of things, because they realize that there would be no progress without the demand side development. And here the subsidies are coming into being, which are particularly, you're absolutely right, also dealing with the whole capital structure in this industries, amortization, and the ownership of that equipment that can become very favorable for the company, even on the taxation level.
Okay, no, thanks for that.
No, thank you very much for the question, Oz. So first of all, around the issue of the work that gets done by students at universities that doesn't translate into impact, I think I want to first of all make the point that, of course, there is value for academic research. I think one appreciates that. But one needs to look at opportunities to apply the outcomes of the research that gets done at universities to create impact. I think the good example of the work that is done by Professor Linkhoff, perhaps, is very relevant. Now, if you look in the context of the CSIR, we work very closely with a number of universities in this regard. I mean, for instance, we have something called a studentship program in the CSIR, where we have MSc and PhD students who are registered at universities, but who spend all their time on our campus, working on projects that are relevant for industry. I think that's one thing that we do. Now, I think one of the barriers to small businesses, perhaps not working very closely with universities in the way that you've described, Oz, is around this issue of short-term versus long-term. I think, and I'm not going to try and pretend to be in the shoes of a small business, but I think if you're running a small business, you probably have a lot of financial pressures. And you need to ensure that if you make an investment, you get a solution that you can take to market within a reasonable period of time. In fact, what I think is happening in our country at the moment, which is problematic, is that we are seeing more and more reduction in terms of, particularly by the private sector, reduction in investment in long-term research and development. If you look at big companies in the petrochemical sector, you see a reduction in those investments, which is a problem. And I think this ought to worry us, and we need to come up with mechanisms to turn that around. Because we need to have investment, by government, but also by the private sector in long-term research and development. And at this point in time, it's not happening at the level that it ought to happen. But another issue that we need to address, the point that you raise now about technology solutions that get at dust. Now, that can happen because of two reasons, at least, maybe amongst many. One is that the solution that has been developed is not relevant to any immediate need. The second one could be the issue of, are we investing enough as a country, maybe to my earlier point, in the commercialization of intellectual property? I like to make this example that you have, from a public sector point of view, you have the National Research Foundation and you have TIA, which are supposed to invest in research and development. The NRF, of course, investing in the early stages of the innovation cycle, supporting work at universities, and TIA to support the commercialization of what comes out of universities and science councils to impact. Now, the CEO of the NRF might disagree with me, but if you look at the budget of these two institutions, if I'm not mistaken, the budget of the NRF is about 5 billion, and the budget of TIA is 500 million. Now we know that it costs 10 to 20 times more to commercialize technology than it costs to develop the IP. We've got an inverted, investment paradigm in our country. Hence, we're not seeing the outcomes that we wish to see. So we need to at least increase, the budget that goes to instruments like TIA and maybe others, to at least, I would say, 15 to 20 billion rand to see the kind of impact that we wish to see. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for that response. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me give a hand to our panelists. Thanks so much. Thanks for applause.
Thank you.
This is yours.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Let me acknowledge the presence of the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. As we indicated in the morning that she was going to arrive later. Mr. Kani Shivit, welcome. So the two arms of the state are now present. There's only one missing, the judiciary. But you know where to find it, or we know how it could find us. Colleagues, let us invite you to join the parallel sessions, and we have someone from Beechwood who will direct you to your areas of interest. Please, let's support that work. It's quite critical because that's where we will have sufficient time to engage, and even tomorrow morning to take some stuff emerging from the different 3 panel discussions. Are you ready, ma'am? Okay, thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Putera Masobani. I am here for the parallel sessions to give you the directions. So session 1 is innovation and entrepreneurship is in Wonerboom. Wonerboom is when you go out of OR Tambo, on your left-hand side, it's domestic center. Wonerboom is inside there. So session 2 is, apologies, innovation for inclusive and sustainable development. That is in Grand Central. Same place, you go out of OR Tambo, on your left-hand side, domestic center. Inside there's a room called Grand Central. And session 3 is science, technology, and innovation, investment and incentive schemes. That is in Virginia. That is the same place. So we have the small rooms inside domestic center. We have Wonerboom there, we have Virginia, and we also have Grand Central. The next one is in the same place also, it's Lanzeria. That one is session 4, is I'm not sure if I can say that, harnessing new and emerging technologies for the sustainable development of South Africa. Yeah, I think I got it right, yeah. Lanzeria, that is in the same place also. The 5th one, it's in Heathrow, the role of science and economic diplomacy towards socio-economic development in South Africa, the region, and the rest of the continent. That is in Heathrow. Heathrow is when you go out, it's opposite Domestic Center, International Center, on your right-hand side. That's where Heathrow is. And the 6th one, it's in Charles de Gaulle. Charles de Gaulle is in the same place as Heathrow International Center. When you go out on your right, it's for the indigenous knowledge system, based science, technology, and innovation for transformation and inclusive development. And then the last one, youth and science, technology, and innovation, they are going to remain in OR Tambo. Thank you so much.
Okay, please, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the various venues as announced. So you will be informed in your sessions when you can pause. Okay, so you'll be informed.
Apologies, colleagues. Just in addition, you can also access the program through the QR code. So in the program, we have the names of each of the locations. All right.
Hello, everybody. This is Tulile speaking. You are, if you are here, you are in the session for youth, science, technology, and innovation. And I would like for us to settle down for the session. Preferably, those of us that are in the peripheral ends of the room to perhaps come towards the center so that we're able to conduct the business of the day adequately. If we can come towards the center. And then also to have my panel members come and join me. I can see Tepo and Muchidzi is already here. Deepak and Joanna. I do not see. Okay. If we may please indulge me. Those that are towards the end, if we can please come towards the center. So if you look at directly where I am, there's absolutely no one here. It's like I'm talking to chairs. So if we can please try to group ourselves so that we are a little bit closer and a little bit more centralized so that we're able to have a nice, seamless conversation. If we may please, while we wait for our two speakers, I can see people already getting up. Thank you very much to those of us that are already starting to get up and to come closer. If we can just come closer, please. The idea of these sessions, these parallel sessions, is to have really productive conversations where we can table key priorities and table key suggestions that will be included or at least assessed for inclusion into the Minister's Declaration. So it's quite an important session and important for us to engage as much as we can with each other. We're a small group, so we're going to get very cool outcomes, I think, and we'll be able to hear each other well. According to my understanding, instead of ending at instead of ending at 4, we can now go on until 5. But I do think that we will be able to move quickly through it. I can see Deepak is here. Thank you. So what we're trying to do today, like I said, my name is Tulile Kanyile. I am a lecturer. When Thandeka Mhlanga was speaking in the plenary earlier about Nkathuto Edu Propeller, she is the co-founder of Nkathuto and I am the other co-founder of Nkathuto, and what we really do is what she was describing in terms of creating a mindset for developing young people to become job creators as opposed to job seekers, which is what I think is really important and aligns very well to some of the areas that we want to talk to today. So my very esteemed panel members are Tepo Mangwele. Tepo is a chemical engineer, an entrepreneur, and an inventor. He is the founder of Lignin Organic. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Tepo is in a quest to convert the waste plant biomass into valuable eco-friendly products. And then we have Muchidzi. She's a public health strategist prioritizing mental health. She's at the University of the Free State. She champions inclusion of women in academia through the South African National Chapter of OST, as well as the UNESCO Action Group for Women in Science. Then we have Deepak Maharaj, who is the CEO of Uvu Bio. And what they're in a quest to do is move biotechnology concepts from the lab scale to commercialization and really look at what kind of support instrumentation or support programs by way of skills development will enable that to occur, and we'll hear more from him as well. And then Joanna Govender works at Empire Partner Foundation, where she's the CEO, and then the EPF Tech Fund, and they're really bridging the gap between government, business, academia, and civic society, wanting to leverage really technology for economic empowerment as well as sustainable development. And that's really, those are the people that we have today. What we want to focus on and what we want to do is look at the importance of future-proof education for STI, We want to look at the collective effort in science, technology, and innovation skills development, as well as empowering South African youth for STI leadership. So in the speakers that we have today, we're laying a foundation for some of the challenges that entrepreneurs that are young have. We're laying a foundation for some of the challenges women are having within the academic space, but also looking at support initiatives, venture capital, to be able to reach those outcomes. What our job is, as the audience, thereafter, is to participate as if you are a panel member yourself. And I will try and invoke out of you the state of you being a panel member. What we will do, we'll have presentations by the panelists. I will allow a single question after each one, and then we'll have a discussion that's going to involve all of us. I hope that's an agreeable strategy. Tepo, maybe I can start with you. I know that Tepo does have slides. Can we please put up Tepo Mangwele's slides? That would be lignin organic. Yes, Tepo, you can come. Can we give Tepo a round of applause while he comes? Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tepo Mangwele. Thank you very much, Tulile, for the introduction. So I'm a youth in entrepreneurship. So a little bit about myself. I have a background in chemical engineering. But while still in university, I sort of started this company called Ligno Organic, just for your sake, Tuli. So essentially what we do at Ligno Organic, it was looking at creating products and processes that haven't been done before. And I'll share briefly about what we do in a second, but I'll be very brief in terms of my contributions. So I'll talk a little bit about our journey as a company within the NSI, and speak just a little bit about also some of the challenges that we face within the NSI, and some of the things that we feel like could be implemented as a sort of a call to action. So started the company called Ligno Organic, like I said, in 2017. And what we are working on is building the world's first biorefinery that does something called total biomass valorization. Essentially what that means is that we are working on producing biochemicals and biomaterials, as well as bioenergy, using waste plant material, but from the plant material, there's nothing left after we've done the processing. So we started all of this in 2017, and I started in my kitchen. Reason for that is that I was still in university, and there would have been IP issues that I started using university resources, and we'll talk a little bit about the challenges around universities and research councils. And then from that, we undergone the entire sort of scale-up and development process, starting from the lab at Wits University, and we did sort of a upscaling process within Wits as well. And what we are working now is building a biorefinery, a demonstration plant that seeks to essentially show that we can produce the lignin at about 1 ton a month. And essentially what we are trying to showcase is that in South Africa, we are able to sort of build these world-class technologies, especially within the green economy. But all of this, I mean, I'm coming from a point of privilege, speaking from someone who went to university, speaking as someone who's in Joburg, speaking as someone that also is a black male. So with all of our privileges, I mean, we had so many challenges in building this company. The key one, especially with the players, the key players in the NSI, the key problem that we faced, especially in the early stages, is universities and research councils are very exclusionary. Essentially what that means is that if you're not within the ecosystem of the university as a student, it's very hard to be able to access the resources there. But if you then happen to be able to reach them, you would have to pay lump sums that you can't afford essentially as a small business. The research councils also have their own exclusions in terms of financial means that are required. If you do not have the financial means, as a small business, you'd be losing your IP. So some of the challenges around there are all about exclusions when dealing with the universities and research councils, especially within the NSI. Other challenges are within the incubators and accelerators. I'll tap a little bit more on these, but the platforms and facilities exist, but the question is, do they work well, and are they well run to be able to enable and foster innovation within the NSI? And the other key is the innovation support and funding agencies. I think one of the key issues is around the funding allocations, but also the bureaucratic processes that exist around these. But I'll tap a little bit more on these as we talk within the panel. The other issue that we faced as a company is when talking to private sector, especially those that are interested in the technology, the pipeline in terms of engagement is so long that as a startup, I mean, it takes long for you to even get a level of commitment from the private sector. And that oftentimes cripples the company. But not only that, sometimes they actually take the technology and implement it themselves, which is oftentimes a huge challenge. The VC market in South Africa, it's up and coming, but still has its own challenges in terms of funding risk. There's a few that's coming up now, especially with the SME fund. They're starting to do a lot of work with this space. But when you're dealing in the green economy, especially where there's a lot of capital-intensive work, it's very difficult to be able to get the buy-in from VCs. So these are some of the challenges that we'll be talking about today. And I think for us, I mean, one of the key things that we really are looking forward to sort of digging deep into is there needs to be skills development around some of these areas, especially the accelerators and the incubators, so that the employees and the personnel themselves understand how to support innovators. What we have oftentimes are people that haven't ran a tuck shop or what have you, trying to help entrepreneurs, and oftentimes we don't sort of see eye to eye because they don't sort of see it from an entrepreneurial perspective. I think the other thing is sort of the having intention around really understanding what innovation actually means. I think we often throw around this word, but one of the key things that we don't thoroughly understand is that there's a commercial aspect that relates to innovation. Without any commercial viability of a product or a process, I mean, innovation ceases to exist. It just becomes one of those things that are put in shelves without any sort of meaningful contribution to society. I think one of the other things is that there needs to be some incentives towards innovation and the people that are innovators. I mean, running a small business in South Africa is sort of like an extreme sport, and to be honest, there's no incentives to run a business. I mean, if you're looking at the side from SARS, if you're looking at things from the support needed for tech development, really there's no incentive as an individual to be able to sort of start a company. But I believe that if we put in incentives in place to encourage innovators to be people that drive change and foster economic growth, I think that would be a key thing for us. We also need to start forging more relationships between the private sector as well as the universities without having any sort of exclusionary means, especially for small businesses. I think these are some of the things that I feel like we need to sort of start looking into. But I think innovation is one of the key things that we really need to start looking into to be able to get rid of the scourge of unemployment. Because if we are not creating jobs, we'll still have graduates that are unemployed. We'll still have youth that's not working. So I believe that innovation is one of those key things that can really drive economic growth in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Tsepo. I know that the guys doing sound at the back were installing some device like mics. Can we do the same for this panel? Would that be possible so that they can answer from where they are? But in the meantime, can I get a question for Tsepo? Tsepo went right straight in there to tell us what all of the challenges are that are preventing us from progressing in the space, especially for young entrepreneurs. Is there a question? Is there a comment for Tsepo? By a show of yes. There is a question there. I don't know if I have a roaming mic. The roaming mic is over there. Tsepo is saying that it's all good and well that we have all of these initiatives, but you have people who are issuing out grants and who are supposed to support entrepreneurs, but who themselves are not entrepreneurs. Can take that question.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Muloko. I'm involved in policy making, monitoring and evaluation. I was listening very carefully to what Seb was saying, and I was struck by the fact that not once has he mentioned the involvement of the college sector in the whole value chain. Now, when one looks at the world that is successful, the triangle of skills provision that drives the economies is in such a way that the universities contribute very little to the skill that is necessary to drive the economy. For one engineer, you have got 4 technicians. For each technician, you have got about 4 to 16 artisans. And when you are through with looking at that triangle, you find that for one engineer, you have got about 255 technicians, artisans, and tradesmen and tradeswomen. Now, what I just want to know is, was it a mistake or maybe just an omission that that has not been mentioned, the critical role of the college sector, which is not well defined in South Africa. Now, the other thing is that well and good for us to talk about entrepreneurship. I do have a problem at times when I do not see the link between innovation, technology, manufacturing, and supply. I'm not very sure as to how can we plug it in the debate that we are having. Now, lastly, I found it very interesting in looking at Germany and in China, where it is the norm for very small businesses to have a relationship with the local technical schools, technical colleges, and a university that is there. But when you listen to the kind of entrepreneurship that people are talking about in most instances in South Africa, it looks like as long as you can buy something cheap from China, overprice it and sell it to government, you are an entrepreneur. There is no value add, and there's very little talk about production being at the center of human development. Those are the 3 things that I just wanted to raise, that I thought they might have been able to enrich what Tsepo was saying. Thank you very much.
Tsepo, do you want to respond to that? Tsepo is not audible.
Thank you very much for your contributions, Dr. Moloko. Regarding the first point, I think it is my mistake to not mention colleges. It is true that oftentimes they do drive in terms of amount of output that comes out, in terms of skills, they do drive that. Recently, I was in Switzerland, and I visited a lot of these applied universities, and they really focus a lot, especially in terms of ensuring that the artisans and sort of that labor force is really well equipped so that they can also start looking into innovation and getting into business. So it is a key point. It's just that what I was talking about was coming more from a position of our challenges as myself, because I come from the university space, and therefore that's something that I'm a bit more familiar with. And I think the one key thing that I did not mention in terms of your second point is that we as a company, we do a lot of work in terms of the entire value chain. So we focus looking at the sourcing of the raw material. So we use macadamia nutshells. This is a waste plant material that we're sourcing from Mpumalanga. We then take that through the entire processing. So we actually design the entire biorefinery concept ourselves in-house, and we do the manufacturing. But not only that, one of the key challenges that we face now is now we've produced the products, developed the technology. How do we now put that into the market? And therein lies sort of the chasm where most businesses die, because now we need to sort of convert that into more commercial products. So we do look at the entire value chain, and I also agree, people that do import products from China and call themselves entrepreneurs, it sort of dilutes the essence of entrepreneurship and what it truly means, and what it also truly means to innovate for the problems that we have as a country. But thank you very much for your contributions.
Thank you, Dr. Moloko. I think your questions as well, I suppose, highlight some of the challenges that Tsepo was speaking about, in the sense that there is the skill set that's required perhaps at university is not one that he was able to access, which would speak to the involvement of TVET colleges. You know, he's speaking about the challenges that perhaps they are having within the production space, which is also speaking to exactly what it is you're talking about. But I also think within our panel, Deepak's going to be able to address some of those concerns as well in the instruments that he runs in UVU. Deepak, I think you can present from there. You can come up. Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to try to keep it as concise as possible. I'm just going to give you an overview on what we do in relation to the topic, and then hopefully set the scene on some of the discussions that's going to follow. So UVU Bio is an incubator that's, well, it's got two key focus areas: incubation and skills development. And we pride ourselves around looking at how we're taking care of the bioeconomy across the continent. And this is our catchphrase: we're seeding success and cultivating talent. And that's around focused on the bioeconomy and entrepreneurial innovation. So our response to how we're supporting the bioeconomy and transforming the science and technology landscape across Africa is divided into what I would report as 4 different key areas. So contract R&D, and I'll leave that for last, but entrepreneurial development. And this is a lot in line with what Tsepo's been talking about. Now, this is the area that he's highlighted as challenges through, you know, incubators and accelerators, and I acknowledge some of that. I think our approach here is a little bit different in that we are more an hands-on type support mechanism. We provide access to infrastructure, but we also provide access to skills. Because not all science entrepreneurs are scientists, and not all of them have the expertise to get their product all the way to the market. So we provide that in 2 different fronts. And then skills development is another key component to developing the economy and helping transform and bring previously disadvantaged individuals into the mainstream of biotechnology. Now, biotechnology is a very high-tech area. Well, there's some low-tech as well, but essentially is known as a high-tech area. Now, typically, a graduate would then try to move into an entrepreneurial role or into a job in the industry. Now, where our focus is, and this might respond partly to the question that was posed, is we focus on providing one hands-on exposure to practical components of biotechnology, and we aim to fill the gap between where what university leaves and what industry wants. So if you look at a typical graduate out of university, it doesn't necessarily have the hands-on exposure to high-end equipment that he would experience in industry. And this creates a disjoint between what university is delivering and what industry wants, because industry now sees it as a risk, and it's an increased amount of commitment of their time to get that candidate to the appropriate stage. And this is where we focus our attention. Our interventions are not only for graduates, we also focus on school leavers that have a maths and science background. Because if you haven't got the capacity or the financial means to get to university, doesn't mean you can't build a career in science or in the biotechnology field. So we support school leavers and get them into training programs that will get them a foot into the door in very entry-level positions from where they can develop their careers thereafter. So with regards to open access laboratories and contract R&D, this is two key interventions that organizations like SEPOs would see benefit from. Now, we opened the first open access laboratory in South Africa, and I'll share a little bit more on that, where a business has the ability to access our space on a rental basis, and there's no strings attached. And when I say no strings attached, we're not going to take equity on your business. We're not going to look at how we're going to capture aspects of your intellectual property. We would only do that if there's a need for us to get involved without a fee for service. And that would be on a mutual agreement basis. Contract R&D, on the other hand, there, if you're paying for the service, we will be able to deliver it on your behalf. Now, holistically, this covers two key aspects in regards to how we're transforming for youth into the ecosystem. It's one around skills. We're providing them with practical skills that will equip them for the workplace. And alternatively, we're providing them with all the support that they may need to develop their businesses and their products and take them to the market. Just some of the impact that we've achieved. We are a relatively young organization. In fact, I think in May we would be 6 years old. So our skills development programs only started in 2022. And over the last 2 years, we've ramped up significantly. And what we're most proud of is that of the candidates that we've trained, and understand biotech is an emerging area, or the bioeconomy is emerging in South Africa, and, well, South Africa and the continent. So the availability of jobs instantly is not there. But we've been able to achieve a 30% absorption rate from all the candidates that we've trained and placed into internships. But we've also helped create over 300 jobs through both mechanisms, through our entrepreneurial development programs and skills development programs. Some of the other aspects you can just deliberate over, but the mentorship and the access to lab hours is where it's directly in response to the businesses that we support, and to date that's been in excess of 64 businesses. As mentioned, we launched the first open access lab that's in Cape Town. We now have 2 facilities in Cape Town, and we've just in September last year launched our facility in Kigali, where we're replicating the programs that we have here. And this is very early stages. We started our first skills development programs in October, and just last month we started the entrepreneurial development cohorts and ran through our first boot camp. So it's early stage, but there's a huge amount of interest. The disparity between Rwanda and South Africa is quite vast. The level of skills in Rwanda is far lagging South Africa, and this is part of the role that we're trying to fill in countries to bring that skills level up to date. I discussed our skills development program, so I'm going to skip through this slide. With business incubation, and I think it's a very short snippet of some of the interventions. Bioentrepreneurship is not the same as a typical entrepreneurship program. There's certain nuances that need to be covered, and this is where we take them through that, through our various programs that include one-on-one mentorship, but also master classes in various different aspects of business and bioentrepreneurship. Specialized mentorship. Now, typically, we have a host of various mentors in different specialty fields. That's not only in business. This includes legal, marketing, technical, be it science, engineering, etc., that helps the entrepreneur fill the gaps that they may have in their own arsenal to get their product to the market. We conducted detailed gap analysis prior to placing them with that mentorship, and we tailor a program that helps them get their product to the market. And we try to create those links, not only to funders, but to markets. Typically, we encourage businesses in our program that don't develop a product and assume the market's going to take it up. You should identify your market prior to developing your product. And then ecosystem access. We host a number of events where we bring the network of various different players together, including funders, including other businesses, so you get peer-to-peer mentorship, and create an environment of learning and networking. These are just some of a handful of the businesses that we supported, and that's it from me. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Perfect. Can we have a roaming mic there? Do we just have one mic that's going to be roaming between? Because these lapels don't seem to be working. They're working now? Okay, let's try the lapel, Deepak. Apparently it's working. Okay, in the meantime, we can ask the question. I'll take the two questions. No, not yet.
Great. Hi, it's Judy Sandrock, and I'm from Max IQ Space. We do space STEM outreach programs for youngsters in high schools around the world. Deepak, I was just wondering, in terms of your business model as an incubator and institution, how do you manage your own growth and sustainability? Do you take a shareholding in those businesses that you incubate, or do you raise funding elsewhere? I'm asking these questions in terms of your own business model.
Yeah.
I'll take the second question, and then Deepak, you can address both at the same time.
Thanks, Deepak, for the presentation, well articulated. My name is Vusi. I'm from the Technology Innovation Agency. I would like to hear your thoughts, because you are in the space of incubation, acceleration. My small desktop research told me that we almost 280 so-called incubators, accelerators. I'd like to hear your thoughts around the regulatory aspect. Certification, you can call it, but how do we control such an environment whereby the resourcing of those incubators is kind of consistent with the pricing? If it's not a pricing, do you have the right skills that are certified? If you have an entrepreneurs in residence, are these the right entrepreneurs in residence to give the required skills to the entrepreneurs? Moreover, running the programs, whether it's an accelerator program or so forth, are these programs, worth to be kind of vetted by certain institutions, whether local or internationally? Just like to hear your thought about that. How do we control? Is it free for all, or we need to create some rules of the game, making sure that the entrepreneurs that come inside these incubators and accelerators get the exact certified, qualitative type of interventions that we expected in growing those entrepreneurs? Thanks.
Thanks, Vusi, and it's nice to finally see you in person. I think we've communicated. I'm gonna leave your question for last, because it's quite a complicated and a controversial one. With regards to our business model, we're a non-profit company, so we secure funding. So we've got a mixed income model. We generate income through commercial income through rental of lab space, and through contract R&D projects, but we also get some of our funding from CEDA to run our incubation program. So that enables us to provide the service that we provide at no cost. So we do not take equity in the business. We will if we commit time and funding to that, but that's through a negotiation with the business. So it's truly a no strings attached. And if we work jointly on developing their tech, then we would negotiate a share of intellectual property. But it's not our first point of call. So Vusi, with regards to regulation of incubations and incubation programs, so as mentioned, I am partly funded by CEDA, so I'm part of the network of CEDA incubators, which alone is 100, just over 100 incubators. And there has been talk for many years to create some kind of regulatory framework around how incubators are managed. This has been up and down and hasn't been finalized as yet. They even got a name for this organization that's supposed to regulate us, but it hasn't been actually activated as yet. So I do agree that there is a need for regulation. What happens at the moment with all 280 of these, and some of them are at various different levels. Some shouldn't be called incubators, and some are at, they're privately funded and have proper frameworks on how to implement these programs. Each of them regulate themselves. For us, for example, we have a very stringent recruitment process of our mentors. They need to have one experience in being an entrepreneur, so that you speak from a point of an experience not only in succeeding at business, even if you failed, because there's real learning that comes from failure as well. And although qualifications is a key component, it's not a dictating factor for us. For us, experience and somebody that has a proven track record is important. And then obviously it depends on the type of mentor that we're looking at, and that varies from event to event. With regards to how we structure our boot camps, it's purely based on international best practice. So we do thorough research on how it's done elsewhere, but we localize what we deliver to the incubators. Africa is a very different game place to the rest of the world, especially when it comes to the biotech and the bioeconomy. So we adapt it based on our experience working in this space. And my team alone, combined, we have over 100 years of experience in biotechnology business and research. So we bring that to the table to localize the aspects. I'm not sure if that answers your question entirely.
I love the idea of all of us getting each other's thoughts, but after this, we all have to formulate together, and I like the questions that you guys are asking, because it's questions that you've obviously been thinking about before you were in this room, and I think it's important for us to include those into the key priorities that come out of our session. And while we're talking about how difficult it's going to be to maintain and make money as an incubator that is a non-profit organization, I think we'll hear from a VC. Joanna?
Thank you, Tuli. Am I audible? I think it's better. Sorry, everybody, I'm very tall. Good afternoon. I've got a video that I want to play, but first I just want to take you through very briefly what we do. EPF has built an ecosystem where we have a non-profit organization, Empire Partner Foundation, which partners with industry to create impact. The primary goal of the foundation is to solve public sector challenges using technology that is developed by our youth. We also have an AI campus where we capacitate the youth, take them out of university, train them, place them in permanent positions, and teach them how to build real tech that solves public sector challenges. We have the Tech Fund, which has incubated, I shouldn't use that word, it's a VC company. We have incubated and accelerated, funded 17 tech startup companies, and 5 of them are success stories. The video that we're going to play today is our EPF Annual Tech Awards from last year, where you can visualize all of the youth in those videos are ours. They're from our ecosystem that we've brought out of university, and today they're building real-world systems for partners like FSCA, Vodacom, MTN, and even the Department of Science and Innovation. So if we can please play the video.
Welcome to the EPF Tech Awards 2024, a celebration of innovation, impact, and the brilliant minds shaping the future of technology in South Africa and across Africa. At the Empire Partner Foundation, we are building a powerful ecosystem that supports the full journey of innovation. Our ecosystem consists of the Empire Partner Foundation, the EPF Innovation Campus, and the EPF Tech Fund, all working in synergy with our trusted partners. Together, we empower youth to leverage technology for transformative change. Our ecosystem is designed to foster innovation in key sectors such as water, energy, transportation, rural development, education, unemployment, healthcare, housing, agriculture, and safety. Through the collaboration of our Innovation Campus, Tech Fund, and strategic partnerships, we are addressing Africa's most pressing challenges. To date, we have hosted 40 hackathons, empowering young innovators and addressing real-world challenges. Our efforts have created over 2,000 jobs with successful placements in collaboration with our industry partners. At the EPF Innovation Campus, we have trained 105 interns in software development and data science, equipping them with essential skills for the tech industry. Through the EPF Tech Fund, we have made 17 active investments in startups addressing social challenges, with 4 of these companies already achieving sustainable growth and profitability. Our ecosystem is supported by over 50 industry partners who are committed to driving sustainable economic and social growth. Together, we have developed over 3,000 youth skills in technology, preparing the next generation of innovators to lead Africa's tech future. Additionally, our township distribution model, TDM, has created 600 entrepreneurs with a remarkable 90% success rate among women. Being part of the EPF ecosystem allowed our startup to flourish. We gained access to mentorship, funding through the EPF Tech Fund, and a supportive environment at the Innovation Campus, which accelerated our growth, taking us onto a global stage in Vienna. The EPF ecosystem gave us the tools and network we needed to turn our idea into a scalable solution. The mentorship and resources at the Innovation Campus were invaluable to our success. The EPF Tech Awards 2024 continue to highlight the brightest talents within our ecosystem, with projects evaluated by leaders in the tech industry, mentors from the Innovation Campus, and partners from the EPF Tech Fund. Together, we nurture solutions with real-world impact and scalability. Our 2024 nominees represent the future of Africa's tech ecosystem. With their innovative solutions, they are not only transforming industries, but also improving lives and fostering sustainable growth. The EPF ecosystem is about more than just awards. Through our Innovation Campus and Tech Fund, we're creating a space where African youth can learn, innovate, and lead. We're building an interconnected network that drives technological advancements, supported by partners who share our vision for a better, more connected future. Together, we're building more than technology. We're creating an ecosystem that nurtures the next generation of tech leaders. A future driven by African youth, powered by innovation, and sustained by collaboration. Welcome to the EPF Tech Awards 2024. Let's celebrate the brilliance, the innovation, and the ecosystem that's shaping the future.
Thank you for watching, ladies and gentlemen. That was the EPF Tech Awards 2024, and we host this annually to showcase national tech startup companies and give them a space where they can scale. We provide them with funding, we link them to funding partners, and we also take their solutions to market. So we host this annually. All of you are invited to our event this year. It's on the 25th of October. A correction there, from last year to now, that was done in June. We've created over 4,000 jobs and trained over 12,000 youth in tech. I just wanted to go into a story, and one of the images reminded me. I was at a school last year on Mandela Day in Soweto with Salga, and it was an all-girls school. We were showcasing virtual reality and augmented reality. And, you know, when we showed them the tech, some of them haven't touched a laptop before. And I spent a few hours with them. Their subjects doesn't consist of CAT. It doesn't consist of computer science or IT. And here we are as a ministry, and every other ministry across South Africa is preaching digital inclusion and a digital South Africa, but are we really setting our kids up in the rural schools? There's over 22,000 public schools, and half of those are rural schools. They do not have access to computer labs. They do not have access to the subjects. How will they cope in a digital society? We've created a program called Code Like a Girl, where we go into the township space, the rural schools. We've done 19 schools to date. And we've only done the schools where one of the big telcos has sponsored the project, and they've provided or donated labs to these schools with computers. So I'm a rural kid. I grew up in rural KZN, and it's very close to my heart. So I think that's one of the challenges that we can address, Tuli. And then the other thing is, we've built that Orca platform that you guys have seen, where we've taken it to Africa. We've got 4 African countries now engaging us to replicate what we've done here in their countries. That Orca platform has brought together 19 African countries. There's only 4,000 youth on it at the moment, but there's an NPO in Nigeria that wants to train 100,000 youth using that platform by 2027. I think in closing, I can share this with you. We have the richest continent. We have the highest youth population, fauna, flora, minerals, culture, diversity. Yet, we are still utilizing technology from abroad. We don't own our own cloud. And you know, if clouds are shut down with all of the issues we've had recently, what happens to us? We don't have an African cloud. So that's the second challenge that I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Are there any insights, questions from there? I was hoping you were going to speak a little bit more about the VC component or the VC part of the work that you do, but I mean, we'll get into it, I guess. But are there any questions, comments around Joanna's contribution? Yes. Here's the mic there. Okay, great. Joanna, okay, you've got a mic. Great.
Hi. Hey, Joanna, thank you for the very mind-stimulating presentation. You asked a very important question about whether we are setting our children up for participating meaningfully in the digital economy. I hope that we are not asking that question to the government, because government didn't bring up any of those kids. Households did. And this is where I want to just bring the question of what is the responsibility of the household. And I'm not expecting you to answer it, but I think that if we expect that because this is Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, and that for some strange reason they would get this pot of gold of funding and fund that every child has access to a computer in schools, that's setting ourselves up for failure. Perhaps we need to bring an all of society type of approach and get the households to really meaningfully set the children up for a digital future. So, yeah, it's a question that's very important, because we come out of rural areas. We know the realities in the rural areas. In KwaZulu-Natal, they ask, 4IR, what's that? Like, why is it even important? Here we sell what we produce in abundance here. So that question, it's a no-brainer, but you look at us privileged ones here in the Gauteng ecosystem, and probably the Western Cape as well, where Judy is. So it's a real question we need to ask an all of society kind of approach, future-proofing education. It's a partnership. It's
Right.
companies, households, and government.
Right. Remind me again, your name again?
Dan from the Space Agency.
Dan, yes, Dan. Because Dan, yeah, we will circle back on that. Thank you very much. Just one more very quickly there. Please remind me again before you start what your name was again.
Yes, hi, it's Judy Sandrock from Max IQ Space. In a way, I want to add to what Dan also mentioned. I'll never forget when we had our first elections in 1994 in South Africa. It was ABI, the people who manufacture Coca-Cola. They distributed ballot papers and ballot boxes. Every single rural village, you can get a cold Coca-Cola. And I actually think that there are these very large, wealthy companies that sell into communities, and I think that they should start taking responsibility for connecting those communities as well, not only just increasing their blood sugar levels and likelihood of diabetes. So yeah, I'm actually going to ask you about the venture capital side. Entrepreneurs, especially when one gets involved in the tech industry, and yeah, you know, here we go, a chemical process, you know, that this requires a lot of literal, like, physical equipment and processes that you need. You know, I mean, it's one thing to do something that's web-based and that sits in a cloud, but when you need to start investing in hardware and, you know, skills and embedded software development and that kind of thing, you actually need money to build those businesses. So yes, I would like you please to share a little bit more on the whole venture capital side. We don't necessarily have a culture of VC in South Africa as they do in the US and the UK. So it's a little bit of a dark art, I think, for a lot of us.
Joanna, do you want to bring us into the VC side just for 2 minutes?
I just want to respond to Dan quickly. I wasn't fighting Dan. I do agree with you to a large extent, and that is why we work with academia, government, business, and civil society. What we have done, though, for KZN and the 5,000 schools is we are equipping a mobile truck with a lab in the truck to drive around the schools and, you know, provide that type of training. Because when we do it, we go personally to the schools. And then the next one is, on the VC side, we've got EPF Tech Fund that has started in 2017. And it's a venture capital venture builder. So besides the funding that we provide active investment, meaning that we look at the founder's skills, gaps, and weaknesses. And a lot of the tech entrepreneurs don't have the sales and marketing, problem solving, financial literacy. And we bridge those gaps with strategic interventions. We also provide them with technology development resources where we can develop solutions for them. Our Johannesburg hub has 120 developers sitting on site. That's the hub you saw in the video. We've got 2 other hubs in Cape Town. On the structure of the fund, it's family office funding. So we've got our founder that started the entire ecosystem, and he's funded total investment to date. I may be mistaken, but I think it's around 400 million. And yeah, we take equity in the companies. And we've done, in the last 3 years, 3 capital raises. But we're still equity partners in the companies. Thank you. Did I answer your question?
Cool. Thank you, Joanna. And just before you ended there with your initial contribution, you were talking about the girls, whether we're failing them, and you know, you guys have initiated the Code Like a Girl program, and I think it segues us nicely into Muchidzi, who's going to come and talk to us about the leaking pipeline in academia, where women are concerned. You can come through. Could we please put up her presentation while she's coming up? Thanks.
All right.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just allow me to stand on existing protocol, even in the absence of our dignitaries. I am going to maybe give and provide a different perspective from the sciences as an academic. So as introduced earlier, I am an academic, I'm a lecturer from the University of the Free State. And so I was part of the team that was instrumental in establishing the very first Department of Public Health in our institution. And so you can imagine we have just established this department just 3 years ago. And so we are well on our way to doing innovative things within the public health sector within our institution. And so I'm just going to provide you with my own perspective, both in the intersection of being a young person, but also an academic, also a Black person, also female as well. And then we can just see how we go from there. And so just an overview of my presentation, I am going to just touch on 3 points, which is what we were asked to just speak on, which is on future-proofing education for STI, but also touching on collaborative skills development for STI. And then I'm just gonna end off by touching on youth empowerment for STI leadership, particularly from the lens of a woman in the sciences. And so the United Nations Science Advisory Council released a report. This would have been late last year sometime on building trust in science. And so how do we do that? And how do we start in that process? And so we're gonna just start off by a conversation on future-proofing education for STI. And so one of the first ways that I found to be quite easy as an academic, and this is the sort of information that I would have hoped I would have received, particularly when you are now entering an institution which is historically white as a Black person. What does that look like? And the sort of information that I wish I would have received. And so firstly, obviously, is understanding the global landscape. And so yearly and annually, we receive the WEF Future of Jobs report. It is quite important that we keep a finger on that to be able to ensure that we are understanding where is the future of jobs going. And this helps me as an academic to be able to learn that, because it helps me in how I teach my own students. So I supervise both master's and PhD students. And so how do I ensure that I'm also in the forefront of innovation if I do not know what is going on globally? So that is quite important. And so they are telling us now that the fastest growing jobs at the moment, from the report that we just read, that is big data specialists and AI and machine learning. They're also telling us about software and app developers. But how do we bring that back to health sciences where I come from? How do we ensure that we are continuing to integrate digital in the processes that we are working on? Because they tell us that the digital is the future, so how do we do that? And I feel that's quite important that we do that. So for example, in my institution just this week, we launched our robotic surgery, and I find that to be quite cross-cutting and cutting edge. And also, one of the things that I have sort of wanted to communicate was also the idea that we can bring digital in all of our fields. We can find a way to be able to do that in this sort of conversations where we are thinking innovatively on ensuring that we are preparing our young people for the future. And so one of them is digital well-being, which I don't find a lot of people are entering into that scene, particularly where, as somebody who works in mental health as well, that is my specialty, I've got a master's in psychology. And so how do we ensure that we are entering this area, which is quite important, they're even terming it as a second pandemic, mental health. So how do we ensure that we also integrate digital into mental health, which is termed as digital well-being. And so secondly as well, educate an African fit for the 21st century. When we are looking from the global side, but also coming to the continental level as well. This was the theme of the African Union in 2024. And so educating an African fit for the 21st century. It's very important, once again, that when we are doing that, we are able to locate ourselves as Africa within the global landscape. And so I attended the Transforming STEM in Africa Summit last year in Addis Ababa in the African Union headquarters. And what was very interesting about that summit was the conversations that were happening. But maybe the two most important themes that I came out with, firstly, was the conversation on women in sciences, just how important it is that we continue to have that as a conversation that we are having. But secondly as well, science diplomacy, which is a conversation which allows us to have collaboration and also ensuring that we are collaborating between different countries, but also even in that, ensuring that as academics, we are also able to collaborate with policymakers, which is very important. How do we ensure that the research that we are conducting is not just research that we just publish and only academics are learning about, but how do we ensure that our policymakers also know what's going on the ground? And so I feel that is quite important as something that we need to learn as well as academics. But thirdly as well, to be able to learn and know of our national priorities. This is quite important as well. As an academic, it's important that we know what our national priorities are, because if we know them, then we are able to teach our students as well. And sometimes we just feel as though we are thinking up ideas of what we are going to do, but our ideas are not necessarily answering the questions that they need to be answering. And so it's quite important that we get to know that as well and learn that so that we are able to teach our students. So just this past, I believe it's the past week or two, I was part of the G20 Research and Innovation Working Group, which was in my institution. And in that, once again, the conversations that were happening was about open science and also about DEIA in STI. And one of the most important things that came out of it, even that conversation, was the fact that we had a Women in Science session as well, where we were just touching on women in sciences and just how important it is that we're able to help them from wherever they are, particularly those who are entering institutions as Black females who are entering historically white institutions. How does that look like? And I'm going to just share a little bit on that, on what we are doing in my institution, particularly to capacitate academics. And so in speaking on collaborative skills development in STI, so one of the ways is for us to be able to increase the visibility of lesser known scientific careers. I do feel that is something that we can all collaborate on. What are the career fields that we don't know about that we need to be able to just put forward, particularly even from the government side, but also putting them forward in academia as well, because if we know them, then we are able to share those in the academic space and therefore be able to encourage our students. So one of the ways, and I think this was announced by the president, was the Presidential PhD Initiative, which is really an incredible initiative which we must know about. But I mean, one of the things that I was concerned about on a personal level was the fact that I had to learn on it maybe from social media side, but it wasn't necessarily integrated in a way that we're able to learn about it in the academic space, where it was advertised maybe in our own websites, in our own intranet, etc. And I feel that's quite important that what is being announced from the government side is able to seep its way through in academia space so that we are able to share this information as well with our students. And so as well with information sharing where collaboration is concerned, exchange programs are very important because they allow not only for collaboration but also for innovation. I mean, for example, personally, I was part of the Mandela Washington Fellowship. I mean, even in just that level, I was able to collaborate with other young African leaders. And in that space, I was able to learn about other innovative things and also being able to open my eyes up to the fact that South Africa is also existing within the African continent, also being able to collaborate on that level. And I have noted as well that the NRF, for example, released quite recently, there was an exchange program where you can be a South African going to China and vice versa. I mean, these are programs that are quite important if we must be able to ensure that we are collaborative in our skills development as well. And also, one other thing that is quite important is development programs for young academics that are coming in. I mean, I found it as well that as somebody who has gone through a variety and various development programs within my institution, one of which is called the Emerging Scholar Accelerator Program. I did that and I completed that, but also went on to the Future Professoriate Mentorship Program, which is what I'm currently busy with at the moment. It is quite important that when our academics enter the institution, that we teach them what academia is and what it is to be an academic. Because what I've noticed with a lot of our young academics, they enter and they think maybe being a lecturer is all about just standing in front of students, but actually it's an entire system. There's a way of being an academic. You must be able, in my institution, for example, you must be able to produce and function in 4 different areas, 4 pillars, where it's research, teaching and learning, leadership and administration, engaged scholarship. But most of them enter and they only know one part of that. And that's actually one of the reasons that some of our young black academics are falling behind, because they enter and they only function in one and therefore not able to apply for promotion and be able to advance in their career. And so I think it's quite important that we have development programs where we allow and we teach our young academics once they enter into the institution. And one other thing would be the intergenerational collaboration. When I attended the United Nations Summit of the Future, which we had just last year, one of the themes that was really being repeated a lot was how important it is for us to have intergenerational collaboration where we're able to work together, both as the older generation as well as the younger generation that is coming in. It's quite important that the older generation is free with the information that they can share, the wisdom that they can share to young academics, while also the young academics or young people, for that sense, are able to share their own energy and innovation. That's how we're able to work together. I mean, I think if we're able to just work and we work in silos, where only the older generation is in meetings and in gatherings that affect our future, but if as young people we are not there listening in and chiming in, then it doesn't help, because then we're not able to advance the issues that we are supposed to advance. Okay, I'm almost done. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go through that. So it's very important that we're able to collaborate on that. And so in my institution, for example, we have got a mentorship session or a mentorship group that we have for female academics from underrepresented groups. And I think this is quite important that we have something like that, where it's intergenerational, where the older academics are able to teach the younger female academics and teach them the ropes of how can you go through an academic institution and what do you need to know, how do you advance. I mean, we still have, for example, in my institution where we do, in particular faculties, where we have got female academics that are not NRF rated in entire faculty, and I think that's quite sad. And one other thing that is also quite important is the psychosocial support that we need to also provide to our young academics as well. While we can bring them into academic spaces, it's very important that we're able to protect them as well, because the system that they are working on is quite different, because the way in which you must be able to maneuver your way into a system that is entrenched, that maybe wasn't even created for you, is quite different. And so it's quite important that we're also able to support them, offering them psychosocial support and ensuring that their mental well-being is also taken care of. Okay, this is really my final slide. Okay, and then youth empowerment for STI leadership. And here I'm just going to touch on UNESCO. As mentioned earlier, I'm part of the action group for women in science and under UNESCO. And so some of the pillars that we have been touching on is how we're able to enhance the visibility of female role models in academia. It's quite important that we show women in leadership. That's how we're able to attract more young academics and be able to ensure that we have got more of them in leadership. It was mentioned earlier by the minister that we still have, our numbers are still not right in terms of the number of women that we have who have got PhDs or even who are black academics. And so it's quite important that we continue to show more of them. And we also need more representation of women in media as well. One of the things that UNESCO noted during the COVID pandemic was that we had a lot more men in front of us in the media who were sharing what was going on during COVID, but not enough women were sharing what is going on and helping us to be able to understand what's going on during COVID. And so it's quite important that when we do that and we want to put women in front, we give them media training as well, public speaking. The very fact that you are a lecturer doesn't necessarily mean that you do know public speaking or even how to engage with the media, and so must be able to provide them with that. Implement policies and actions that promote, attract, and retain women. while we can say that we want more women, and we keep on saying that, it's very important that we have ways of safeguarding them once they are there. I mean, if we're talking about the fact that we don't have enough female academics between the ages of 30 and 39, that is quite sad. Even more so, we are losing more and more of them. And I should have mentioned that even in the mentorship group that we offer in our institution, I can see that because I am the coordinator of that group, which is started under the Vice Dean of Transformation in my institution. And so we see that we are losing a lot of them because there's not enough support, technical support. That's what we can provide them, such as teaching assistance, research assistance, when they go for maternity leave, and also on-site childcare. I think that's quite important. And then lastly, allow for inclusive and equitable scientific community. It's quite important that we do that, allowing them even in our academics, so that we have more of them. We don't, I mean, for example, once again, in my institution, we don't have a lot of them who are in, for example, the Global Young Academy, which is really a well-known academy that you can be part of. But so that it's very important that we are inclusive, even in the academics that we have, even just here in South Africa. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
So when I think it's Professor Hadebe was talking earlier about why it's important to have diverse groups and to communicate the inclusion of women from that perspective, to say what is the result that we can get when we have diverse groups working on diverse challenges. And I think we need to communicate in that fashion, because when we are asking Mochidzi, an institution, to have a crash on site, and when we're asking institutions to plow money into safeguarding women between the age of 30 and 39, which are of childbearing and family growing age, we need to be able to really communicate a strong case as women. And I'm saying this as a woman in that age group myself, to say, and as a lecturer myself, to say we need to find very value-driven, beyond having the numbers where women in academia are concerned, to say these are the cases where we know that these groups are working better and they're functioning better because there are women in them. Because right now, I think that the people, unfortunately, who still make the final decisions are not us. So we still are having to do a lot of convincing. And I think we do have to regroup as young Black academics, women academics beyond Black, and really have a conversation around how do we communicate the value around that space. Are there questions here? Just a comment. These are very diverse topics or contributions that my speakers have contributed. Yes, Dan?
Earlier on, I mentioned something about the role of the household. And I like that she added a dimension there, intergenerational. I really believe poverty is passed on. What is the role of the first scientist in the family, right? What's the role of this the first to achieve something? Intergenerational. In 30 years, I'm sure we've moved a lot. We're now entering spaces where you can't have bragging rights, I'm the first in the family. I'm sure you are the second, the third, and on and on. Intergenerational collaboration should be starting at home and coming to the workplace.
Dan, I'm going to put you on the spot, and I'm going to ask you, as you know, as a panel member yourself, like I said at the beginning, I'm going to ask you, in exactly what you just said now, how do we articulate it in a way that translates to the people that need to hear it, and in a way that answers future-proofing education for STI, in a way that answers
collective efforts, and I think in itself it answers collective efforts, right? But I do want us to talk about the future-proofing of education in what you're saying, and I do want us to speak about how that then contributes to supporting STI leadership. Yeah, I'm putting you on the spot there. So what is the take-home message from that in relation to what our topics are today and what we're looking at today? And I'm asking the same questions out of everyone that's sitting here as well.
Just, I copy. I copy a lot. Minister said, there's a new slogan in town. Place STI in and. So one of those is I want to bring in STI in the households. Make every South African household a science center. Link it with the NDP objectives to graduate 450,000 science graduates annually leading to the year 2030. That means we're going to have increased number of households led by science graduates. What does that mean from the question of intergenerational that she has just brought? But future-proofing education, education is not the mandate of DOBE or higher education. It's not. It's only the academics that is. Primary teacher of a child is a parent.
The primary teacher of a child is a parent.
It needs to go back to, we need to get order right.
Sure.
We have relinquished responsibility to the system.
Sure.
The parents need to get back to getting their primary role. That's why in ICT, digital inclusion, I'm asking, you buying them TV, they watch DSTV, but no laptop.
Sure.
Guraf.
Sure, Guraf. Dr. Muluko, right at the beginning there, yes, you're putting your hand up and I was coming to you. I could almost sense you coming for me. But I did want to ask you, in reference to the 3 points that you made earlier, what is the crystallized statement for that in relation to future-proofing education? What is the crystallized sort of thought that you have around implementable, around the inclusion of colleges, if you may? And of course, the leadership, creating STI leaders amongst youth.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me end with that and start with what I was just about to raise. The debate or the actual program of future-proofing education for science, technology, and innovation, including engineering. This is a program that must be approached with very serious caution, especially when we look at the decay that has happened vis-a-vis professionalism in South Africa in the past decades. When one looks at teachers, nurses, doctors, and even receptionists, it looks like we have dropped the ball and we have left everything to, that is called professionalism, to run out of the window. And seeing that there are people who are coming from the health sector who are here, I would give an example of the health sector. The psychologists, the doctors, and the nurses. When you look at the younger generation of those professionals, there's no professionalism that we see these days. And the cause thereof is mainly because there has been a distraction of both the curriculum and the pedagogy behind the professions themselves. And who are the guilty parties? The guilty parties are primarily the academics and the regulatory bodies. Now, to be very brutal with the academics, I'll say that one of the greatest causes of the academics being contributory to the destruction of professionalism is that you find that many academics have never had a chance of doing practical work in the professions where they are. I will leave it at that and say, it's a question that even in the science, technology, and innovation, we have got to address ourselves too. Because science, technology, and innovation, to a very great extent in South Africa, we have placed it within the higher education and training sector. And that is where we are seeing that distraction taking place. When we are talking about future-proofing of education for science, technology, and innovation, we also have got to ask ourselves as to whether we are talking reform or we are talking transformation. And I would say, if we are talking reform, we'll be tinkering at the edges. What we need is transformation for us to be able to go where we want to go to. Now, with the last speaker who was saying, from their institution, the approach to future-proofing of education is based or anchored on what is contained in the World Economic Forum Future of Jobs report. I would say that saying that might be very attractive and it might sound very correct. But equally, it might in fact pose interest if we do not emphasize the need to know and understand our national interest in the context of existing agreed upon policies, laws, programs, and outputs and outcomes. And to put it in a very easy way, in most instances when we talk about some of the problems that are hindering our development and also that are minimizing our freedom, it is because of some of the policies that are being enforced on us through the programs that come from the World Economic Forum and the IMF and the World Bank. We need to be able to very brutally confront some of these things if we are saying that what we would like to do is to see South Africa being able to break out of the current vicious cycle where, for example, we do not have a very clear skills development platform where we could say these children are coming out of school, they are getting into colleges, and they are then getting into universities. We do not have a situation where, for example, if you are looking at the education system in Zimbabwe, you have got schools, we have got the polytechnics, you have got the universities. That is why at this point in time, at the beginning of every year, we are crying about everybody going into universities, and we are not able to resolve the problem of having a system that provides us with the skills that we need. I will leave it at that. Now, coming back to what you had asked me to say, what is it that I was basically pleading for? I was pleading for a very simple thing, because many of these policies exist and they've been adopted by the cabinet.
Sure.
In the 80s, for example, when we were at college or at university, as a medical student, I was compelled at least once in a year to be doing vacation work at the hospital. That is why by the time that I completed my MBCHB, you could leave me with a patient being very sure that the patient is not going to die.
Sure.
But today you have got a situation where university-produced nurses pose a great danger.
Sure.
Which results in a situation where you will say assisted labor is more dangerous than leaving a patient to deliver the baby by herself, because they do not have the necessary practical experience, whether they be nurses or they be teachers or they be doctors. They do not have that work integrated learning
Doc,
that the policies are having, but they are not.
Doc, very well.
Thank you
captured.
very much.
I hear what you are advocating for. And I want to go to Deepak and say, you're saying there's a gap between what the industry wants and what the university is developing. And I think it aligns quite nicely with what the doc was saying over there. But you are focusing on biotechnology. And I'm asking you now, if we are future-proofing education for STI holistically, and we move away a little bit from biotechnology, what must happen to close the gap? Is the model that you are using replicatable? Do we need to take vocational training outside of university and have a different place that is not TVET colleges if TVET colleges are not doing enough? Or do we need to upskill TVET colleges? If we need to, how do we need to do it? Because we need to create the leaders of the future where STI is concerned. Can I have the mic going there? Because I hear this cry of we need to have experiential learning so that we don't compromise on the professionalism of our graduates and close the gap where industry is concerned.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I think it's very replicatable in multiple areas.
Sure.
So, I mentioned biotech. We're now expanding into agriculture and agro-processing to try and fill the same gap. But also, part of my plans are around rural teaching on how to translate indigenous knowledge into standardized products. So it's providing the skill set to use science at a very entry level, but to translate into something very, very usable and market ready. Now, with regards to what the doc is saying, and I think he raised a very, very important point around work-integrated learning. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, I see within the South African university system, especially on the previous technical universities, where they are doing away with the work-integrated learning program. Mm. And for me, so I'm a product of a BTech degree.
Me too.
And I got a lot of value out of that first degree of mine because of the applications based. Mm-hmm. And there's very few universities that now make it mandatory for work integrated learning. I think this needs to be something, if you want to translate the education system, is bring that back because it creates a bridge. So it meets what we're trying to do and what the university trying to do. Because the reality is, what we are trying to do is provide the hands-on exposure to high-end technical equipment, but also technical skills that and this is my opinion, I don't believe can be done within the current university system. Mm-hmm. Reason being is that, one, the amount of investment required to equip every single university to be able to afford that level of training and intervention to a candidate is too much, and I don't think as a country we can afford it. But if you have organizations like us that do it over multiple different cohorts, shorter time frames, I think it's more accessible. Whether the TVET colleges can, probably for different intervention areas, not sure about biotechnology because of the high-tech nature of it, but probably in the agricultural and the agro-processing space, we could do that within the agricultural, within the TVET systems. But I think there's an added level of intervention that also needs to be brought to the fore. And unfortunately, I still see it as a gap, which was what I alluded to earlier, is taking a technical classroom to the places where we were talking about generational poverty, and to upskill them in their places
where they are.
Exactly.
So we need to move training centers, hands-on training centers outside of the CBD where they are currently concentrated and move them into more peripheral areas. Is that what you're saying, essentially?
I wouldn't say move. I would say add.
Add.
Yeah.
So we need to go to peripheral areas.
Yeah.
I wonder if anybody can can clarify me with this. The agenda of transformation is forcing us to increase numbers at intake at university. So I work at the medical school, doc, and we must be increasing the number of doctors that we're training. We don't have enough bedside. We don't have enough equipment for that. How do we balance the demand against the transformational agenda and the infrastructure required to achieve that? I want to perhaps talk to technology. How do we enable technology perhaps to facilitate, I don't know, introduction to, before people can go into more hands-on? Is there a way that we can use technology to simulate? What is it that we can do using technology to be able to counter some of these challenges?
Thank you, Tuli. I think one solution that could be viable across, and maybe not in medicine, is virtual and augmented reality, immersive technology. An example I'd give you is last year we built an application for South African Local Government Association, and we created a VR training module for the plant in Rudaplat at Department of Water and Sanitation. So what this means is that if SALGA has to install this immersive tech, the Oculus and all of that in their 9 province offices, it means that people from that province could go and sit in a SALGA office and be immersed into the Rudaplat plant and get training while you simulated like you're inside the plant. So it also could work for the TVET colleges that are not getting equipment on the engineering side, where, you know, they could utilize that to train as well. So I think immersive technology is one of the answers here.
Immersive technologies are such an interesting concept for me. I mean, I run experiments. And I imagine sometimes when I'm running an experiment, I want, if there's a combustion, I want the combustion to occur. If I'm training young people in that sense. And I often wonder if, is augmented reality at that point yet? Do we still need to do quite a lot of inputting data into it so that it's able to respond to the mistake that the learner is making in the experiment? You know, just as a simple example, you know, if a student is making an experiment and they do something wrong, you know, if they put the wrong reagent and it gives a false negative, how does augmented reality at this stage, how is it able to respond adequately? Is it something that we should be is it possible? Is it something that we should be investing more of as a country for future-proofing education?
I think with a combination of augmented reality and artificial intelligence, machine learning, that problem could be solved if you train a module or you train a model on ML. That problem could be solved.
Is there someone else that wants to contribute to the conversation? Doc? Doc, not too lengthy, ne?
No, I won't be lengthy at all.
I'm out of time, actually.
You were asking a question about what is it that can be done to train more of the professionals.
Yeah, against the transformation agenda and the demand.
Yeah, the wish goes against the practicalities.
Mm.
My experience in the last 40 or so years of being involved in skills development is that we have reached a point where we have got scarce skill that we train, and immediately when they qualify, we are being told that there's no money to hire them. So we have reduced our country into a situation where it's like people who are dying of hunger in the middle of a highly productive orchard.
Mm.
So if you are saying we must train more people, but every year we are being told that they cannot be hired, what is it that we need to be able to do? Maybe we need to be able to get into a discussion where, because
I think so.
You see, at a practical level, if you look at the patient, the doctor-patient ratio and nurse-patient ratio, it's horrible. you cannot compare it with other countries. But we are in a situation where for 20 years we have been telling the National Treasury and the people at the National Department of Health that the biggest problem in the public sector is that we have got departments that are top heavy. There are too many directors, too many chief directors, too many DDGs, but you have got very few people that are being employed at the technical level.
I wonder if we don't have the same challenge with the production of PhDs, but I do want to move away because I'm really out of time, and I do want to something that you said again, which is very similar to something that Tepo was saying earlier, is that the people who are giving us the grants, the people who are giving us the money to develop, have never developed anything. They've never been entrepreneurs. You know, you're saying the same thing. The people that are training at institutions have never practiced their whole life. You have people training in, you have economics professors who've never been economists. So what is it that must happen, Tepo, particularly where that is concerned? If you had rank, what must happen?
I think...
Press the button.
I think for me it's very simple. If you are in a position where you are meant to be assisting, I think you need to at least understand the nitty-gritties of what it actually entails in terms of the thing that you should be assisting in. I mean, if I'm an entrepreneur and I come and talk to you about Koida, and you don't even know what I'm talking about, and you're meant to be in a position of assisting, we talk into different languages, right? So, and this translates to multiple industries as well. And just to circle back a little bit, I had the privilege of undergoing something called Exposure Year by Anglo-American. What they do is before you go to university, you go to the plant and actually see what a reactor is, see what a tank is, so that when you then go into university and do engineering, and they say you must design the thing, you know what you're talking about, which sort of gives you an upper hand, because in most of the guys that we were in class with don't know what a tank is, but you're meant to design it, right? Then how do you then actually know what you're talking about if you don't have that sort of practical experience? But just to go back to the institutions, I think the biggest problem is that some of these institutions do not hire on merit. They hire on other reasons that which I think we all know. And that causes a huge problem, because now you have institutions that are mandated to support, but they can't because you know, the skills put in there are not adequate enough for the supporting. And
it's hindering this future-proof education. And it's hindering the STI leadership, isn't it? I need to close, but it would be a disservice. Tepo, you're the youngest person in this room, I'm sure. What's your instruction on the basis of what you just said now? I understand the problem. What's the instruction? What's the suggestion? What's the mandate?
I think we have the facilities in place, we have the systems in place, we have the decadal plans, the policies. I think for me it's simple. Let's hire people based on merit and focus on meritocracy instead of focusing on hiring people based on networks, if you will. I think for me that's one of the key things that will enable the ecosystem to be able to be well functioning.
Muchidzi, you were talking about, in light of what Dan was saying about going into the household. How do we go into the household?
Now, when we were talking about intergenerational collaboration, right? So specifically in my institution, and as I mentioned, under the Vice Dean of Transformation, we have got a mentorship group for Black female academics and female academics from underrepresented groups. I do think even just on that level, we need to be able to find a way to be able to mentor academics. And we do that through the academics that are already in the system. And what I find, and I think this is quite strange for me, is that you find that the older academics are intimidated by the young ones that are coming into the system. And they feel as though they must leave with the information that they have, die with the information that they have. And I think that's quite sad, because I do think they need to get to a point where they're able to say, I can teach you, and by teaching you, it doesn't take anything away from me as a professor. It doesn't take anything away from me as an expert. And I think maybe we need to also instill that in our older professors.
Sure.
And I think even the gentleman, I think he has probably left. But even if we're coming back to the household as well, I mean, we've got so much expertise in a variety of our households as well. I think even just on that level, in these meetings that we are attending right now, getting to learn what are the different career fields, etc. This is the sort of information that you're able to take back to your own home and be able to teach your own kids. These are the scarce skills. These are the national priorities. I think the parents themselves need to know about these national priorities so that they're able to channel their kids into the necessary career fields.
Thank you. I'm going to take a mandate from you, Deepak. The minister is standing right in front of you. You must give him a mandate. What's the mandate? What is it that's going to enable us within your expertise to get where we need to get to? And then I'll ask you, Joanna, the same question, and then that'll be my closing.
Yeah, I think for me it's and I'm going to speak on two different fronts. So with regards to the skills development, I think implementing mandatory in-service training programs, trying to bring delivery of technical content closer to the source, and create more vocational programs that provide access to equipment, access to practical skills and equipment that a candidate will see in industry. And then, you know, Doc spoke about us, you know, talking about creating all these jobs, but there's no jobs. Training all these people, but there's no jobs. And then the focus on entrepreneurship, because training those entrepreneurs are what's going to create those jobs for the people that we're going to train. So creating more support mechanisms, and I'm sure Tsepo will share my sentiment here, is there's 280 incubators in South Africa. Not all of them make a real impact to businesses like Tsepo's. And identify what the gaps are. These incubators are doing surface level interventions, going to deep level interventions, hands-on interventions that make a difference to the incubator, to the business. These include open access infrastructure, open access production infrastructure across a multitude of different industry sectors. That will support these businesses. Then Tsepo doesn't need to run around to get 100 million rand to build his first biorefinery before he sold one product. And having access to that open access infrastructure allows him to build capital so that he requires less investment that will take away his equity.
Sure. Sure. Oh, such important nuggets that are coming out of here, and we don't have time. Joanna, your mandate, your closing remark.
I just want to add something in there. I'm sorry. I know we need to go. So there's a lot of the corporate companies, mining companies that contribute towards enterprise development. And for them, it's numbers. So I think providing a platform for impact, for them to showcase the impact and to showcase what is actually going on those enterprise development programs, and equipping them with everything else other than the money, because that's what they're putting behind it.
So you want M&E before you want monitoring and evaluation beyond the scorecard, beyond compliance. You want to go beyond compliance and go into what people are really doing.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
We're doing it, so I know the benefits of it.
I like that.
I think mandate from my side is more investment in artificial intelligence, smart cities, and augmented reality, virtual reality. That could equip our entrepreneurs, you know, to take our localized technology to compete on a global stage.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Joanna. Please give the panel a big round of applause. Thank you very much for staying until the end. Tomorrow morning, what we will do, because the sessions continue tomorrow morning, what we will do tomorrow, and I really hope you guys can come through, is that we didn't introduce Isaac. Isaac was helping us capture all of our information that we've been capturing here, so that we can, tonight, before 8:30 tomorrow, collate it and feed it back to you, and then we can have a real discussion about whether or not we need to add something, remove something. How do we craft this thing so that when we report it tomorrow, the outcomes of this session have to be reported in plenary. So it's really important that we come back tomorrow so we can have a discussion around what is it do we want the minister to hear? What is it do we want to be included in the declaration for the themes that have been highlighted for us? You guys have been great, a very spirited crowd. Thank you very much. We will see you tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you.